Alright. Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? Are we live? Hello, hello, hello? Chat, is everything working? You are live? Hey, hello guys, hello. Zan, if you don't mind just speaking for a little bit.
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me correctly?
Is Zan coming across for you guys? Is he at a good audio level? Oh wow wow wow. Oh wow 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 to you too, Ran. 1 AM no sleep. No, don't do that to yourself. Watching the VOD is perfectly fine. You hear him? Okay, excellent. Why did Chairman get kidnapped by Watch Mojo? Oh, top 10 list. Anyways, yeah, so right before we started, I was talking to Zan about how Twitch recently put out an announcement on their Twitter, basically saying that they were going to be withdrawing their support. Well, sorry, they were going to be massively reducing the amount of footage they would allow you to host on your account in terms of highlights and uploads to only 100 hours of content. And from 2 months from now, so April 19th, they were going to start deleting all of that stuff themselves. And yeah, no, Zan just pointed out that there was something in the tweet where they announced their justifications for making that decision. That was quite deceptive. So in the original tweet, Twitch said that one of the reasons why they were rolling out this change was because, what was it? Less than 0.5% of their users have more than 100 hours on their uploads and their highlights section in their accounts. But that 0.5% of users probably has massive amount of overlap with, the proportion of their users that actually stream. So, yeah, what was the thing that you were saying before?
It's very deceptive. If you read between the lines, they always try to guilt trip you. Because 0.5, well, yeah, that's the people that actually stream and not just chat or react or are watchers, It's the people actively using the platform, the streamers, the VTuber, all of them. So of course, there's going to be very low people exceeding that rate if a low portion of the platform user base are the one actually making the content, which is the case with Twitch. And I'm not sure people realize how idiotic it is that they're like, yeah, just use another platform. Like, yeah, go to our go to the other place over there if you want to do that. Yeah, go to YouTube.
Like, at this point, I genuinely don't understand. Like, because the thing is with Twitch, I understand if at this point they've kind of thrown in the towel and gone, I can't be bothered competing with an alternative platforms anymore. If you want to use YouTube to host all of your content, go ahead, go for it. Like, I understand from a cost-cutting angle, especially if at this particular point in time they've realized, oh dear, we've had too many advertisers pause advertising at the end of last year, and maybe they still haven't come back. Maybe it's time that we needed to save more money. Like, I understand that. But what I don't understand is, one, like you said, right, how the way that they worded it made it sound so, like, dismissive towards the streamers that use their platform as the primary way of making content. Not just the kind of content that the platform is optimized for, which is live streaming, but even the kinds of content that the platform isn't optimized for, which is stuff like uploads and highlights. And the fact that they just rolled this out. So, for context, even though there is a grace period of 2 months in between when they announced that this was going to happen and when they were going to start deleting your highlights and uploads for you, they immediately made it so that if you exceed 100 hours of uploads or highlights, you now can't use that feature anymore. So from now until then, if you have more than 100 hours in your uploads and highlights as a streamer, you're going to have to find some way of getting rid of all of that until you're back down to less than 100. And only then can you start actually using that part of your Twitch account again. And it's just like, sure, if you're going to roll this out because you don't have enough money, you need to save money immediately. You know, Amazon's roped Dan Clancy into a room and started talking to him about how they're going to, you know, Twitch is going to need to start making itself less of a money
They're
sink.
giving him swirlies in the company.
They're giving him swirlies in Amazon HQ. Like, even if that was what was going on, why not give your streamers more time to just adjust to the fact that you've changed things? Why roll this out immediately and then lock people out of using that feature? Because, like, you were going to go through and delete the stuff anyway, so why do you need to galvanize your user base by locking them out of the feature until they do it themselves as well? Like, that's just... I don't see what's the point of that.
I think there's a couple of other things that we can highlight here. This is, you know, generally, yes, go to our competition is generally a poor PR statement and marketing statement. Like, yes, go to the other place. We can't do that. That's not good, fam. And then there's the part of, well, what if the VOD is like more than 100 hour long, like on subathon and things like that.
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
Some people that do 1 week subathon and stuff. How that's gonna work with the 100 hour upload thing? Is it lost forever? And then dare I say 2 months is a bit short of a grace period, considering the amount of speedrunner that have like 5 years of backlog of speedrunning, which, you know, speedrunning streams tend to be subathon. So the amount of sheer data that has to be transferred over, I'm not sure 2 months is enough, honestly.
Exactly, and that's why initially, right, because when you pointed that out to me, the fact that they said 0.5% of users, I didn't pick up on that when I first read through the announcement. So I was like, oh, okay, that sounds oddly small. And then I looked around and everyone was talking about how 0.5 users just rubbed them the wrong way, because it feels like all of the streamers they watch easily have more than 100 hours. And it was only after you pointed that out that I realized, oh, they're counting viewers in that statistic, probably. And yeah, all of the people who I saw who were complaining about this were all talking about how, yes, your average everyday streamer is probably going to be screwed over by this change. But the speedrunning community, they got absolutely screwed in this particular, with this particular, like this particular quote unquote like feature, like change. Like,
I don't know if you're aware of how the speedrunning community works, but basically, it's very important to them to have those stream like available, because that's how they learn from each other speedrunning tech.
yeah.
And you know, it's just entertainment, of course, so it's always nice. And when they get the record, they have to keep a VOD of that available, you know, for anti-cheat sake and stuff like that. So
yeah, exactly.
For them, it's like blam, that's a death blow to the speedrunning community on Twitch. Like, I'm not sure we're gonna see many speedrunner on Twitch anymore. And if they're gonna be there, it's gonna be people that have the capability to dual cast or multi-stream basically, or immediately transfer that VOD, because like 100 hours is not that long for speedrunning and subathon or things of that nature.
Yeah. No, actually, have you seen Dan Clancy's talk with Code Miko that happened over the last week?
I haven't watched it fully, but I've watched some part of it and I've heard about it, yes. But
Yeah.
I feel like it was better than what went previously.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it was just like small talk,
Yeah.
and there was like not many expectation going in, which makes swallowing the pill, you know, easier, because like it matched your expectation, which were not.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So for those who, aren't, who don't have the context, essentially, sometime over the last week, Code Miko sat down for a stream on her channel, and basically had a little bit of a chat with Dan Clancy for an hour. And although Code Miko promoted this on her Twitter. She didn't promote this as some sort of like thing where she was speaking on behalf of all VTubers. And I don't think it was even promoted on the Twitch official Twitter account either. So this was just like a random sit down that she did with Dan. And one thing that struck me is that both in the patch notes episode that they did with Giga and in the subsequent conversation that Dan had with Miko, is that he kept emphasizing how Twitch isn't going to insist on exclusivity, right? He encourages anybody and everybody to multi-stream when it comes to Twitch. And at the time when I was, when he kept reiterating that, I thought it was just like a good thing, right? Because, I mean, that's more flexibility for your streamers, that's good overall. But now in hindsight, what Twitch has recently announced has sort of recontextualized that, where now I'm starting to think, oh, that was probably like a decision they made ahead of time to stop themselves from losing users when they realized that Twitch was no longer going to give them the ability to upload content and host highlights. Because I would assume that this is a decision that was made quite at least a month ago. I would assume it started getting floated around, at least the Twitch offices. So I would assume
even earlier than that.
Yeah, probably. So when he kept emphasizing, oh yeah, this is a good thing, right, that we allow our streamers to multi-stream, I would assume that the entire time he knew that that was the least that the platform could do, given what they were planning on announcing as recently as like a few hours ago, so less than a day ago. But yeah,
It's a pretty cynical selling point. Yeah, you can use other platforms too. No, just rubs me the wrong way. Like that's not winner talk, You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
That's loser talk. You should try and be like, oh, we're the biggest platform. Boom, boom. Watch me, how big I am, and how I'm the most relevant streaming platform. That used to be Twitch not too long ago, but now it's, oh no, you can use other platforms too. We're just a small indie company.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? For whenever Twitch is describing itself, it always comes off as like a really big like tech company trying to still project the fact that it is this small little tight-knit community of only a few software engineers and moderators and staff and nothing else. Whereas in actuality, I mean, this is something that many people have emphasized already. It's multi-billion dollars large. Like
Well, it's because it's what Twitch used to be when it was still like, I don't know, TV something, her early name. Well, that's what it was 7 years ago, but they've grown since then. So, they're no longer that small little indie company fighting to get the money to keep the site running. Now they're owned by Amazon. They're owned by one of the... Jeff Bezos, isn't he the second richest person in the world currently?
I think so. Although Bezos is no longer he's no longer the CEO of Amazon, somebody else.
Yeah.
But Amazon is one of the titans.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. So I just don't understand, like, what are they doing over there?
Just Team TV, thank you.
Yes. How did Code Miko and Dan's chatting stream go? Oh no, it was better than Giga's because it lived up to expectations more since there were none. It was basically advertised as just a random chat between Miko and Dan. Funnily enough, I don't know if she intended to do this, but there was a section of the stream where Miko was asking Dan quite candidly about a ban that she had received a while back, and she got him to say that he can't elaborate on her ban, even though it was very blatantly unjustified. So the scenario she was describing it was basically that she was doing a bit on stream where she was getting her chat to send her D pics, which would show up in the form of a screenshot that's the literal letter D showing up on a phone asset that her model was holding on stream. And so when she did a stream using this bit where her chat would send her pictures of the letter D that would show up on stream, she got banned for that. And so when she asked Dan about why she got banned for that, he actually said, "Oh, I try not to elaborate on stuff like that." So there was a little bit more, oddly enough, even though it wasn't trying to be, there was a little bit more, I suppose, forthrightiness. I'm not sure what's the right word for it, but she actually managed to get Dan to admit to something, which is that he either doesn't know what's going on in terms of individual moderation decisions, or he just can't talk about it. Which, I suppose, when it's something that is as blatantly misguided as that particular ban that Code Miko received was, I do think that it's a bit more helpful than just nothing. Just not asking about it at all.
Everyone should read the Shondo interview, and I'm gonna see if I can refine it, because to me that was very revealing of like how things are managed at Twitch.
Yep.
He does say in it that he doesn't know every single moderation decision, which is fair, but it's still your company. You should know a little bit about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, the fact that
And like you set the rules, you're the CEO.
Yeah, the fact that Shonda actually managed to get out of her Twitch rep that apparently the moderators had a separate set of rules just for her because she had a quote-unquote childlike model. Like, that's something that is... You probably, as the CEO, you would probably know about something like that being a practice among your moderators. Surely. And if you don't, that's even worse. So, but yeah, if any of you guys are interested in checking that out, it is a chill conversation, right? It was sold as such, but it might be a fun watch for you guys if you just want to see, Code Miko sort of joking around with Dan for a little bit, and maybe unintentionally putting him on the spot at certain points as well. But yeah. As the CEO, he should know about these things. If he says he doesn't, he's either worthless or lying. I'm betting on both. Honestly, same. Alright.
Well, I think there's still a benefit of the doubt, because, even when you're the CEO, you don't know every single decision that's being made. But you're the CEO, you're still responsible for it. So,
Yeah, it's sort of like... Ignorance does not exonerate you of responsibility when you're that high up on the food chain. So... Okay, that's... We've yapped for like 20 minutes. Alright, so before we begin, right, just a few disclaimers out of the way. Two things I want to emphasize before we actually launch into the meat and potatoes of this stream. First, this is not intended to act as a substitute for professional advice or a formal consultation. Yes, Zan is a practicing professional, but this is a stream for educational purposes more than, an actual consultation or anything approaching that.
I still think you're on slide 1.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we're good.
Yeah. So, and then the second thing is, do not harass or attempt to contact any of the people or entities mentioned in any way, shape, or form, because there will be some that we end up bringing up that we might be a little critical of, but again, not a license to go and make their lives difficult. So, Zan, I just wanted to give you a bit of a moment to introduce yourself to my audience, because I've sort of foreshadowed, who you are, somebody who's, an actual, like, qualified PR professional, etc., etc. But yeah, I was just going to give you the floor so that you could give the audience a bit of a rundown on who you are.
Yeah, well, hello again, everyone. I'm Zan-VT. I do PR-related stuff, and I want to especially go forth with working with VTubing and stuff. I've already done that a little bit. I'm an accredited professional. I have 5 years studies currently. I'm finishing a license currently, so, still a student. But I managed to do some side gig with VTubers, so that's cool. I have 3 years experience by now when it comes to the things I do, which is public relations. Of course, I'm multi-skill setted. I also do some marketing and some security, data security, and other stuff. But my main study and specializations remain public relations, which is basically handling people's public image, making announcements, addressing things, and all of that. There's a lot to it than just managing drama or issues or public fall down. But obviously, it's the most visible part of it. But there's a lot that goes behind the background as well, such as looking at people's opinion on the brand you manage, such as looking at the news, what's happening currently, what the opposition, I guess you would say, is doing. There's a lot more that goes to it than just hey, we have this Twitter spat called the PR team. There's more to it than that.
It is quite funny how many people assume that it's just Twitter and like nothing else. Although to be fair, Twitter has posed a bit more of a it's given more people more tools to turn themselves into a brand risk than maybe existed before the platform became popular. But yeah, you mentioned that you were...
it's also a great opportunity to get attention. So
true. It's kind of depressing how many people don't use Twitter with the intention of leveraging it as a publicity tool, and instead use it for... This is something I've talked about many times before on my channel, but people who mistake it for being some sort of personal resource that they can use for the sake of like a personal diary or a substitute for a therapist or something like that. It just never works out well when people approach Twitter as anything but an attention farming tool, essentially, an engagement farming tool. But yeah, you mentioned before that you've been picking up gigs around this industry, around VTubing, for a while now. So I just wanted to ask, well, first, how did you get into VTubing, like, as a fan? And then how did you manage to transition from that into actually picking up jobs from various areas in this industry?
As a fan, I've been around for a while. I think it was the first VTuber content I watched was Marine rewatching her debut. I think I was 2020, 2022, somewhere between that like time frame. I don't remember when exactly, but yeah, that was my first experience with VTubing. I was watching Marine, and I was she's kind of she's funny, she's a bit out there, but what's this avatar stuff? Like I remember seeing that before, and then I looked into it and I was like, oh, VTubing, that's pretty cool. Why wasn't I aware of this? And that's kind of how I got into it. Then there was the first Halloween wave, and like many people, that's how I started really my VTubing journey. But my first experience was with JP essentially, and with clips. Thank God for all the hard-working translator out there who make those clips available to the ends here, because I wouldn't be here without them. So shout out to them.
Amen. Who's your Oshi?
Damn it.
Sorry
like,
to push you on the spot.
Can I swear a little?
Sure. We're past 10 minutes, it's fine.
Like Lumi Kaneko would say, I'm a bit of a Hoshi whore, some would say. I like a lot of people, and I watch many people, but I guess if you ask me for the one I've been dedicated to the most, that would be Maureen for JP and Lucy Pyre for Ian. She's the one I have the longest current going subscription to.
Interesting.
I think it's been
interesting.
2 or 3 years now.
What drew you into Lucy's content?
I just like her vibe.
Fair enough.
Like the honesty and the parasocialness, the way she's a bit out there, the long rant about being a femcel. I don't know. I just find this very cute and entertaining. And I feel like she's a bit of a shy person, but on stream she really like goes out there and she really expresses herself. I think that's the like best thing about VTubing when it comes, I often cite those examples. I cite like Iron Mouse, Folger. There's plenty of people that suffer from illness or disabilities that would never, absolutely never, be entertainers. Yet because of VTubing, because of the 3D avatar, it allows them to, well, do just that and actually have a successful career and show how great they are. And I think VTubing truly is a blessing for that. That's why I love it, because I know many people wouldn't be where they are today if it did not existed.
Damn. I mean, you're absolutely right, but the fact that you came up with that on the fly is very impressive. Very impressive. I couldn't have asked you to come up with a better sales pitch for both VTubing and Lucifer specifically.
Hey, it's my job.
True, true. But yeah,
Marketing.
Speaking of, how did you transition into actually getting gigs in this industry?
Funnily enough, I think the first moment I really started considering it was when I saw the Rifu Evergreen downfall in EIEN.
Oh,
it was
yes.
Like the first moment I started wondering about it, because I was a day one EIEN fan, I guess you could say. I saw their pre-debut and I was very interested in Rifu because of the Scottish accent early on. And then, I kind of like fell into the hole, and then there was Kilia. Kilia was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I think like the wake up moment for me was truly the Zion Lanza One Girl Story.
Yes.
Because when I read that, I was like, I want to do PR and V2V. I don't know why, but I've gone through multiple phases in my life where at one point I wanted to be a politician, another point I wanted to be a novel writer. Like every teenager, I've gone through phases. But I've always knew I wanted to handle something that's like public relation related. And so when I saw like, there's no like good PR in VTubing, there's a spot there, you should take it. And so, yeah.
So you saw a niche in the market, and you decided to like enter it. Absolutely.
Yeah, because
fair enough.
I think another thing that emboldens me a bit is everything that has to do with like, let's not dwell on that too much, but everything that has to do with like sweet babying and in general bad consulting. Because when I look at that, I'm like, do they even actually care about the product that they are trying to sell or consult for? Because me, I know I love it. I love this stuff. But do they? Do they love gaming? Do they love journalism? Do they love all these things that they work for? Because I think that's one of the big issue when it comes to consulting is if you don't have the passion, why are you even doing this?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I do find that, anecdotally speaking at least, I think that because of how new VTubing is, and I'm not sure how much you would agree with this, but it does seem to be still, as an industry, in that early stage of its development where it lacks a widespread set of professional conduct when it comes to the different roles that you can fulfill in a corporation. For example, when it comes to PR specifically, what I think I've observed across a lot of companies, even occasionally among the big three in EN VTubing, is that companies are put into this position where they have to choose one between consulting somebody who cares about VTubing or somebody who actually knows what they're doing. And very often whenever we have a PR blunder in terms of corpo VTubing specifically, it does very much seem to stem from that kind of awkward choice that companies have to make, because either you have someone who's really experienced as a PR professional but has no interest in VTubing, or you have somebody who's like hyper passionate in VTubing but has like absolutely zero PR training. And the latter is usually what happens when the talents themselves feel the need to step in on behalf of the company and speak up on behalf of the entire company as well. But
Don't do that, by the way.
Sorry?
Don't do that, by the way.
Yes, yeah.
Speaking on behalf of the company.
As we'll get into later on. That's one of the last things, one of the worst things you can possibly do. But
Oh, hello, Peter.
Oh, Peter, yeah. Welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. Oh, by the way, for all the supers and memberships, I'll be reading them out at the end of the stream because collab. But thank you so much for being so generous with your being so generous with your money as well. I very much appreciate you giving that in addition to your time. Yeah, so one thing I keep harping on about on stream is how underrated preemptive PR is, because every time people think about PR, and this isn't just average everyday people, this is also companies and executives. Whenever people think about PR, they tend to default to only thinking about PR insofar as disaster management or crisis management, crisis control. But they don't think about preemptive PR. They don't think about all of the things that go into actually preventing a communicative crisis in the first place. So I wanted to ask you, what was one instance where a company hired you, got you involved in something, and you realized that because of your involvement, you managed to, iron out a kink in the way that they were operating that would have otherwise, without your intervention, led to something bad happening?
It's a bit hard to predict things like that, but I remember working for one company where they had one of the employee that was managing the social media that was, let's say, a bit adamant about reviews. Like if they had gotten a bad review, he would have probably be at risk of writing maybe a very mean-spirited message back at the person who had written the review. And so I sat with him and I was like, like you can do that, but you have to sort of like own it in a sense. I don't know if you've seen, but there's compilation of multiple people that, for example, they said a review that say, "Oh, food bad," and the owner responds, "Yeah, actually, this guy was XXX," and generally those end up as pretty funny. And so I showed him videos like that, and I was like, you can answer back a bit untactfully, but you need to do it with style, with zest, and it needs to be like part of your branding. You don't have necessarily to like cajole people all the time and be nice all the time, but you sort of have to like choose a path and stick to it. And it needs to make sense.
Either
and
you're
have
like
a purpose,
cold, robotic, and professional, or you have spirit that is in line with what your company wants to project, right? It can't be like some sort of mix between the two. It can't be too personal or impulsive or whatever. I would
because
assume.
it was a small little like family-owned restaurant. I was like, play on that, be a bit frank with the way you talk about it. And so he answered something funny like, "We appreciate your following, but please." Don't throw your cigarette butts in our tray tray next time. And the people, like, there was like, I don't know, 20 like on the owner commentary, and I think that went over pretty well for their reputation, and that made a little buzz in the local magazine, so that was pretty funny.
Oh, okay. That's a sweet little like story. Actually, conversely, feel free to just tell me if this is NDA or anything like that. But what is one instance where a company got you involved in something, consulted you for advice, either on the record or off the record, on pay or off pay, payroll, I should say, where they started talking to you and you immediately realized, oh shit, they've only started talking to me once things have really started to go sideways?
It has happened, and I've been subsequently hired and dealt with that situation. But the thing is that, of course, it's better to hire early because, it's like the doctor. You'd rather prevent it than go see him.
True.
That's how I often compare, like, crisis management and a PR person role in crisis management. It's like a doctor. When you need him, you're very happy to have him, but you like to avoid seeing him. So the best thing is to hire early, because by hiring early and have someone on watch that can, see things evolve, maybe we can avoid some of those issues. And, like we, of course, with the benefit of hindsight now, it's easy to point out certain things. But when you have like a third party that have like that eagle eyes, maybe you can see, have that hindsight early and avoid, things getting out of hand, which they often tend to do in VTubing, because the brands are very personal and there's a lot of emotional attachment to it because those are people.
Yeah. No, and I think the comparison to being a doctor is actually I think it's a pretty good one because, like when you are seeing a doctor, it's better to have a family doctor that is familiar with you, your lifestyle, your family history, etc., etc. So when they go in, they can tell you, they can preemptively point out certain things that you are doing that may or may not make your health outcomes better or worse. And then hopefully from there, you actually build up a routine or some sort of plan to go forwards and hopefully develop some healthier habits, or hopefully reduce the chances of some sort of health crisis happening in the future, some sort of illness or disorder or whatever from developing in the future. And when you really think about it, that is exactly what a PR professional, a PR consultant is supposed to do, right? Just point out some aspects of your business that might create problems down in the future, create plans of, counterattack, ways to mitigate that from happening, etc., etc. And again, it's just something that a lot of people tend to overlook, which with my content being to analyze it, even if it is in a bit of a more informal capacity, more for entertainment and education than, strictly professional advice, it is very, at times, quite exasperating to watch. Because you have to watch these companies kind of stumble over one another, maybe hurt their talents in the process before they learn how to...
Frustrating is, I think, the best way to put it.
Yeah. I mean, is
like,
there anything...
damn it, you want to shake them and go, why are you doing this?
Yeah, you want to grab them by the shoulders a little bit sometimes. Is there any... Actually, yeah. Are there any pet peeves that you have? Like, what's your biggest pet peeve when it comes to things that... Practices that are very common in the industry, but are just really harmful to public relations?
Well, it's one we're going to touch on later, but I am very not the biggest fan of using talents as PR representative.
Oh.
I think that's like one of my biggest pet peeve of all time.
Yes. Okay.
I guess there's also, I've worked with different people and some have been cooperative, other less so. And, I understand that maybe I don't have all the knowledge of a company, which is, perfectly fine. I understand. Of course, my first rebuttal will be, well, you're not allowing me to have that information because, I don't get access to everything, obviously, but sometimes I wish I did. And it's more that there's a difference between trying to argue and find the best solution and being uncooperative. And very often I find people who are very uncooperative, and it just makes my job harder.
When you say uncooperative, do you mean things like even after consulting you, they weren't willing to give you certain key bits of information about the company's operation or something like that?
While I was operating, or like the preview phase when I was starting to draft like statements and things, and there were some details that were either voluntary omitted or not mentioned because they don't felt it was relevant when it actually was relevant.
So you
those
actually...
are a lot to do with company proceedings and the way they manage things, handle things.
So you were actually put into a position where you had to write a statement for a party, let's say, and that party just wouldn't give you information because they either thought it wasn't relevant or because they didn't want you to have it, despite you being okay.
They didn't disclose some information that would have definitely made the statement better down the line.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I can see why that would be extremely irritating. It's never a good thing when you have to actually interrogate somebody who's soliciting your help so that you can help them more effectively. But
I don't like doing that either.
Yeah.
I like when everything goes fine and everyone's happy at the end. I like happy endings.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that most of us are the same, but yeah, damn, that must have been irritating to put up with.
Still a bit betrayed, but I understand. I've worked with banks, with medical sales. I know how the corporate world can be. So I understand. Just because I understand doesn't mean I'm happy with it.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Although when you get hired to do something, you do very much have to put up with some more. I guess you just have to you just have to grit your teeth and put up with something that whoever hired you is, doing, and then you cross your fingers that it doesn't actually compromise your ability to help them.
I think Sinful Lad said something very interesting, same as consulting lawyer, and I absolutely agree. It's the same trouble, because the similarities between lawyer and PR is that the more information we have, the better we can do our jobs.
Oh yeah,
I think
absolutely.
that's the similarity
I
between
think
the two.
it's even the
And
same thing as like when you're talking to a doctor, right? Because if you have a patient that's
yeah,
not telling you
exactly.
something about their lifestyle out of like shame or whatever, then you're kind of missing key information there.
My mom often say the only three people you should tell everything is your lawyer, your doctor, your mom. Maybe we should add PR consultant to that.
True, true. You could probably amend that saying to fit that in. So basically, to give you guys a little bit of a rundown on this stream, we've concocted between the two of us a top 10 list, Watch Mojo style, of 10 awful business practices that range from, at the bottom, one, where the problems that they could potentially pose are severe but recoverable in the sense that if you nip these practices in the bud, or if you include suitable countermeasures against them spiraling into something worse, then they are very much recoverable, right? They are something that may raise an eyebrow, but ultimately won't destroy a company if if people are aware that they're going on. All the way up to 10, which is almost inevitably going to become a ticking time bomb in terms of your PR, your ability to communicate with the public, and something that needs to be observed very closely and ideally, maybe even ironed out early on in the development of your company. So, starting off with the first one, lackluster security protocols around company information. Now, when you told me about this being the business practice that, in your opinion, was the least severe out of the 10, what makes you judge this as being one of the more easily mitigated problems when it comes to PR?
Because I think it's pretty easy to solve generally. When I mean, let's be honest, VTubing is very gossipy and chatty. People like to talk a lot.
Yes.
But if you treat people well and you make clear what is acceptable and not acceptable to share, there's a lot you can mitigate there. And there's also the fact that a lot of issues when it comes to security breach and um, data theft is pretty easily avoided with just a little data security knowledge and a little a simple protocol is going to be very effective at mitigating most of those issues. Now, of course, there's the accident that can happen and you can get hacked, but at the moment, VTubing doesn't seem to be a prime target for hackers outside of the usual Discord account free nitro stealing. But yeah, I think it's just that it's pretty easy to solve as a problem.
Fair. Actually, I'm curious in terms of general competence when it comes to maintaining tight security around company information. How would you say VTubing as an industry ranks in that regard? Generally speaking.
It depends on the company. Some company like Hololive and Niji Sanji have been very good at it, and then there still have been some big company like Brave Group who've had issues. I
Yes.
think because it was one of its subsidiary, quote unquote.
Yeah.
So it's not directly their mistake. It's just one of their associates, which it's still bad, of course, but it at least takes some of the heat off of them because it's not their fault directly. But of course, it's best to avoid any issues at all.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think because VTubing is born on the internet, of course, there's a lot of people that don't know about things like this, and that's sad. But I know that someone like Kenisu, for example, gonna shout him out very quickly, is very good at when it comes to data security, and I know he's been working with some people behind the scene to fix their issues related to that, and I think that's pretty good. And of course, I mean, even then, it's pretty easy to salvage. Just don't stack data in something that can be hacked. Put everything on a data pad or a data key, or I don't know, print it. That's what I do with my own contracts. I don't store them. I just print them and just
Yeah,
keep them physical. That way, nobody can data steal them probably because they
true.
don't exist.
Also, on top of that, would you agree that generally speaking, like you said, right? Most companies seem to be on top of, making sure that they maintain good data security practices, but even in the cases where things go wrong, it's usually pretty quickly and effectively fixed. Because I know that with Brave Group, when it came to the VSPO auditions having their information leaked, Brave Group was able to step in and basically say to everybody, oh, if you've had your information compromised because of this, just reach out to us and we'll pay for you to do things like move all of the costs that come with changing your phone number and stuff like that. So they came out from that particular controversy with what I would say a PR win. It became a net positive for them because they were willing to spend that money for people who were affected. But generally speaking, would you agree that the companies in this industry, especially at the top, seem to be in a better position to recover from that?
I think it's because, it took them a bit of time to address this. When they did eventually address it, Brave Group with full 100%. Yes, we're gonna cover some of the cost because we fucked up essentially. Admitting to wrongdoing and then offering compensation, even if it is not taken, will be of course very appreciated by the public and the people affected. It's just a case of showing that you care. Do you necessarily care? Maybe for different reasons. Maybe they care more about their image than actually the data that was stolen. But it doesn't matter because at least they showed that they care somewhat, which is sufficient for most people. And I'd say that it's easier for bigger company to recover, because they have more funds. So it's
That's
less
true.
of an egregious ask to be like, hey, can you cover my phone bill, or can you cover me moving out? Well, they have the money to spare, but let's imagine if I don't know, taking them completely randomly, but let's say VDR does something like this similar. Do they have the cost to compensate for people like that? I don't think they would.
True, that's true. So yeah, this
Because
does seem to be
they don't have the same money pool. They don't have a bunch of investors ready to frisk the money out, essentially, because they know it's what's best for the company's image.
that's fair.
No,
That's
not trying
fair.
to dunk on them. It's just matter of fact statement.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier about how important it is to just get across to the general public the idea that you care, right? That even if something doesn't cost you a lot financially, that you're still willing, even if something does cost you a lot financially, you're willing to pay out just for the sake of making things right. Generally speaking, in this space, in this industry, what is an example of a time where a company has managed to make one of those gestures that you think has most effectively gotten that message across to their audience, right? That they care?
Well, I think it's Brave Group again, and with the whole Idol merch debacle when they acquired it, where they promised they would solve it, and it did work out in the end. It did get solved. People either got refunded or the much they actually paid for. So I think most of the example are coming from Brave because they're acquiring all of these failing companies and they're actually cleaning out their public image and improving it.
Huh. I hadn't thought about it that way. That's fair enough, actually. Would you say that
So
in terms of PR...
it's
Sorry,
Mhm.
Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say it's a bit sad that they have to clean up the mess of other people, but they're acquiring another company, so it kind of defaults to them as their responsibility. And they could be very cynical and oh, we're not responsible for that, we're not gonna address it. The fact that they're going out of their way to address it is, I think, a good showing, and why people aren't worried when they're acquiring 20 VTubing companies, because they've done a very good job at basically cleaning houses and keeping a very pro and clean public image. And just as a reminder, currently they have 387 VTuber active under their management as a group. So it's
Kind of
I don't know why
massive.
more people are talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like you said, Brave Group has done a pretty good job of laying low throughout the entire time that's been buying up all of these other companies. But I was going to say, I think conversely, because of the fact that Brave Group seems to have bought up a lot of companies that probably would have failed without their intervention, and also the fact that in the case of something like Idol, it picked them up right when they were, I would assume, on the brink of collapse. I do think that does artificially inflate how good their image is a little bit, because they're stepping in and, well, I suppose the way that I would phrase it is, when you're used to having things taken from you, getting nothing seems like a reward, right? And I know that with Idol Corp in particular, it was, shall we say, very mismanaged under the previous leadership before Brave Group stepped in. So I don't think it would be very difficult to make anything an improvement. They still have that spat with YouTube currently ongoing, where after, I think a lot of people remember in January, pretty much the majority of the talents across, I believe, Idol, Globee, V4,
those are the three most affected.
Yeah, they got demonetized on YouTube for some sort of, YouTube said it was deceptive practices or something like that. Most of them, I think, half or most of them have gotten their monetization back since. But there are still quite a number of those talents that are still demonetized on YouTube. And for some reason, I've never seen this happen before, where YouTube seems to be really, really adamant on just not giving up on keeping those channels demonetized for some reason. And I've never seen that amount of obstinacy from YouTube in the face of another corporation before. Because Brave Group has outright threatened to sue as well. And we know that YouTube has taken down channels from Hololive and Niji Sanji before, and they've negotiated with those companies to bring those back up. So I'm honestly quite confused as to why YouTube remains so stubborn when it comes to this in particular. But yeah, sorry.
Sure, maybe it's because they believe there really were some wrongdoing, and there's been some people making rumors and some people making scenarios of what might have happened. But the truth is, we still don't know at the moment.
Yeah, that's fair. It is an interesting kind of situation to keep track of, and I hope they manage to work that out behind the scenes through whatever means necessary. But right now, it's not a lot of information that we have.
In limbo.
Yeah, a little bit in limbo. I do think that Brave Group is going to become more of a talking point in the industry, though, over the next few months, definitely. Sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm not gonna glaze Brave Group too hard. I do have some criticism for them, especially because I think one of the big thing that Brave Group is missing is cultural identity. Because Hololive, it's like Idol but with a side of gaming, and Niji Sanji is Niji family and gaming bros essentially culture. But what does Brave Group have? I don't think they have anything really that's that makes them a bit different, a bit out there. What's their uniqueness? I don't see it currently.
I was going to say, I think that's a side effect of the fact that most of the talents that they have were not grown by them, but rather pre-purchased and pre-packaged when they bought them. Yeah. So, I don't know if Brave Group is interested in having some sort of brand identity, to be honest. Although I do agree with you that it would probably help, because right now, if you just think about how much this company is trying to buy up the small corpo scene, without a brand image or anything like that, it can come across as threatening. It can come across very cynical. Sorry.
Look at Globee. What's their identity outside of being the European corp? I wish we had something more.
Yeah, that's
As
true.
a fellow
I do think
European, I wish we
that
had something more.
I do think that Globy has fallen into a little bit of a trap where its identity is mostly the market niche that it fills. Where
Yeah,
it's the
but
same trap that Idol ES fell into, where
exactly.
outside of just, oh, we are the branch that caters to X audience, the
Mm.
the group itself doesn't really seem to have that much of a coherent identity. And
Can work if you're the only one on the market, which for both Globy and Idol, yes, they kind of are currently. Because I mean, what other alternative is out there outside of some questionable corpo we shan't be naming in this presentation for the sake
yes,
of not getting sued.
yes.
But yeah, it works for them currently because they're the only one. But if there's ever a fierce competitor that arose, well, then they're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, and I do think that having a brand identity that isn't your market, or sorry, isn't your intended market, is just a good thing in general, because it allows you to have a little bit more self-expression than just your audience. Because every single creator, every single entertainment genre is going to, at least in part, be defined by their audience. But generally, you want that split to be either 50-50 or more determined by the creator slash creators themselves than just to be entirely guided by the audience. But that's just spitballing at this particular point in time. The second
Do want to
practice.
comment on
Oh, sorry, yeah?
just before we move on?
Yeah.
Zoe's comment. I just want to say that I've actually talked about this topic with like some other corpo managers, and well, the thing is, the if you want to apply to a corporation, you're kind of gonna have to give up your name, else you won't be considered, because people do run background check on you. So you know,
Oh,
I
yeah.
understand where Zoe's coming from, but if you really want to be doing this seriously, you're gonna have to trust a little and share some of your personal information with like the company you're applying to. Of course, you don't have to share everything, and you can be careful about certain things. But things like your name, you're kind of gonna have to share,
Yeah, purely for the
because
sake of making sure that you can actually establish a professional
yeah.
relationship with
For,
them.
and also for the sake of it, it's because most companies won't hire you if if you're like done. Uh, if you're a career criminal company, I'm not sure an idol company is gonna hire you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And believe me, they exist. There are people who have active cases who are trying to become VTuber, and it's a thing.
I was going to say as well, one of the things that I was talking about in one of my earlier streams a few weeks ago, where I was discussing good practices to walk into an interview with, good practices to walk into an auditions process with, is understanding that while you may have to give up your personal information to a company that hasn't even agreed to hire you yet, it's also the case that they have an obligation to hand over certain information to you. For example,
Yeah.
even if you are just somebody who's in first round of interviews, if you ask that company for something like their business registration number, that is information that if they are actually a serious company, they should have on hand. Because the moment you formally incorporate a company, your information becomes publicly accessible. You have a formalized business registration number. And if you're not able to give that out, either you don't have it or you're just not interested in being very transparent with your interviewees. And the thing is, information should be a two-way street when it comes to something like that.
Yeah.
And I feel like it is a little bit of an underrated point for people to proactively ask questions about the company as opposed to simply answering whatever questions the company has for them. I don't know how much this lines up with your experience in the industry, though.
No, I'd say that's fair. I mean, even maybe agree to sign an NDA so you can ask other question
Oh,
about
yeah,
like how they
absolutely.
work.
Yeah.
I think that's the best of both options. if you really want to know more what you're getting into, just sign an NDA and ask them question about how their company works. Because remember, I know many people view NDA as like this corporate gag, but it also works the other way, as in uh, it allows you to ask you question you wouldn't be able to ask otherwise about how the company works. And
Yeah.
so if you end up not being interested, well, you can just say no, and guess what? You've signed an NDA, so like both of you can walk away, and as long as you don't talk about it, this conversation never existed, you know,
Yeah.
and it's fine.
And yeah, this is something that I've talked about on previous streams as well. But once you sign an NDA before you start asking questions of the company, it becomes very, very easy to tell whether their refusal to give you information is because they can't do it or because they won't do it. And when you sign an NDA, there is no reason for them to say that they can't share information with you if you've signed an NDA. If
There's still
you've
gonna be some information that's inaccessible to you, but they should at least be honest about it and more forthcoming, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It becomes a lot easier to do that vibe check, I suppose, with whoever's
Yeah.
interviewing you at the time. Which actually kind of ties in quite neatly to the second practice that you brought up, which is the idea of misleading customers or just people in general that you're talking to. Because I would make the argument that customers, in terms of when you say misleading customers, right? If we're talking about VTubing, do you just mean potential audiences, or would that also include something like, for example, if you are a company that just put out an audition announcement, right? Would your auditionees also fall under that general umbrella?
Yeah, it's just like when I say misleading customer, it can be misleading the public in general and people you interact with or that like are relevant to you. Like I guess it's another of my pet peeve I didn't mention previously, but the example of like GFE VTuber or BFE VTuber not disclosing that they are currently in a relationship. You know, if you do that content while not disclosing it, it feels a bit like you're lying to your audience.
Yeah. In
Because
that
you know you're
particular
offering
case,
that fake relationship experience while being in a real relationship, and it's like, I don't know, it feels icky.
but
I don't
some
like it.
people might say that, oh, it's not information that you need to share or something like that. What would you
Sure,
say in response to that?
I will agree. You don't have to, but if people discover it, guess what will happen? That's not gonna end pretty good for you. You know, you also have to think of like the consequences and how people will react. Do people overreact sometimes and are entitled? Yes, of course they do. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't consider it.
Yeah. Certain things will come along with the territory when it comes to, if you choose to set aside a content niche and pursue it, you're essentially going to have to come prepared. Otherwise, when things start falling apart, you're going to be constantly on the back foot. Oh, Prince of Dude, thank you for the Arca Super. Thank you for bankroll. Thank you for being an oiler for these streams. An absolute gigachad. I'm not staying awake with this 7 a.m. is too early for my burnt out programmer brain. VOD getting strong. I look forward to watching this and adding it to the rotation of sleep aid. Also share to Boss Son and chat. As of characters less so feet or something. Thank you so much for showing up anyways. And I hope you have a
Its feet
good rest.
do look pretty good. Mechanical. Go look at their art.
Yes.
I'm seeing something interesting in the chat, an NTR experience. Honestly, I don't think I've seen many VTubers do that, and I think that'd be pretty good meta like
Meta
thing to do.
commentary.
I don't think you would do it all the time because it gets boring and annoying.
Yeah.
But like a GFE VTuber doing like an NTR stream once in a while, that would be very fun.
Like a one-off bit where you one of your ASMRs is just I whisper to you while you're in the chair and something like that, right?
Yeah, because I personally despise NTR with all my heart. I hate it, but I know some people love it. So like you shouldn't see things like that as like something. I often say there are no problems. There's only solutions and opportunities, and you shouldn't look at I'm a GFE VTuber and I'm in a relationship as a limitation. You should see it as an opportunity to make interesting content. No, the thing is, you have to just be honest to your audience, and they will love you for it. That's all you need to do. Just be honest.
True. I mean, if you're upfront with who and what you are and what you make, then it reduces avenues for people to build up resentment towards you later.
Exactly.
Which
It's
I
about
do.
preventing potential resentment.
Yeah. Speaking of potential resentment, I suppose with the GFE thing, with the GFE BFE thing, like not disclosing that you're in a relationship despite doing that kind of content, is that I suppose the misleading practice, the deceptive practice that is your biggest pet peeve when it comes to this industry?
That's definitely one because it ties in with my whole belief that you should be honest to your audience as much as you can. Please be very careful the way I word it. Because of course you're not going to be able, and you shouldn't share everything. Like you shouldn't overshare, obviously,
Yeah.
which is something I've criticized some people before. But you at least make an effort to have some decorum
Yeah.
and put yourself in a place where you'll be able to walk around comfortably with your audience and don't feel like you're walking on eggshell constantly. Because
Yeah.
the more you walk on eggshell, the higher the risk of fucking up and making a big mess out of things. I've seen plenty of like GFE streamer get revealed that they're in a relationship, and then it kind of destroyed their career. I mean, the biggest example we have is like what's her name again? A green lady from All
Russia?
Alive, Urusha. There you go, which is the premier example of exactly this misleading practice. Where I don't know if you were there, I'm sure, but I insist that this was absolutely crazy. There was millions of dollars of merch being burned and pictures being shared on Twitter and 4chan. It was insane. Millions of dollars, entire shrine being burned when the first Discord message thing with Mapu happened. It was utterly insane.
I will say, though, from a more cynical standpoint, the fact that much merch got destroyed probably made whatever merch was left over go up in value. Because I would
Actually,
assume...
no, because people disliked Russia and they were selling their real
Oh,
and
okay, yeah,
the
true.
marriage ring, and it flooded the market, so the value just went down.
You're right. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah,
I would
no.
agree, but not in this case.
Fair enough. Actually, that brings up something that I've talked about on stream before, but I'm quite interested to hear how you would sort of make this distinction. But how would you differentiate the concept of being honest with your audience from the concept of being transparent with your audience? Because that is something that Itsuma and I brought up in chat just then as well. The whole idea of like, quote unquote transparency being a really popular marketing gimmick in this space. Would you make a distinction between those two? Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I would. But before we talk about that, I just want to say an idea I just had. What if we made the Russia marriage ring into like the Sonichu of Itumi? The cursed object.
Oh, I think we need something way worse to happen before it could gain that much power. Because Sonichu is like that medallion is. There was a lot of cursed energy that went into the creation of that artifact.
But I guess it's like I guess the difference is like I'm showing you this with no context. I am being transparent, and I can't show you this, or I will show you only this because of X, and that's the difference with honesty. I'm not sure if that makes sense.
Honesty is when you provide information with the intention of making it understandable to your audience, whereas with transparency, you're just sharing information without necessarily also having to have that intention behind it.
Yes. Sometimes you will share things because it makes you look good rather than making people trying to understand why things are the way they are.
Yes. This is... Every time I see this happening with like a company, or like a small company shilling out how much revenue split they give to their talents and whatever, it's always something that it always bothers me, because the reaction to it is almost always just this universal approval. And I mean, I understand why. I understand why it might look like a good thing. But at the end of the day, this is something that I've said to the people who watch my streams before as well. Your revenue split that the company, you know, the amount of money that the company takes from you as a proportion of your earnings, that's not just a cost to the streamer or to the creator. That is also a measure of the company's degree of obligation to them. So if the company doesn't get most of their money from the creators and their audience, what makes you think that the company is going to put their concerns above, let's say, where they do get the money from? Whether that be the CEO, whether that be from investors, or whether that be from somewhere else, wherever that may be. So whenever companies flex their, you know, sharing their revenue splits as if there's some major thing, it always makes me like question, why are they using this as a selling point instead of, you know, other things? Like, for example, what kind of support they offer to their audience, etc., etc.
I think a lot of this is consequences of what we've seen with Niji Sanjin, you know, that whole 2% merch thing. And
Yeah.
like ever since then, like money split has been a big talking point
That's
ever
true.
since that happened. And so that's why it's a bit of a buzz at the moment to share that, you know. Sometimes you have to look at not at the context around why they're sharing this. And they're sharing this because at the moment it is still currently very much a talking point on revenue split for corpos. And you know, of course it's still a good thing that they're sharing it, but you have to think about it a bit more cynically than just it's strictly net positive.
Yeah, I do feel like
Of course, I do feel like it's a good thing still, but take it with a grain of salt.
yeah, don't buy into this tactic so easily. Make it a bit more difficult for these companies to earn your trust. Because, like I said before, companies that will have this happen will almost always turn out to be companies that have either screwed over their talents in some way, as Vertux did, as to some extent Idle did as well, or there is another shoe that is waiting to drop, where the main source of their money, later down the line, may end up doing something that causes the company to change course before its talents and its audiences are ready for them to do that. Which may or may not be the case when it comes to other companies that have tried this marketing tactic. Like, for example, the one that comes to mind is Pixel because around Christmas time, they had something happen internally with the company that involved some sort of what they called internal restructuring. And that usually implies that something to do with management has changed. That usually implies that the company itself is not doing a great job of staying afloat without external intervention. And, well, I mean, if your company is in a position to flex its revenue split with its talents, that probably means that most of the money it's getting within the first 3 years of its operation does not come from the talents and the audience, and therefore its obligations do not run majority in that direction either. So, at the moment, actually, I don't know, have you been seeing that kind of stuff going on?
I think I will just point out that something most people forget is that not everyone has the same contract necessarily, especially
Yeah.
between waves. So maybe the merch, the split is different between people.
That's true. So, I mean, when companies share this kind of information, again, this is something that I've harped on before about, but remember to
good,
approach it
but
with
be cynical.
skepticism. Yeah, be cynical. One thing that I do think is, and this is something I would expect of any entertainment industry, but because of a combination of the fact that VTubing is an entertainment industry plus how new it is as one, I do think that there is this stigma against cynicism that makes it really, really easy for people to have the wool pulled over their eyes by various corporations or bad actors running around in this space. So I don't know if that's something that you would also agree, something
I'd
that you've
agree.
also observed as well. Oh yeah, okay, so
Some people take things too much at face value.
yeah. How would you advocate for somebody to be able to adopt that level of cynicism, though? Especially when they're approaching this with the intention that most talents are entering this space with, where, you know, they're chasing a dream. They have, you know, they're a creative person. They're an artist. They are trying to bring a vision to life, etc., etc. They come into this space with a huge amount of optimism, the idea that it's going to, you know, make their life better, give them an escape from something they're dealing with IRL. How would you advocate to people like that the idea of adopting this lens of cynicism? Because I know that, at least for me, having to look at everything with that degree of cynicism just to be able to make sure I'm able to discern when something underhanded is being done, it does somewhat take the magic out of this space and out of the content that comes out of this space.
Yeah, I know a manager that I've mentioned previously. I don't know if he'd consider me a friend, but he's probably one of the most cynic person I've known because he's been around the industry quite a while. And it comes from a very Asian mindset, and he would often tell me people need to know their place, as harsh as it sounds. It's more akin of like being aware of your current position in the industries. Because if you're like a future talent that's auditioning, you need to understand that your position is that you're going to be working with this corpo in the objective to like create a brand, make money, make content, make them look good. It does take the magic out of it a little, but you know, it only takes the magic out of it when you're not in the heat of the moment. Generally, when I talk to streamer, they always tell me that they love streaming, and it's generally the things outside of it that like takes the magic away a little bit. But I don't think there's a good solution to that other than having a group of like friends or people you can rely on to talk to and share your woes at time, because a lot of things are like unavoidable when it comes to when you're going the professional route, whether you'd be independent or corpo.
Yeah, when you're
Because
relying on something to make money, then
yeah, you're starting to think it of you're making your passion your work essentially, and you know there's a lot of trappings that comes with that are unfortunately unavoidable. And that's why I often see also some VTuber like they make like regular content for like 4 days a week, and then every week they have that one stream that's always a bit different, that maybe is watched by less people, but that seems very pleasurable and satisfactory to the streamer during that stream. You know, maybe adopt a strategy like that where you're on quote unquote on your grind for most of your stream, but you always take that one stream off where you do something that's maybe more fun to you.
yeah, it's
Like
having
streaming
to,
for your sake.
yeah, you have to navigate that balance, I suppose, between actually acknowledging the realities of trying to make this into a living and still allowing it to be somewhat self-indulgent in terms of what kind of content you make, I suppose. It kind of reminds me of something that Randon said in one of his streams where he was talking about being a corpo VTuber. Randon the Orc, for those who don't know. And
I really like him actually, so it's good that you're mentioning.
I'm glad that you have good taste. But
He's very insightful.
oh, absolutely. Yeah, one of the things that he mentioned, one of the ways that he described the whole process of nurturing a VTuber in a corporate environment is this idea that you are locked into a race where you have to make sure that the corpo VTuber is able to become a streamer full-time or feel comfortable enough pursuing streaming as a full-time career before they run out of hope to do so. And that idea of having to race against somebody's, I suppose, doomer outlook countdown, I suppose, is the way that I would describe it. I think it's one of the more accurate ways of describing that whole struggle of trying to navigate the balance between idealism and cynicism when it comes to trying to turn this into a career, right? Because you walk into this, like I said before, with all of those dreams and you know, what you wish to accomplish, all your aspirations, what you envision for your future, what your ideal outcome for your career, what your ideal audience would look like. And then when you actually start, you know, doing this job for money, like you said, you have to come to terms with a whole bunch of potentially unpleasant realities, like the fact that, you know, like your manager friend said, right? You need to know your place, right? Which can be quite confronting for people who are creatively minded.
Used to it, yeah.
Yeah, especially when you are a streamer and your content is your personality, which in a way means that the product you are selling is you. So it's very easy to fall into a kind of self-centered way of thinking, develop a little bit of an ego, and that makes it very difficult to do things like to defer to somebody else, or to, I suppose, like you said, like your friend said, know your place, right? Because being in a corporate... Yeah, sorry.
I think there's two things to mention here. The first one is, well, know your place seems a bit confrontational and in poor taste to say. You know, it's one of those things where, sure, it sounds wrong, but is it true of 100%? I dare say 200%. And it comes also with ego checking, like you said. Because if you know what you are, where you're at, you're going to be more down to earth and, like you said on that last Pirate Software stream, not buy into your own hype.
Don't get high on your own supply when it comes to, like, you know, selling your own charisma, your own, like, personality as a brand.
And I remember you saying this not too long ago. VTubing is an industry built on dreams, so you know that's a big part of it.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have to function as part of a corporation, when you have to work with other people, right? Your dreams cannot always be prioritized first and foremost, which is probably one of the more difficult things to juggle when you're...
As a manager, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's hard having to tell... I've not been in that position, but I imagine it's hard to tell someone that it's not your time now, you know?
Yeah,
That probably it's the moral kind of lot.
Janus, Janus Grombulus in chat makes a pretty good point. When your content...
Hi, Janus.
When your content is your personality, it's very easy to get attached and personal, which is probably why so many VTubers end up going Monhero. I could absolutely see that being the case.
Because you're selling yourself, in a sense, you're the product.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the alternative is you create a personality for you to sell to your audience, but then because of how often you are, depending on how your regular streaming schedule is, there is very much a chance that the fabricated personality that you came up with ends up beginning to bleed into your actual personality. This is like a very well documented and common occurrence when it comes to streaming in particular, because of how regularly people make content in that regard. But yeah, sorry, were you going to...
I mean, even in people that don't create this identity, how often do you see VTuber tweeting like, "Oh, I said this streamer thing while in real life I am ashamed," you know? Like, even people that like don't fabricate this whole fake personality thing, it still bleeds into their regular life.
Yeah. I mean, when you end up saying something like poggers to a cashier at the supermarket,
I remember one example very clearly of Lumi Kaneko. Yes, I'm quoting her again. I really like her. Going, "Oh, I was trying out outfit in the mirror, and then I asked, does this look like on me chat?" And I was just me in my room. So, you know.
Man, the stream of brain rot is actually real. Like, I'm genuinely convinced that it changes your brain chemistry to some. It rewires the way that you think.
It does.
Yeah. I mean, one of the smaller examples of this that I've talked about on stream before is nowadays after having streamed for like getting on a year now, when I go into other streamers' chats and I'm like watching their content, instead of just paying attention to them and what they're saying, I will start reading their chat and start looking at the names and memorizing those as well. And that when I caught myself doing that, I was like,
Habits.
"Oh, I've changed. I have something's altered in my mind now. Those are the way that I
You've
process
been mind
information."
broken by streaming.
To some
That make a
extent,
good
maybe. Mind broken by streaming. I wouldn't be surprised if that's already like something that's out there somewhere.
Probably, but it's not meta yet, so maybe wait a couple more years.
Yeah. This reminds me of a pastor who fell asleep and woke up to a phone call answering it with "Dear Heavenly Father." Yeah, being a streamer does encode like new instincts and reflexes into your brain. So, I mean, talking to yourself and using the word chat is one of them. Very common one, but yeah. Even the chair is parasocial. All of us are. If we make content online, you're always going to be to some degree parasocially attached. Like,
As long as you're a public figure, there will be parasocial. That's not a bad word, that's just an adjective.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of outright negative things, though, or things that are probably less ambiguous than something like something as stigmatized as parasocial relationships, the next practice that you brought up was, and this was one that kind of surprised me in terms of how low you put it on the scale, which maybe will make more sense as we go up to talking about some of the others. But workplace favoritism being only the third bad practice that you brought up. What was, I suppose, the reasoning behind putting it here in the list?
I think there's two reasons for why it strike me as not that bad, because just like the first one, it's easily salvageable and observable. The difference is that are you willing to avoid it? Which is, I think, one of the big thing is that most companies that practice this are unwilling to stop it, either for interpersonal reason, for beef, or professional reason. It can be a lot of reason, but generally, workplace favoritism thrives because people don't want to stop it. And if we look at it a bit cynically, there's also monetary reason around it. Very often, the favorites are going to be some of the people that brings in the more money. So obviously, you'd make more stuff for them. There's a kind of cynical logic behind it. But the thing is, it creates a cycle where the favorites get more merch, more events, more attention. Therefore, they grow faster. Therefore, it keeps perpetuating itself.
Huh. So, would you say that it is as low as it is because of how easily identified it is, but it is as high as it is because even though it can be fixed relatively easily, it also requires a desire to break that cycle that you pointed out?
Exactly. You need to be willing to change that, and more often than not, favoritism comes from interpersonal relationship issue, which is way higher on the list. So I'd say it's more that workplace favoritism is a byproduct of that bigger issue than anything else.
That's fair. I will say, though, because when we look at some of the examples of some of the poster children, I suppose, of favoritism in corpo VTubing, so the three that I have here are Ayan Project, Niji Sanji, and Nexus. Nexus, which was bold enough, I suppose, to actually say out loud and explicitly that they were intending to allow favoritism in the way that their business model worked. One of the reasons why favoritism does seem to be so much of a thing in this industry as well, I do think you're absolutely right in that it is a side effect of another deeper, more severe problem, which is interpersonal relationships that get in the way of actually functioning properly. But I think that another reason why it is so common in this space is because favoritism is fundamentally tied to the spray and pray type business model of just shotgunning out talents and hoping one of them happens to be bigger than the others without your intervention. And then once that talent starts getting momentum, like you said, you start that self-perpetuating cycle of you invest in them because they're profitable and they become more profitable because they're invested in, to the detriment of everybody else as well. So I do think that it's also because of that being, you know, every wannabe CEO every wannabe CEO and tech bro seems to wander into this industry with the idea that that's the best way to start up a new corpo, where they'll just shit out talents constantly and hope that one of them turns out to be Gargura or Nene Amano or Pipkin Pippa or whatever, and then you just don't need to invest in the rest for whatever time period they operate for, which is a little frustrating.
Dare I say this, even just not good at all, because it's literally placing your egg in one basket. Imagine the talent grows so big that they decide, oh, I don't need the corpo anymore, I'm gonna go indie.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When it comes to explaining, sorry.
Actually, I'm thinking, is the company that Pikami was a part of still on right now? Because I feel like, if I remember, they did suffer from that problem. Like, Pikami was like their only big star. I don't remember. Maybe I'm saying something stupid. If chat can check me out, but
I wouldn't know, so I'd need to also defer to chat's knowledge. Oh, Alan! 7 months as a Footstool, just dropped by to say hi. Thank you for 7 months. Thank you for 7 months, and thank you for sticking by me for so long. But yeah, was it? Yeah, Voms. It was Voms. Vom still exists? Oh, okay. Alright.
okay.
Yeah, Whimsy, when you point out that isn't this what Idol EN did? Yeah, kind of. Because Idol EN was very much dominated by Rin Penrose's image while she was still a part of the company. To the point where, towards the end, when they were starting to go through problems with paying artists and stuff like that, paying freelancers, Rin had to actually step in and take over the company's PR for a little bit, which is, you know, it's going to tie into something that we'll talk about later on, but that's an outcome you never want to see, pretty much. But in terms of messaging, right? Is there any... Could you... If you were to come up with a way of trying to spread some sort of rhetoric among people who are looking to get into this industry or looking to grow companies in this industry, right? What would you say to prospective CEOs, or current CEOs for that matter, to sway them away from pursuing a business model that revolves around favoritism?
Just say, VTubing is not profitable. It took FaZe 2 years to become profitable, and while it is great, and once you get to a profitable state, you will reap so many rewards. It needs to have a lot of effort put into it, and not put all of your egg in one basket with one strat, because it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, every talent that gets big becomes a risk, right? Because there is a risk that should their personal brand become too much bigger than your company's brand, the risk is that they'll break off and do their own thing. So the more talents you invest in to become big, the more that risk gets spread around, so that, well, there's less incentive to just up and leave, I suppose. But yeah, one minor correction as a FaZe fan. It took 2 years not for FaZe to become profitable, but for FaZe to break even. So I think it's only now, or relatively recently, that FaZe has been able to actually start making money rather than simply digging itself out of the monetary hole that all companies start off in. So
we can even see it because now they're investing. They're like buying artist venues. They're
absolutely, yeah.
They did in the VTuber award show. You know, they're investing. That's a sign that they're doing good financially.
Yeah, exactly. And if you are walking into this industry, you're not prepared to do that for like, what, 2 years, 3 years? You're not going to make it. And I suppose, conversely, from the perspective of a talent or an audience member, if you see a new company crop up, if you see that they are not making those investments, if you see that they are walking into this, if they are bold or stupid enough to actually say, we are expecting a Gol Gura to come out of our ranks, know that
Doesn't just happen.
Sorry?
It doesn't just happen.
Yeah, it doesn't just happen. And also know that they are probably walking into this industry with a very specific idea of how they're going to make money, which is likely just by making a company that looks good enough to sell to somebody else. And that's pretty much it. It's just a grift if they're doing that. So
Hello, Idol.
yeah, I mean, Idol has a lot of very talented people under it. It's just a shame that the way that they were started up and initially run before they were bought out by Brave, it's I don't think it's possible to look at the way that they were managed early on and come to any conclusion but that they were intended to just be a cash grab for the person running it, I suppose. But yeah, it's
Well, it didn't end in too much backlash. I'd like to remind people that Kyorasu happened in Idol.
Yes.
Don't forget that.
Yes, never forget Kyorasu. Oh, yeah, there was definitely something. There was definitely something going very, very wrong behind the scenes.
Check her out, by the way. She's the weirdest, very entertaining.
Amen, amen. Oh. Speaking of black companies, though, another practice that you pointed out that is depressingly common when it comes to looking at the way that these small companies attempt to get themselves off the ground off the backs of the people who sign up is the excessive reliance on what you called crunch culture and overtime becoming like a normalized practice. And I mean, this is something that isn't unique to VTubing by any means, but
No.
in your opinion, what is it that makes this such, I suppose, an awful practice or something that's so destructive to the ability for a company and its employees to function? Because it is a crutch that a lot of companies across all different industries rely upon.
People's spirit, and then job becomes a chore. Yeah. Yeah, because it breaks people's spirit. They're like, job has become a chore, I don't want to go. And then that's when you start quiet quitting, and then that's where you're gone, you know? It really starts weighing on you when you realize that you don't have enough free time anymore.
That's true. I
Because
suppose
people need...
Sorry.
You're human, you know? You need distractions, you need your own time, you need to relax. And if you don't have that, well, it's your psychology that takes a hit. And when that starts getting a hit, well, everything else starts faltering.
One thing in particular as well about crunch culture specifically, where, in your experience, right, where do you think the seeds of something like that comes from in a company?
It can come from different angle. If we look at very glaring example, like the video game, generally it's because the game is gonna release soon, or we're gonna release this game for Christmas because that's like the high time when everyone's buying stuff, especially video games. And so it's kind of like putting yourself in a bad situation. But generally it's the fault of yes man saying yes we can do that when they have actually no idea if they can or not.
So,
and the issue is that it spreads the responsibility between upper and middle management, and then it ends up being no one's fault and just the investors, and then it becomes a mess.
At least in part, because you described people yes-manning one another, right? During the creative process as being one of the things that creates crunch culture. I know for a fact that this is something that's very common in video game creation, video game development, where one of the issues is that studios that create a hug box around their employees will end up becoming victims of a massive amount of scope creep during the creative process, where like you described, right? People will have suggestions for what can be included in the game, and then it'll slowly balloon outwards in terms of what they want to do. And then by the time that they actually get too close to the deadline to accommodate all of that, everyone just starts crunching in order to make this impossible vision come into reality. And what ends up emerging at the other side is this abortion of a product. To me,
there's also the issue of like, there's someone that's very famous for this. He's a creator in Black and White, I think. Peter Molyneux, where he will oversell project like crazy, like this will be life changing, and no one has ever done this, and and he keeps adding features, and the developers are just they're waiting to play Russian roulette back at the office every time he speaks publicly. It's there's also a side of that, of like overselling your product.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, both that kind of creative yes-manning and the whole overselling your own product, to me, that comes across as byproducts of lacking a fundamental vision. Because the thing is, if you don't have an overarching vision, it becomes very easy for just anybody to hop in and say, oh, yeah, why don't we include XYZ? And then that becomes a part of the intended final product. And same thing when it comes to overpromising to your audience. If you don't have an overarching vision of what you want your end thing to be, well, anything becomes a fair promise to make to the audience then. So
I think Burbo said something very relevant. He mentioned Todd Howards, and I will have to agree. When was the last Elder Scrolls 6 trailer? What, 7, 8 years ago? We're still waiting, Todd. It's been 2 decades nearly since Skyrim. I am waiting. Please give me Elder Scrolls 6.
At this rate, would you even trust Bethesda to make it properly?
No, it's like Star Citizen. It's Scorpion.
Man, what happened to Star Citizen? Like,
It's
last
the
I
same
heard,
thing.
it's just this abysmal cash grab of a game where it's just milking whales and nothing else.
Currently in closed beta, they have like closed alpha. They have like a debut build, quote unquote. Like it's The issue is that I actually made a thesis on this in university, funnily enough, about like failed video game project via Kickstarter. And the issue is that it spreads the money. So instead of having like an initial 24 million, where they're like, okay, we know the budget for our game, it's like 24 split between 5 years. So it as the project money grows, the size and scope of it grows with it. But you still haven't finished the early part.
I see. Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. So as your resources grow, there's this pressure to make your
game bigger.
Your scope bigger as well to
the
match.
Audience expectation, they just see the 48 million. They don't see that 48 million was spread within 5 years.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. Man.
I made my whole thesis on that. I was very, very good. People liked it.
Would you say the same thing kind of applies to VTubing as well? Like when you see the numbers go up, right? And then you feel the need to sort of compromise on your content or stretch yourself too thin with your audience, and as a result burn yourself out as a performer, as a creator. I do feel like there's some kind of... I think that it is kind of an equivalent thing, although maybe it's less motivated out of some sort of cynical desire that you might see in, like, if game publishers and stuff like that. But I think it still fundamentally stems from that audience expectation egging people on. Yeah,
I think a lot of it is related to the fact VTuber feel like they owe their audience, and they do. Like, don't mistake me for what I'm saying, but you need to put like boundaries on how much exactly you owe to your audience. Of course, you owe everything to your audience for like making you live, paying your bills, making you able to be this entertainer, all of that. But you don't owe them your health and your mental health in that sense.
Yeah.
Like, you owe them a lot of your life. but they don't own you. If
Exactly.
there's be that
Yeah, yeah.
difference.
You need to be able to maintain that separation and boundary, right? It's okay to use your
Still your
sorry.
audience,
Yeah,
they aren't your owner. You're not a slave.
exactly. Like it's good to like by all means turn your own mental health into some sort of content, right? But don't use your audience, don't rely on your audience to be a receptacle for your mental health. Because
Yeah.
that doesn't end up well for either the creator nor their audience. So actually, yeah, Alan, you bring up a pretty good example of this where Hololive seems to be. I suppose it's not really falling into the same problems that something like Star Citizen is falling into, but it is still in a situation where because the audience is expanding and because their reputation, their brand is expanding, they also have to up the ante when it comes to the kind of content they produce and the kind of the kind of experiences they provide to their audience. And I am convinced that at least at some portion during last year, they did not get that balance right. Did you read the latest shareholder report that they released?
I have.
Did you read the section where they said something about how there was a member of management that got either demoted or fired? There was some sort of they mentioned some sort of restructuring when it comes to their management in response to
They did, yeah.
needing to maximize talent satisfaction or something like that. And that
I
was
was when I saw that, I wonder, is that Ina's guy that screwed up her paperwork? That was my first thought.
I would assume that it might have something to do with that. Either that or the same quote unquote management that Fauna had disagreements with before leaving. Because
There's also Crony who's had issue with the manager.
yeah. I mean, recently, I don't know how much of this is due to just collabing with Gigi, but recently, Crony seemed to be a lot happier as well. So I would
She
assume
does.
that something
I mean,
has changed.
I think there's something that happened just before the Crony coin stuff, because when someone is making something so inventive, it's definitely because they're feeling good.
Yeah, no,
So
absolutely.
I definitely feel like something happened not too long before the Crony coin stuff that made her in a better place mentally, and it's probably that manager, I'd assume.
Yeah, assuming it's all
Because
one
I don't know if
person.
you,
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, but she said some pretty scathing thing at one point, like I haven't seen him in days. I'm so upset.
Yeah, no,
She
she talked
was
about getting
talking
ghosted for when it
smack.
comes to like perms
Yeah.
and stuff. Yeah, she was very vocal about that. So I do
Oh, it
think
goes
that it might be that.
vintage.
Vote Goes Vinted is I whoever
I
made
love
the
that meme. I'm so sorry.
whoever made the decision to cast Gigi needs a raise because holy shit has that one girl completely upped the ante of the way that your average Hollow EN collab seems to go. There's just this amount of energy to Hollow EN that I'm not going to
Just
say
gonna
it wasn't
say,
there before, but it's definitely something that feels like it feels new, I suppose.
I'm just gonna say, if you knew Gigi from her past life when she was in another corpo, you're not surprised by this girl had so much potential from the get-go.
Fair enough. But damn, whoever does the talent selection for Hollow is
Oh yeah, they're very
absolutely
good. Their talent
absolutely
scouts are
cracked.
amazing, dude.
Yeah.
They're cracked, yeah.
Insane.
I love Gigi too. She makes such great clip material. It took her a bit of time to stand out because Elizabeth Roseflame and Raora are
Yeah.
also pretty big. Especially Raora's clip are amazing. But now that it's taken on, yeah, I expect Gigi to be girl bossing her way to stardom.
Sure. I would
For the record, I
assume
hate girl boss stuff. I just think it's funny to say it as a meme.
I would assume though, because a lot of people have said this before, but Gigi strikes me as being one of the few people in Hollow EN that might genuinely be an extrovert. Like someone who gains energy from interacting with other people. And I would assume that that's why she had a little bit of a slower start when it comes to standing out, because I would assume that her power level expands in proportion to how many people she comes into contact with. So,
I think she's one of the best collaborators we've seen
oh
in
yeah, no, hands
Hololive
down.
for a long time.
Yeah,
She just brings out the best in people. Like she's perfect at what she does. And the issue when you're someone like that is that it might like erase you a little because you push others so much, but somehow she manages to also push herself in the front while elevating other, which is such a rare skill set to have. Like she's gold, man.
yeah,
She's gold in a
absolutely.
can. I don't want to say she's the next Gargura because that's
That's a bit of a
almost always
cuss
that's
name.
poorly. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the
the Sonichu
Sonichu.
thing where it's
Yeah, yeah,
curse.
yeah. We're thinking along the
But
same lines.
but she has the potential to grow to mainstream relevance similarly to her. Let's put it that way, and to elevate other while doing it. That's what makes her so great. Like, if Gigi leaves, I'm gonna be so disappointed because like she's their number one asset at the moment. She's so amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that she's breathed new life into the whole
And
hollow collab thing. The whole she's introduced a lot of I don't know how to phrase it aside from just energy, just like raw,
yeah,
unbound energy, which is
it's like bells. It's a ball of chaos.
yeah, exactly.
They're very similar in that fact. But as Bells has grown, I'm not gonna say she's become more tame. Absolutely not. She keeps bursting on Twitter like insane. But let's just say that she's shifted her priorities a little, and she's doing perfectly fine, and I still enjoy her content. It's just that she's grown as a creator, and she doesn't have the same vibe anymore. And Gigi has that vibe that she feels a spot that like was missing.
Yeah, quite a little bit. I mean, when you are a creator and a successful one for a while, it can become pretty easy to at least have a portion where you become a little bit more jaded with your job, right? Where it's not so much that you maybe lose enthusiasm for it, but I suppose there's less of that sort of bright-eyed wonder that you go about your job with. Which,
That spark.
yeah, exactly. She is Bibu Kidnapper.
She is, and it's great. Love me some Bibu.
GG Best Fist?
I just want to come back to something else someone said earlier where they talked about the "we are not friend" thing,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, I recognize that. That's a FNAF fan, wood chipper.
Amen.
The FNAF fan goes in the wood chipper. You go there.
I would assume though,
No,
because
but
I would assume that when a creator actually, this is something that you've probably been paying a lot of attention to because of the nature of your job, right? But whenever I see a creator having to have that talk with their audience, that we are not friends, you and I, that kind of interaction, it always comes across as a little bit inherently risky, right? Because there are a multitude of ways in which that can go wrong, depending on how well you've set things, depending on how well you've set things up beforehand. But yeah,
absolutely.
in terms of your experience, right? Are there any examples of that going horrifically wrong that come to your mind? And if so, like, what would you... I suppose, how would you advise people on avoiding that same pitfall?
I don't think it's exactly the same as the "we're not friend" thing, but it's more similarly in the fact of like trying to set boundaries with your audience. And yes, we're gonna go back to Niji Sanji. I'm so sorry, but they just have the best examples. One thing that went very wrong is Finana, educate yourself.
Oh yeah, okay.
I don't know if you remember that one.
Yeah, no, I do. I do.
But I'm sorry to all Niji Sanji fans if they are out there, but they just have the premier examples for things going wrong more often than not. And the issue with that is that it's important to set boundaries, right? And the issue you have with that is that every streamer is going to have different boundaries. And the reason why often that talk come is because many creators do emulate a friendship relation with their audience, and they're perfectly fine with that. But others may not be comfortable with it, and it's it's that big part of the issue that each content creator is different and gonna have different boundaries, and sometimes it's hard to navigate them. So it's good and important to refresh memories and set your boundaries, but you shan't forget that you are walking on eggshell, woman. You need to be careful with the way you word it and the way you say it. You need to make it very clear that this is just the way you feel like, the way you roll, this is what you're comfortable with, that you don't hate your audience,
Yes.
just you want to make clear what you want to be about. You need to like frame it in a very, you need to be very attentive to the way you frame it, because if at any point the way you frame it can feel like reactionary or childish or petulant or like kind of critical of your audience, which the underlying message is of course critical of your audience, but it should be the underlying message, not the main message. Because the moment you start like going too hard on your own audience, there is a high risk they will reject you and it will end ugly.
Yeah. No, one thing that you said
It's all about
then
that framing. You need that window.
about yeah, one thing that you said about the way that you frame it being important, where you have to be able to project the impression that you are communicating as in as genuine a manner as possible, right? I do think that one of the things that defines whether that talk goes well or ends badly is being able to not condescend to your audience when you are having that talk. Like, you
don't treat them like petulant children, or
Exactly,
they will act
yeah.
like petulant children.
Yeah, that's actually really you get the audience that you get the audience that you set for yourself, I suppose.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, when you're having that talk, I guess it's part of that is having to be self-aware as a content creator and recognizing that, at least to some degree, the very medium you're using to speak to your audience will encourage a degree of personal connection between you and them. And when you put yourself on a high horse and talk down to your audience as if, as if you are better than them.
You're having your Homelander moment. I am better.
Yeah,
Don't have your Homelander moment, basically.
Exactly.
Like, you need to put yourself on the same level as your others. The thing I like to tell people the most that I've worked with is, you're also no. Okay, that's better. If you are a VTuber, you should be a VTuber fan, right? And
Yes.
I tell them, imagine she was giving you that talk. Put yourself in the shoes of your own audience, and like putting yourself at their level will help you humble yourself and realize that you need to be careful in the way you talk about it. The image I've given to people I've worked with before is that the talk need to be like a iron hand gripping a canary. You need to be firm, but you need to be delicate.
I really like that image. I might steal that to use from now on. An iron hand gripping a canary.
Because you need to be firm and really set those boundaries and be like direct about what you find acceptable or not. But at the same time, you need to remember that this is fragile and this is a difficult talk to have, and it can end very wrongly.
Absolutely.
The audience is the canary.
Yeah. I mean, all it takes is a little bit too much squeeze, and all of a sudden you've ruined that thing that you've been trying to protect.
And all of a sudden you've got blood on your hand and you feel bad.
Nobody likes someone with blood on their hands. Yeah, exactly.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, so if you are a creator yourself and at any point you feel the need to have that talk with your audience, by all means have it, but like Zan just
I'd
said,
recommend, if you're worried, reach out to me, maybe I can give you your audience.
Yeah, I mean, are you willing to do that for free?
Depends.
I see. But yeah,
And
I mean,
businessman still.
it's not. Of course, understandable. If you have skills, monetize them. But yeah, no, this is I don't think it's evidently something that you've looked into multiple times before, and I mean, it sounds like such obvious advice, right? Like, don't talk down to your audience. It's always, it's always safe to assume that your audience is uninformed, but it's never safe to assume that they're stupid, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's something that I do wish that I do wish that this was a sentiment and understanding of audience created dynamics that was more popularly talked about, I suppose. Because
Actually, I think his name is John Monroe, Guides to Ethical Journalism, which is never assume the audience is more stupid than you, and never assume malice. Those are two
yeah,
important things.
yeah. The never assume malice thing is kind of difficult in VTubing, though. No.
VTubing it is, yes, but personally, I try to never assume malice.
That's fair.
But of course, at some point, like you should always give the benefit of the doubt. I think,
Yeah.
because it will come down as a reward when something bad happened to you, and because you've given the benefit of the doubt to other people, they will sort of be obligated to give it back to you in a sense.
That's true.
Of course, some people won't care, but you also need to think about like the bigger picture at times. So at first, never assume malice. Then, if you see it, if you feel like there's malice, if you're free to call it out. But if your first instinct is to assume malice, it will look bad on you.
Yeah, don't just jump to concluding malice when it comes to like looking at other.
Don't jump the proverbial gun.
Yeah, always have a backlog of things to point to if that's going to be your opening gambit, I suppose. And well, that is certainly what I try to do on my channel whenever I'm calling out a specific practice or behavior or whatever.
I'd rather assume people are ignorant.
Yeah. The next thing that you brought up, and this is something that I do think is it goes hand in hand kind of with the excessive reliance on overtime, because it speaks to a similar amount of entitlement, I suppose, and willingness to exploit the dedication of your workers among higher ups in a company. But the next thing that he brought up was relying on talent to make company assets as quote unquote extra homework. And the way that I defined that was without additional compensation, without matching compensation. And obviously we've had like a lot of examples of various black companies, small companies that have cropped up, done this, and usually died thereafter because the people they do this to almost invariably end up burning out and or leaving. The two that come to mind most recently are Bond Live EN, which got one of its talents to make assets for everybody, like make logos, and then paid them like $2 per logo or something like that.
Yeah.
And then Nexus, we know for a fact, I know that Inaria from Nexus had to essentially draw her own model with crunch as well, which she wasn't paid to do before, handing it off to the rigger, within 2 weeks of debut date. And we also know that when Nexus debuted on AniLive, after talking a big game about how AniLive was going to be the next big thing, the next platform that everyone was going to use, and how debuting on AniLive and AniLive exclusively was such a good idea, at the end of the day, one of the talents, Lulu Lasso, had to step up anyways and essentially make highlights of everyone's debuts and actually put them on platforms where people would watch them, just to make sure that people didn't just completely tune out of the company. So, yeah, no, we've had plenty of examples of this happening. But in your words, or from your perspective, what is it that makes this particular practice worse than the whole over-reliance on overtime and crunch culture thing?
Well, it's because I guess it's harder to call. And it's because, to an extent, it's expected that you're going to have that extra homework, in a sense. Because when you look at HoloLive, I call it extra homework because that's what HoloLive talent calls it often. They say, oh, I can't today, I have homework, And generally, it's a way to say they have company work. And to an extent, some of it is expected. There are meetings, there are probably marketing that they need to do. They probably need to look into certain things that are like outside of the scope of like regular streaming. So to an extent, it is expected. The issue is when you do it too much, or when you make talents do things that the company should be doing, such as with Lulu here making highlights and the logos.
I really hate how Nexus justified getting its talents to do stuff like that as well. Because they had a whole spiel about, oh, we're just creating an environment where it's up to individual talents to step up and show initiative and stuff like that. And that's just all fucking bullshit. Like, that's just a justification to not actually do your job as management. Like, holy...
Yeah.
But...
Because, like, I'd say highlight and logos should have been, like, the work of management. Unless, of course, the talent is like, oh, no, I want to have my own logo and do my own thing, then yeah, sure. But, like, that's thing you talk about with someone, you don't just, like, say, oh, do it all yourself. Of course, management is gonna happy to not have to spend money and let someone make their own logos, but it needs to come from them, not the other way around.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, at least if you're going to get your talents to make like any sort of company assets, right, or to do stuff for the company in general, I would assume that you have to like compensate them accordingly as well. Like, funnily enough, I'm actually, despite being a fan of Phase Connect in general, I am convinced that were it not for the talents insisting that they get paid for their work, Sakana would probably be willing to maybe try to get a few talents to do something for free. But thankfully, at least in the case of like Jelly, I'm pretty sure I'm willing to believe that this was just a bit that they were doing on stream, but when it comes to Jelly, we know for a fact that Sakana has hired her with the assumption that she was going to use her skills for the company. I would assume that he assumed that maybe they would get it for free, if not at a heavy discount. But it sounds like Jelly's still been pushing to have, adequate compensation be given every time she ends up using whatever music production expertise she has for the sake of a company project or something like that, which is reassuring as a fan. But it's the thing that I despise about this being a common thing in this industry in particular is that the thing is, technically speaking, it is quite easy to work around this as a talent, right? Because if you don't get additional compensation, you could just tell your management, yeah, no, that's not within my remit according to whatever payment agreement, according to whatever country I live in or whatever. I have the right to be compensated for doing this additional work, or you're getting me to do work that's not within my contract. According to this legally binding agreement that we both signed, I don't have to do this, right? It is almost always possible to solve this problem by just being assertive. But the problem is, this is an industry where young, creative-minded, usually occupationally inexperienced women are incredibly overrepresented. And generally speaking, meaning that there are going to be exceptions, but they don't disprove the rule. Generally speaking, women are more predisposed to try to be agreeable with whoever they're speaking to. And that means that companies that end up doing this as a norm can get away with doing this for a really long time, just because of the demographics that exist in this industry. And that just really sucks to see when it happens.
I like to keep it simple. I think it's fair to ask for a discount in, for example, with Sakana and Jelly, because they provided the model, the platform, and she wouldn't have those opportunities without Phase. But at the same time, it's still work. It deserves a pay,
Yeah. And especially if it's not something that's strictly outlined in a contract.
Sure, I think that's the negotiated discount. I think that's the gentleman things to do. But make another contract and just do the work as something else, because it's not part of your original VTuber contract.
Yeah.
You can hire someone you are currently hiring for a consulting job or something. It's not impossible. It's allowed. It's lawful. There's no law saying you can do that.
Yeah. I think, actually, if I'm remembering correctly, I think Giga in VShojo had a similar kind of thing happen when she got hired, where Gunrun was talking to her about getting her to do something else internally for the company and tossing the idea of doing that instead of enlisting her as a talent. And I think in one of her videos she said that what she said to him was it would be cheaper to take her on as a talent for the company than it would be to hire her for whatever role internally Gunrun was initially thinking of hiring her for. But
which is probably true.
Yeah. And I suppose I'm willing to bet that it was something management related, because
Maybe.
this industry is quite infamous for underpaying managers compared to other industries. And especially if Giga had management experience in another industry, she would probably be a lot more expensive than your average talent. So
I mean, if they found a way to make it a win-win for both of them, good.
yeah, absolutely.
But if she really, I actually forgot about this. So if she's part of management, and considering how the Dan Clancy interview went, that might explain some things, with Bishoujo management and some of their lackluster faulting at times.
I mean, we'll probably end up touching on it later, but yeah, man, that interview.
Go check out Lulu Lasso, by the way. She's very talented.
Amen. Yeah, I was going to say, now that you brought that up, some people in chat are bringing that up as well. Man, that interview was a tough one to watch. But I mean, I think
for the chat, because they aren't aware, the both of us have talked about it aplenty.
Yes, both me and Zan have talked about it off stream quite a bit, just going over various things that made that interview in particular. Though again, in isolation, in a vacuum, there wasn't really anything wrong with that interview. However, with the way that it was pitched to general audiences as being some sort of point of contact between VTubers as a whole and Twitch, it was awful at living up to that premise.
There is one quote that still make me bang my hand against the wall every time I hear it. Now, this is not a VTuber related question.
Yeah.
God damn it, woman.
Oh, like at that point, it was just like, what do you even say when you come across when it's pitched as, VTuber fans, this one's for you, and when that's one of the questions that gets asked, like not even at the end, but like in the middle of the question portion of the interview thing, like.
Every time I hear that, I'm like, BRB playing buckshot roulette. Damn, it's so frustrating, man.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
Damn it.
Oh, man.
Let's move on to the next topic. We can talk about that at the end.
Sure,
because we're going to start ranting.
Yeah, absolutely. So the next thing that you brought up was, and this one I think people will be pretty, they will understand like almost immediately, and that is mixing personal relationships with professional ones. When you say personal relationships, right? Generally speaking, a lot of people will default to thinking like one of two things. So either they will interpret that as personal relationships in the sense that, for example, a CEO of a company won't know how to maintain a barrier between being friendly with their employees or being friends with their employees. And the second thing that people will normally default to when they hear this is romantic relationships between staff, which is never a good thing.
I mean, both are true.
Yeah. Would you?
I like to generally say it's interpersonal relationship, because that's more of a vast and appropriate term. I know it's not necessarily a very well-known term.
When you say interpersonal relationships, like, if you were to explain that in more detail, what would that mean?
It encompasses kind of every possible aspect of a relationship, as in professional, personal, romantic. It kind of encompasses every possible type of relations there may be between two individuals. Because, very often it's not just, oh, they're romantically involved. It's multifaceted generally.
Yeah.
Because personal relationship kind of disregard the whole professional aspect of it that can happen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you put your employee in a position where they have to choose between acting professional or acting as as someone who's personally connected with you, that's just an awkward place to be.
Yeah.
There was,
there's
yeah,
there's that good old joke that you never should date someone at your work. And well, the reason to say that is because let's imagine you do that.
mm-hmm.
If your relationship is suffering because you are also working with them, your professional relationship will also suffer.
Yeah. I mean, it's why people say don't shit where you eat, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just
because
too
it will
many.
affect the other.
Yeah, too many conflicting obligations that you have to juggle at once. And I suppose
Like
it
I said
is.
previously, it
Yeah.
pushes favoritism if
Yeah.
some people have privileged relation.
Absolutely. Yeah. So one of the so those in chat who may or may not know this, when we were talking about this off stream and Zan was first going through these various bullet points with me, one of the examples of this that he brought up that was really interesting and that I hadn't heard of before was of a clothing brand called American Apparel. And apparently this was a company that gained extreme notoriety, especially during its early to mid development, where its CEO, well, first off, as a company, its brand image was defined by essentially posing its models in as lewd a manner as possible. And that was what made it essentially become famous, become infamous, I should say. The way that it sexualizes models without outright, being porn. However, the other thing that it became infamous for was how open the CEO was about having personal sexual relationships with his employees, with the models. And this was, like, at the time, this was kind of, this was written off as just some sort of, like, scandalous kind of material, etc., etc. But this brings up a point that people have been asking me in my community posts and in the comments of some of my streams before, and I'm really interested to get your opinion on this because you work in this field. But with the idea of there being no such thing as bad publicity, right? Is that something that holds up? Is that an idea that holds up to you in your experience?
To an extent, yes. But here's the asterisk. To an extent, it's not wholeheartedly yes. There's a thing such as getting positive response to bad publicity, but if you don't capitalize on it or frame it a certain way, then it can get out of hand. And once you lose that control, then it's over. It's bad publicity, and you just lose. Like, for example, like Riro Ron, when she had her thing, actually gained attention and popularity. Well, it was like some would argue that what she did was extremely wrong on all sides. It still gave her a lot of notoriety. It gave her a good publicity, and she capitalized on it on her debut stream by actually addressing this with a very funny and like almost like Joker behavior, like Q&A.
Yeah,
where it was like
it was really
very
self-aware,
clownish.
like self-referential. Yeah.
And it's in that sense, yes, you can turn bad publicity into good publicity, but you need a lot of skill. You need to be self-aware. You need to be able to frame it a certain way, and it needs to be attractive to an audience. Riro Ron being this extremely Manera, unhinged girl is very attractive to a very specific type of audience in VTubing. Whereas, having sex scandals might be a bit more complicated. It's
Uh,
also dependent on the kind of bad publicity you generate. I remember there's this very famous example of, I think it was like Burger King, or it was something else, maybe it was Red Bull, I don't remember. But there was this big company who make like an anti-woman ad where they were basically saying, this is for the mans. And it actually created like a bit of a backlash, but they ended up turning it into a positive thing. Because, you can toe the line, do some things that are a bit edgy and controversial, but you need to do it with purpose again. If it's purposeless, very often it will get out of hand and it will fail. You need a plan.
yeah.
But that's why you need someone with PR, because many people assume that PR is like being PG, but that's not necessarily true. I am here to like warn of the potential risk and try to frame things in a way that are beneficial to the people I'm working with. And if your brand is being unhinged and saying wild stuff, well, I'll work with that. I'll just tell you what are the risks, how you can potentially leverage that into like gaining positive reaction.
Yeah.
It's about leverage.
A lot of people assume by default that PR, when it gets involved, is basically just corpo speak. And I mean, technically, yes, but that's bad PR because that's generic, right? That doesn't say anything about who or what you are or who or what what you do or what you don't do. It's just this sort of corpo speak and corpo babble is what happens when you enlist the help of a PR firm or a PR consultant that doesn't actually know shit about you. It's just going for the most safe, PG, generically acceptable response to a situation that they can possibly think of. One thing that, one way that I would describe, using negative publicity to your gain is it's a bit like riding an elephant, right? You're never completely safe when you're doing that. If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get crushed instantly without any say in the matter. But if you do have a plan, if you do know what you're doing, that can turn out to be something that's very difficult. The momentum you build up doing that is very difficult to stop. Actually, D-Suffers, you bring up something pretty interesting. So there are folks that push bad publicity and then do nothing about it. They don't even write the jokes right and just say, it's satire, why be mad? See, when people say that, right, it sounds to me like it comes off to me like as a bit of a cop-out. Because when somebody does something stupid that generates bad publicity, and then they say, it's just satire, why be mad? Like, if it's real satire, you shouldn't need to tell people that's satire. But it also comes across as a sort of a shrugging off of responsibility for your own actions. It's like when people say something stupid and then say, oh, I was just rage baiting. Like, no, you just said something stupid and now you're trying to retroactively make it out as if it was intentional to take heat off your back. Like, it's the same sort of thing. But when it comes to translating negative publicity into something positive, right? Whether it be reinforcing your brand image or just creating overall net positive sentiment among your key publics, what would you say is the most important factor in making that conversion possible? Because you brought up a bunch of different things before, right? Like self-awareness, having a plan, etc., etc. But of those, which one do you think stands out the most and why?
Before I answer that, I'll just go back to the things I was saying previously.
Yep.
I think what people misunderstand is that basically a PR consultant is buying another brain to look at things in that sense. You're buying gray matter when you buy my services. I am here to like ask the question you haven't asked yourself. I'm here to think for you, or with you rather, because I'm not here to do all the work. I'm here to help you do your work.
Yes.
It's a matter of like having someone with the professional knowledge and the knowledge just in general of things to help you create that profitable context. It's something that you can't like have. It's something that you learn or buy or create. It's not something that knowledge is not inherent. It's earned or learned.
Yeah, and when you hire a consultant, you're basically paying not just for their input, but for the effort they put into gaining the ability to offer that input in the first place.
An everyday task. You're basically paying for what I do every day, which is looking at stuff a
Yeah,
lot of the time.
pretty much, pretty much.
But I think the most important part is really that self-awareness. You need to put yourself in the shoes of your audience. You need to think, what will my audience appreciate, or what they will appreciate about what I sell to them. Riroron, clearly Kiresuna, clearly understood that the audience she had already cultivated through her antics on stream when she was corpo, and with that, all falling out, that her audience was here to see, a bit of a weird, unhinged character on like full display that like doesn't hold herself back, and so she like played into that, and to make sure people understood, she like created this framing and context where she like overplayed the character in a sense. Like you need to make it grossly obvious, or
Yeah.
else some people might interpret it. I mean, with the whole Joker makeup and her rants and the presentation, I think it's pretty clear that she's a bit of a shit poster, and you shouldn't take everything seriously.
Yeah. And she
You need to
leaned
make
into the
it big
meme.
and obvious. Yeah, lean into the meme.
Actually, when you phrase it like that, as that be that being the key to being able to leverage negative publicity into a net positive for yourself, I think there is a little bit of a premise in that's going to automatically lock it off as an option for quite a few people, and that is the fact that in order to be able to lean into the meme, like you said, it requires you to have two pre-existing traits. First, you need to actually be able to know who your audience is. And second,
Yeah,
you need to be able to double down on your own brand. And the thing
yeah.
is, if you are a creator that lacks the amount of security and lacks the amount of discernment to do those two things respectively, you are going to struggle to turn negative publicity into a positive benefit for you
Yeah.
or your content. If you don't know who your audience is, you don't know how to craft your message, right? How to respond to the controversy. Because when you're a creator, and let me know if you disagree with this or to what extent you agree with this, but in my mind, when you are a creator and when you're responding to a controversy, you're never really responding to the controversy itself. You're responding to your audience and how they now view you in the context of that controversy. That's the way that I would perceive the situation. Because when it comes to, let's say, for example, that you said something on stream that's been clipped out of context, is now being spread around. And as a result, people who don't watch you are beginning to comment on the situation. That has become the controversy, right? When you comment on things, when you clarify that message, when you clarify your positions, your beliefs, your brand, fundamentally, you're not really talking to those people that don't watch you, who may even be the source of that controversy. You are communicating to your audience, right? People who may already have all of the context, all of the information readily in their mind because they watch you, but you're just clarifying, who and what you are to them, so that the noise coming in from outside doesn't continue to bother them, or it can, slide off. It can slide off of their minds like water off of a duck's back. So
It's not an easy exercise. No, I wouldn't recommend it to most people. Like it is. People shouldn't dismiss it too easily, as in,
yeah,
oh no, any kind of bad publicity is bad. Like clearly not. I mean, just look at politicians. How many politicians have managed to succeed despite having an array of controversies behind them? Just that example is enough to show that there is a thing such as making bad publicity into good publicity.
yeah,
But it's not an easy exercise, and it requires, let's say, a very self-aware and mature kind of person. and
Yeah.
not everyone is capable of having those skill sets or competence.
I do
So
think,
it is doable,
and
but tread lightly.
yeah. In addition to that, though, the other thing that I was talking about earlier with being able to know who the audience who's going to listen to you is, this ties into a rant that I've gone on multiple times before on my streams in the past, but I do think that the way that we raise children nowadays makes it very difficult for people to have the mindset that you need in order to exhibit that degree of discernment when it comes to identifying an audience to talk to and identifying which audiences are actually worth talking to. Because doing that requires you to be exclusionary, right? It requires you to look around, look at the different groups of people who are involved in the situation, who may or may not listen to you, and then make a value judgment on whether they're worth talking to. And to be, if not okay with, at least able to tolerate leaving out certain groups of people from your message and your response. And I feel like because of the fact that children are nowadays raised in a way where they are taught that the best human virtue is acceptance, acceptance and tolerance of all kinds, it becomes very difficult for people in adulthood to then go, okay, I have to be selective now. Not everyone's going to be on board with what I'm saying. Not everyone's going to be able to process the way that I respond to this controversy or whatever. But that's okay. I feel like that's an instinct that a lot of people may have underdeveloped. And as a result, it becomes very difficult for them to leverage, like you said, the potential for negative publicity to become a net positive. Because they don't have the ability to discern that audience. They feel pressured not to discern that audience. And they feel like they need to earn the, I suppose, approval of everyone in general. And yeah, Alamo, that's a good word for it. It sterilizes their message so that it lacks the same degree of personality or perhaps fire that would essentially allow you to pass a charisma check in order to complete that conversion. Would you
I struggle with it myself, so I
Sorry?
definitely see what you mean.
Yeah, no. I mean,
And no, I was saying it's more as seeking validation a lot of the time.
yeah. It is quite difficult because of how fundamental, I guess, it is for seeking validation. How baked into this industry the whole seeking validation thing is. I suppose it's developing the ability to only seek validation from people who you know are capable of giving it to you, and not falling into the trap of leaning on that too much, to the point where you end up creating echo chambers and surrounding yourself with yes men. It's a difficult balance to get right, but yeah. Yeah, sweet chaos, exactly. There's too much of a desire to appease everyone. It's very common, especially in entertainment, where, like Zan pointed out, there is this inherent need among a lot of the people in this industry to seek validation. So, yeah. The next practice that you brought up is a good deal more, I suppose, impersonal, maybe, or at least not as widely personal across various different members of a company, but it's more related to the upper management or even just the CEO. The thing that you brought up was mixing personal funds with company funds. Now, for the benefit of the audience, right? When you say this as being one of the most destructive practices that you can have in a company, because this does seem, it lacks the same sort of, I suppose, interpersonal drama and punch of the other ones that you have below it. But in your opinion, what exactly constitutes this being a fundamental flaw with a company, and why does it turn out to be so bad?
Honestly, there's a lot of reason to talk about here. But if we just take like the surface level, that's a lot of things like that are illegal, right? So in terms of like paperwork and stuff, that can like actually make the government, the IRS, if you're American, like look
Yes.
into your finances and utterly destroy your company, because that's like the surface level thing of like a lot of it can become illegal depending on how you do it, and it can create a bunch of very obvious issue. But outside of that, there's also like the psychological factor of if you're the CEO, right? You own this company, and if you sure you own it, but if you mix personal fun with company fun, then you'll start treating everything in the company as personal funds or personal property, and that creates the sort of mindset that will down the line create a lot of other issues such as favoritism, such as micromanagement, such as maybe bullying some of your employee because you feel like you own them, and you transform the relationship from being a provider of work and mutual beneficial relationship to something that is more akin to a slave and its owner, because you owe them because you own the money.
Yeah.
So
Oh, by the way, so a lot of people in chat they are assuming, so understandably, really, when you bring up the idea of mixing personal funds with company funds, the default assumption is usually that you are trying to launder money so that the company funds get injected into your personal funds, which can be
no, I don't
part
think
of
that.
it. However, we more are approaching this from the angle of what happens if you inject your own personal money into the company, because that is the part that is less gross financial malpractice and more so a latent PR problem, because in the short term it can look like a good thing to do, right? Where let's say your company's struggling a little bit, so you're just going to inject a little bit of your personal funds to keep it going. That can in the short term look like just a CEO wanting to keep a dream project afloat. But the problem is, when you have that degree of personal investment, when you get careless with how much of that personal investment goes into that, when you lose track of the effect that it has on the way you view the company as a CEO, as an owner, that's when it starts creeping over into a PR disaster waiting to happen.
Because it's fine to an extent to like inject some of your own money because it's your company and stuff. The issue is that when you agglomerate the two, when like you consider like the company's revenue your salary,
Exactly. And like Zan said before, right? When you transform from seeing yourself as a provider, or when you stop seeing your talents as contractors and you start seeing them as property, or even worse, when you start adopting a similar attitude towards them as a helicopter parent, that's when, especially in creative fields, that's when things really start getting throttled. Actually, Whimsy, to play devil's advocate, don't CEOs sometimes tend to treat people like slaves regardless of how much money they personally invest? What would you say to that?
True, but does that erase my point? No. Two things can be true at once. I often like to say that.
Yeah. And it's also the thing that, although it is a common practice, right, where CEOs will sometimes treat their, the people who work under them as slaves or property, depending on how much money they personally invest. The problem is when you do end up investing your own personal money, it can be very easy to fall into that mindset with self-justification. Because the thing is, say what you like about Riku, but I very much doubt that he feels the need to justify that practice to himself. Like, just the way that he has been managing his company, it does not scream to me that this is a man who needs his conscience eased. Let's just put it that way. The problem is, when you are doing something like this, it is very, very easy to fall into that same pattern of behavior where you're denying your talents the necessary agency to strike out as individual creators on their own. while at the same time writing it all off in your own head and, you know, clearing your own conscience by thinking that you are doing it for the good of the company. And that's never a mindset that is good for a leader to fall into, especially when you are the leader of a company that is creative in its productions process. If the main thing you are trading on is the content that your creators, your talents make on their own, the last thing you want to do is start micromanaging them, because that is a recipe for disaster.
I want to point out two comments I'm seeing in the chat right now.
Yep.
There's one by Sweet KS that says FedEx CEO went blackjack on Vegas with company money and saved the company. And I'm just gonna say, you know, it's good for your storytelling of your company, and it's pretty in a magazine and like on tabloids. But should everyone do that? Probably not.
Imagine if he lost.
Yeah, imagine if he lost. Like, and is it even true, or is it something he fabricated to make his company look good? You know, you also have to think about that storytelling part. Sometimes some stuff are true, but they're, let's just say, more romanticized. That happens with a lot of company. Like just the basic example of Meta or Amazon, where there were multiple people at the start, but slowly they got evicted until there was one CEO left remaining. And we both know who they are. You know, there's a lot of romanticism that is created because it's part of a company PR practice. It's about creating like a narrative, you know. It's about framing your company in a way that will be positively received by audience. And of course, the story of like the wild CEO that saves his company by going blackjacking in Vegas is a pretty good sell, and you know, it's pretty fashionable. But I can tell you that many people have probably tried recreating it, and I doubt many people have succeeded.
Yeah. As I've said before, when you're not busy with crisis management, the job of PR is to build myths. And a CEO who saved his company by gambling, that has all the hallmarks of a myth. So...
The second comment is Flip Terror, who mentioned the helicopter parenting is concerningly common, which I agree. With a lot of, especially smaller corpos, when we look at why they failed, a lot of the reason was that, well, the CEO was too close to their talents. So, you know, we go back to that interpersonal relationship. But that also means that they were micromanaging on top of it. Because like they're scrutinizing their talent to make sure they're doing everything they want them to do, and like that weighs on you.
Absolutely. Actually, I'd even say that this is a trap that Face Connect almost fell into in its early stages.
Yeah.
Because
people talked about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that now it's become such a dominant thing, like a meme in the company, to joke about, you know, Sakuna's idle dream, right? The fact that the talents were able to push back against that in the early stages and strike out individually without that dictating their direction has now resulted, conversely, in this weird kind of this weird positive where now every single time there is some sort of incidental alignment between what a talent is doing and what Sakuna's vision for the company started off as, it has now become an event that warrants celebration. For example, whenever any of the Face Connect talents do anything that is even remotely idol related, like Leah, during, you know, her 3D concert performance, various 3D concert performances, but I'd say especially in recent memory, the VTuber awards show one. Like every
Mechanical, by the way, go check the VOD out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, the Lumi's performance.
No idol dream.
Lumi's performance was a little distracting to watch, but yeah, the whole idol dream thing, right? Where everyone goes rabid at the thought of that, because you know, this company that has a brand that revolves around being non-conventional
The
idols.
sad girl company.
Sad
I
girl
mean,
company. And now, whenever you see any of them doing
girl
anything idol
failure,
related,
all of that.
yeah, exactly.
Basically, the brand has become contrary to what an idol should be. It's incompetent, girl failure, sad, depressed, and so whenever like framing it that way makes it that whenever there's like this perception of like doing something that is contrary to what their current image is, which is basically idol stuff. So it's like a big success because it's like, oh, they've outgrown like the sad girl company and now they're happy and making the idol dream true. It feels like it creates a
Yeah.
narrative of like growth and achievement.
Exactly. That's part of the myth, the legend of the company. That's part of the thing that makes the brand unique. So, yeah, that's... in other words, the rewards for refraining from that kind of micromanagement, even being able to, in a self-aware manner, joke about the temptation of it, that can have some incredible benefits for your company, your image, your brand down the line. But it requires a degree of humility from people high up in the food chain of a company that is quite difficult to come across.
Yeah, it does create a crazy narrative for Face, though they're winning big with that one. Because we're talking about Lumi and Leah, I just want to say if Leah has ever watched this, latex.
Yes.
She hates being called that.
In the whimsy, yes. In the wise words of Rima Evanstar, quote, "Start by sucking," end quote.
Yeah. I guess I screwed myself with that one. I should have started by being a bad PR. Damn it.
Sure. Yeah, Jackie, I'm noticing a lot of small corpos want to be Face Connect nowadays. Well, that's because they're the only small corpo that seems to be left standing from their era.
Yeah.
So, there's obviously
if you look
something
at, like,
that they're doing that works.
2021, where I think was Face Connect directed, I think they're the only one left. Like, literally everyone else died.
Yeah.
Like, Kawaii is dead, Reverie is dead, everyone from that generation is dead.
Yeah. I mean...
like 20 plus corpo, dead. All of them.
It really is insane to think about the death toll when it comes to the corpos that cropped up in that time period.
I'd say it's part of any new industry. It's happened before with like the internet and stuff. Like when the internet first started, there was like 1 billion browsers, and nowadays there's Yahoo, Opera, and there's a couple of others that are fighting. The ones that are winning nowadays.
Monopoly.
Yeah, the ones that are winning nowadays are the ones that have like unique branding, like DuckDuckGo, or that one that's planting trees. So it's basically similar for VTubing, where there's those couple of big group, and then there's the other who have like a more niche thing.
Yeah.
And like it's gonna keep happening, as in like there's gonna keep being new projects and new dev of corpos, because it's still growing. Like when I run down like the financial report for both Niji and Olo, they predicted something between 50 to 400% increase in the market by 2029. Numbers from
massive.
2024. Like 400 is, I think, really the highest excessive. 50 is really the minimal kind of like underplaying it.
Yeah.
I think we're closer to maybe like doubling, probably.
Yeah.
In like
I
could
see that. I could see that. Depending on how well the corpos manage their expansion.
Yes.
That is asking
I
quite a
think
bit.
saying it's gonna double is reasonable.
Yeah.
And it's pretty crazy. That means we should have doubled the company in the future. Actually, I don't know if you watch the new corpos that rises, but of course, being a PR guy, I keep a very close eyes on that. And because I keep a very close eyes on that, I want to just shout out that Variance project is looking very promising, and I'd definitely keep an eye on them if you're a bit of a meta person.
Huh. Fair enough. I haven't been keeping up with the smaller corpos that have been cropping up because, for the most part, I've been too busy. I've been too busy looking at the ones that have killed themselves. But
it's also because, like, I don't think it's like part of your interest when it comes to streaming to like for the small corpos that haven't done anything yet, you know?
That's true. Although I do think that one thing I do want to be able to do on the channel a bit more often, or at least intermittently every now and then, for the sake of both my own and my audience's mental health, is to be able to, you know, essentially put on exhibition the examples of corpos doing things right, because that is something that I think is a little. Admittedly, it's not as popular because content-wise, people generally gravitate towards talking about and dissecting negative things, which is normal human response. But if there is a good practice that I can highlight, I do think it's worth doing that. The difficulty is finding good practices with PR, because with PR, the more good it is, the more invisible it is. A lot of the
That's the
good
issue with my
practices.
work. It's hard to see it.
Yeah, exactly. Like how are you even supposed to advertise that you're good at being a PR consultant?
Yeah.
Like, oh, look at this company
Yeah,
that you've never heard of it, you've never heard
Yes,
controversy
dude,
from.
it's
Like,
so hard. Like from day one, I knew this was gonna be a problem, so that's why I'm trying so hard to scream very loudly into the void. But you know, like yeah, because of the way PR is and how it's perceived by the general public, I can't openly advertise who I work with or who I've worked for,
yeah,
and I think it's better that way, honestly. So I think I made the right decision when it comes to that. But it also hampers me a bit on like the kind of potential reach I could give, because if I talked about some of the uh, people I've worked with, some of them big, some of them small, of course it would be good publicity, but it might like create a backlash against them because people might like get the illusion that they've been lied to, because a lot of the perception around PR is that it's the
yeah,
corporate lying
exactly.
mouthpiece.
Like it's
And
so fiddly
like
because when people know that you've been
it is
involved, they think it's suspicious, right?
exactly, because I can't say I've been involved with this. I'd love to, but no, it's just not good. It's just not good scope. And I know, again, I know my place. I know I've actually made this whole thread about it. Well, like it's an ungrateful job, and it really truly is.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Yeah, no, it's I can definitely just based off of essentially, well, I mean, the way that I started this channel was looking at how people viewed PR versus how we were actually taught to practice the trade. So it's very much something that I've observed multiple times happening. Actually, Sweet KS, big corpos need better PR to grow the industry more for real. You are, in my opinion, and I'm not quite certain how much you'd agree with me, Zan. Although I think we might agree quite a bit on this. I think that's more true. I think that's true in more ways than you perhaps initially meant. Because the thing is, the reason why I have absolutely no doubt that the big companies, when it comes to expanding VTubing as an industry outwards, everything behind the scenes has probably been prepped. It's been prepped to the maximum possible degree, right? There is probably going to be, they have all the contractors, all the employees ready. They have a plan for how they want to expand. They have a roadmap for different content, whatever that they're planning on releasing into the future. But the thing that I think a lot of these big companies are going to stumble on is how to deal with their image. How do you resist the temptation to water yourself down so that you expand faster and to a more general audience, compared to retaining your identity, what makes you unique, and expanding out while taking that into account? And that's where I think that not having competent PR or not having optimal PR experience on hand is going to create problems. Because when companies that grow big start making compromises on who and what they are, it creates unnecessary friction during the expansion process. Sorry?
I say it's an exercise in balance, which is only salvaged with experience and knowledge.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it does
And
seem like that's
I
a
think
little lacking in this industry.
a lot of the thing that is holding, like especially the big Japanese corpo back, like you said at the start, it's the fact that there's no real like VTuber who's a big VTuber fan and a PR expert. Often it's one or the other. But outside of that, I think that when I look at things like Nijisanji or Hololive and the issues they've had with the Western audience, is simply the fact that they don't have anyone who understands the difference between the Western and the Japanese audience, which is also why a lot of talents on the EN side end up being used as like PR, because they're the only one who understand the Western audience.
That's fair enough, actually. Funny that
a lot of issues can be summed up to cultural differences as well, and I think people often like overbrush that fact.
That's true. Although when it comes to cultural differences creating issues when it comes to communication, I do think it's one of those things where it's a bit like expecting a fish to see water, right? Where because of how much both sides of the equation take culture for granted, every time there is some sort of communicative fuck up that stems from a difference in culture that the company hasn't accounted for, it is almost always going to be looked at as it's going to be recognized as a cultural difference without being dived into, I suppose, as a cultural difference.
Yeah. People don't go into the detail of why that difference exists.
Yeah.
And a lot of it has to do with like cultural and work-related mindset where, I mean, just a simple example as to how companies work. In the West, we're more about like union, individual workers, things like that. Whereas individual talent achieving per se.
Yeah.
Whereas in something like a Japanese company, hierarchy is the most important thing. They have a very collectivist mindset where it's sort of like the company is the thing that matters the most, whereas the people are what matters the most. And I'm not going to say it's like better or worse. It's just
different.
A statement of facts of cultural thinking.
Yeah, absolutely.
It has it both and cross on both sides. On the Western side, it makes people more volatile and prone to leaving, and on the Eastern side, it makes company more overbearing and abusive toward the workers.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think
pros and cons.
I do like to think that the companies that have a solid footing in both the Eastern and Western audiences are better equipped, better positioned to find a balance between those two things. To be able to understand that there are traits from either side that are worth combining to create a better overall work environment for all of its employees. Because to that extent, you can kind of use Hollow and Niji as two contrasting examples of this, right? Where Niji approached expansion with the mindset of, oh, we'll just take the way we do things at home and try to apply that, force that onto everything else that we do as well overseas. Whereas with Hollow, there seems to be more of a reflective approach towards expansion, where they have acknowledged that there are differences between their home turf and overseas, and they've adapted accordingly.
Say that's something that they had to learn the hard way, because remember, they screwed up with China.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, they did not. They did not at all get it right. Right from the bat. So, and I do, at least to some extent, last year, especially towards the end of last year, I was a little worried that they were going to cock it up when it comes to expanding or upping the rate of expansion into the EN market as well. But hopefully, whatever internal course correction has taken place since then has been enough to stabilize the company.
When I saw that one manager got sacked, I was a bit reassured that at least they were trying.
Oh yeah,
it shows that they're
absolutely.
At least trying. That's a positive thing.
Yeah, because with how things were going, at least from the outside looking in, towards the end of last year, somebody needed to be let go. Because,
there
They
had been
were,
too much issue as of late. Somebody needed to like answer for them.
yeah, yeah, yeah. There was no
Does it suck?
tiptoeing
Yeah,
around that.
but it's the reality of business sometimes.
Yeah, if you don't do a good job, it's better to let go of, it's better to let go of one employee that's cocking up their job than to make the entire company suffer for it. So, yeah,
Maybe
Hollows.
reposition them in another position where they won't
Yeah, it's not even
be
guaranteed
making
that
these
they
sort of
were
mistakes.
fired,
No?
right? They may have been reassigned. So, but yeah,
Because some skill sets is bad to lose, so very often people will get reassigned, and it's whatever can make the business work is, I'd say, the best answer to this problem.
amen. Agreed. You brought up just then when you were discussing some of the things that make so one of the hallmarks of companies expanding from the east to the west is that because they are unfamiliar with how best to communicate with this foreign market, the talents end up very frequently and unintentionally being used as PR representatives. However, a practice that both you and I seem to despise is the whole using your employees/talents as PR spokespersons, especially when they are speaking out on behalf of the company in place of management. And the thing is, for certain companies, yes, you could maybe use overseas expansion as an excuse for that. But in far too many cases, for comfort, it seems to be more of a conscious and deliberate choice than anything else. And the two poster children of this, in terms of just the talent speaking out, making a statement on behalf of the company to try and take that job away from management, are the first monocolor background talent group statement that was made in an Ian Corpo by Project Kawaii, and then later on a message from Niji Sanji Yen. However, I do find it fascinating that Vshoujo exhibits that same problem of having the talents end up being PR spokespersons for the company, despite the fact that they don't have that excuse of not understanding the EN market. With that, it seems completely intentional. I just can't. Sorry?
It's more to do with their lack of brand identity.
That's something that I've railed about in the past, but yeah, when you say lack of a brand identity, in from your perspective as an actual professional, how would you describe that problem as it seems to exist in Vshoujo?
If we corner that to PR and statements, all right, just that part. Every company needs a face, and for you have Riku, you have Yagu, you have Sakana, but who's the face of Vshoujo? Gunren? Gunren doesn't involve himself that much. He doesn't pushes himself forward like that. So who's the face of Vshoujo? Well, the talents. So that's the people that they're gonna use to do the company stuff. Basically, you kind of need a physical spokesperson at every businesses. Let's take for example Nestle. They have a guy whose job is being their spokesperson and going at press conference or meeting. He's the face of the company for everyone else to look at, ask questions, things like that. Does Gunren do such things? Does he take on such mission and responsibilities? I don't feel like he does. You need a face people can relate to, and that's here to announce both the good and the bad in a sense. To make when he's on the screen, it's serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah. To be fair, though, and to some extent to play devil's advocate, I've said in the past that I don't think Gunrun should be the one to actually fulfill that role, because so far he has a very strong image as being the unconditional pillar of support for the talents. And if he's given the responsibility of having to come out to talk about the bad as well as the good, I can see that eroding that image that he currently has, which does end up being a benefit to the company. So
I'm sure. Let me be pretentious for a second.
Sure.
I agree, 100%. The gun run shouldn't do it. But then what's the solution? Well, hire someone. Hire me. I don't know. Like,
Sure.
literally, if the problem cannot be solved with what you have now, hire the necessary skill to solve it. To solve it, it's that easy. It's really that simple.
The thing
Hire
that
someone that will tell you this will be an issue. We need to address it.
the thing that annoys me though about Vishojo in particular is that this isn't even something that, like, how do I say this? It's not like they're in a position where they are absolutely screaming for a corporate talking head. Because
Yeah.
at this point, it would be, and I say at this point because we've had years of multiple different little controversies that have made it very clear that this is something that they could benefit from. It could be a thing that would benefit them. However, more realistically, the only thing that Vishojo really seems to need and seems to lack in its PR is somebody who can preemptively talk to the talents and nip gaffes in the bud. Because so far, all of their issues, when it comes to PR, stem from a talent
Lack of foresight.
Yeah, lack of foresight on the talent's part. Or lack of foresight, well, I mean, I could say lack of foresight on the company's part, but that's indistinguishable from not having a clear brand image for the company as a whole. But, yeah, when it comes to every single individual controversy that has been started for Vishojo has started because a talent seems to express some kind of emotional need that Vishojo has not been able to meet. And then they make that into a public thing, which then the public has to have, becomes involved in. That was what happened with Nuxtaku. That was what happened with the auditions. That was what happened with the Fruit document as well. Like, the Fruit document was something that just should have been personal. It should have stayed personal.
Exactly.
And when it was released into the
We've talked about
public... Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, Zan and I have talked about this ad nauseum. But when Fruit released that document into the public, it became a free-for-all, an absolute melee of people who had absolutely no idea who she was, didn't give a shit about who she was, and could just freely, have whatever input they liked into that particular talking point. And I don't know about you, but I don't think I'd wish that on my worst enemy, let alone somebody who is a coworker or a friend, or an employee for that matter. And I can't help but think that if somebody is posting something that personal into the public eye, like, yes, it is a choice, but...
It's a good choice.
Yeah, I can't help but think that surely that couldn't have been the best option. Because...
Like you've talked about during that one stream, it's the consequences of yes-manning and toxic positivity. It's like, if you don't have a person whose job is there to be like the fun killer, quote unquote, to push back against ideas, then people will hurt themselves. Would I be upset at being that person that has to say no to everything? Yeah, but is it necessary? Absolutely.
Yeah.
You need to have someone who's capable of saying no to people.
I suppose. And I guess the thing that annoys me the most is that when you have, as people are, phrasing it in chat, right? When you have this pattern of your talents being one guy, the problem is with Vishojo, because they don't have a corporate talking head, every time a talent speaks out in public, they become a spokesperson for the company. And so, if they are a spokesperson for the company, but they keep getting one guide by random people on the internet, or giving them an opening to either attack them, or, as some people have described me of doing, attacking the company, like, well, as an audience member, you're kind of forced into this Hobson's choice, where you have to choose between still taking what they say seriously, but thinking that they're stupid, or being able to retain the image of them as being, someone who knows what they're doing, but having to just dismiss what it is that they're saying. Like, one of the things that kind of depressed me when I was looking at the way that Zentrea responded to just random users talking about how, you know, oh, the auditions don't matter, etc., 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 was...
She's missing the point.
Sorry?
She's missing the point.
Yeah,
a lot of the time.
exactly. Like, those people who were saying that, they were always going to say that. Because one, your company hasn't made it very clear that they're not doing that. And two, you're not going to be able to convince them anyways. And yet she addressed them. And that was, like... How do I... I'm just trying to figure out how to phrase it.
I think it could have been addressed, but guess what? It should have been addressed by the corporation, and if it was relevant enough to address, not by Zentrea responding to random comments.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, yeah, no, the thing is, like, how do I say it? Every time I saw people who were either defending what she ended up saying, like, you know, blind defending, like basically saying, oh, you know, this was absolutely the right thing to say and do, etc., etc., etc. Why are you criticizing it, etc., etc., etc. Or when I was just seeing people who seemed to be okay with what she was saying, in both cases, both of those groups of people, despite having very different attitudes towards Zentrea and what she said, were extremely dismissive of the fact that she had opened her mouth. The people who were hard defending the company and who were essentially trying to shut down all criticism of the auditions process and of Zentrea's response to these random users, they were just ignoring the fact that every message that the public has received up until this point has implied that the auditions are far from being a process where they are looking for new people, the process where they are looking for up-and-coming people, which is, again, the opposite of what she's saying. And so when people who are hard defending the company and hard defending her by accusing everyone who's criticizing it of being an anti, myself included, it always came off as them ignoring what it is she was saying is in the context of the company. However, the other extreme where people were okay with what she was saying, right? They were, I think the best way of, best example of this I can think of is, funnily enough, Nasagi, where when he was talking about Zentrea discussing the auditions, he basically hand-waved it away as, oh, Zentrea's just being a bit of a spurg. And that's just, like, that's the two extremes, right? You either ignore what it is she's saying while still taking her seriously as a creator, or you're okay with what she's saying, but you just write it off as her spurging out. Like, neither of these two groups of people are actually capable of taking her seriously. And the problem is, when you do take her seriously, like, the more you are a fan of her and her content, the more you actually want to take what she says seriously, the more this is a statement that looks bad. And that's the thing that I find to be so frustrating about this this entire, like, this practice of using your employees, your talents, as PR spokespersons, because it puts fans in that position where they have to choose one of those two things. Like, either what they're saying matters and what they're saying is stupid, or what they're saying doesn't matter and that's its own punishment. Like, it's just such a rough choice to make. Yeah?
I have a very funny anecdote about that. When that happened, I was in like a Discord call with multiple friends, and they both talked at the same time, and one went, oh, what the hell is she doing? She's missing the point. She doesn't understand why people are angry about this. And the other was like, nah, woman moment, she's getting one guy to get ignored.
Yeah, like, what? If you want people to take your talent seriously,
it's the two sides of it.
Yeah, exactly. And like, both sides don't seem to care about what is being said, which is something I find to be so exasperating.
It is frustrating. And guess what? It is very easy to sum up this situation as being dismissive of people's legitimate concerns doesn't reflect good on you.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem is,
and those concerns are legitimate.
The thing is, when you are a talent, when you're an employee, and again, I'm sure this is something, given our prior conversations off stream, I'm sure you will probably agree with me on this, but the problem is, when you are an employee or when you are a talent, there are some concerns of the public that you are just not capable of getting, at least in the moment. because you are coming at this from an entirely different perspective. You have access to a whole
Because
host
you're
of
a part of the
information.
company that's being
Exactly.
criticized. Yeah.
Exactly. You are coming at this from a position where, first, you are a lot more. Who you are, your identity, is a lot more tied to the company than the people you're addressing. And two, you have access to a whole lot of information that they do not. Like, for example, it is entirely possible that when Zentrea says, our auditions process is entirely egalitarian, we don't care at all about, prior experience that the auditionees have with other people who are already a part of our talent. It is entirely possible that she has access to information behind the scenes that makes it confirmed that that's the case. Problem is, vshoujo has no reason to ever share that with the public, and I don't think they should, because that gets into a whole host of other issues where you have to deal with chameleons trying to get through your auditions process, and it just makes everything more complicated. But the thing is, if you are going to address a public concern, you need to make sure they're actually addressing the concerns they have, not the concerns you have. Because as I talked about in both of the streams that I did, where I discussed vshoujo, the thing that made the talents acting as spokespersons for their auditions process so impossible was the fact that the talents were walking in with a completely different set of concerns to the people who were complaining. Like, the people who were complaining, they were just talking about how their main issue was with the company and not with the talents personally, because they wanted reassurance from the company that they were not wasting their time by applying for a position that the company already was going to give to somebody else.
Which is valid.
Sorry?
Which is valid.
Yeah, exactly. However, the talents were walking into this with a completely different perspective, where they were more concerned about how their personal worth as an employee was being attacked, or they perceived that it was being attacked. Because, well, I mean,
they took it personally.
Yeah, it's to be honest, I don't really blame them for doing that, because when people are calling you, when people are calling you a nepo hire, that's not exactly a very flattering way of portraying your own abilities and accomplishments. Like, I can understand that, right? But the problem is, in the absence of an actual representative of vshoujo, the corporation, the only concern that is going to be addressed is the talents taking it personally. Is the talents feeling like, oh, people don't think that we deserve our place in the company? We're like, no. The only people who are going to be, the people who are trying to claim that any of the talents don't belong in vshoujo are people who were never worth addressing in the first place. Like, everyone whose complaints were worth listening to were people who were criticizing the company of the talents. And the problem is, when you use your talents as your, PR spokespersons, either intentionally or unintentionally, it makes it impossible to make that distinction between people criticizing the company and people criticizing the talents personally. And it's just such an awful position to put your audience and your talents in. Sorry, yeah?
There's two things I see in this. The first one is, you've not imagined the worst scenario. Imagine Zentrea says, yeah, we do not do that stuff. But what if it's true and she doesn't know?
Yeah, that would actually be the worst. Yeah.
Am I being a bit egregious here? Yes, absolutely. But that's the point. I'm making supposition and imaginary scenario. Imagine if she truly believes that and it came out that it's not true. Imagine like how the situation like this would break down. It would be like catastrophic. So like, even just looking at from the worst possible outcomes is like horrible. Absolutely not. A nightmare. And also, I feel like people are a little bit dismissive, but there's a lot of similarities in the corporate culture between Niji Sanji and vshoujo. The only difference is that vshoujo hasn't disappointed enough people yet. As a company, I insist. Not the talent. I love a lot of the talent.
Sorry, say that again?
The issue that I see, and I think people are dismissive of a lot, is that there is a lot of similarities between the corporate culture of Niji Sanji and vshoujo, the only difference is that Bishoujo hasn't disappointed enough people yet as a company.
I will push back against that a little bit by saying I don't think their corporate culture
They
is
treat
similar.
people better, sure. No, I will agree with that.
Yeah. I
That's
don't.
pretty-
Yeah,
that's
I don't
pretty-
think.
that's pretty true.
I don't think it's the corporate culture that's the same, because I think that it's completely reasonable to believe that Bishoujo behind the scenes is worlds apart from Niji Sanji behind the scenes. We've had enough talent testimonials to believe that much. So
Yeah.
while they are completely different beasts behind the scenes, I'm convinced of that. I do think you're
Oh no,
right
I agree too.
and this is something I pointed out before, that when it comes to their approach towards public relations, and when it comes to the kinds of audience that their approach towards public relations creates, that's where we start to see more of that horseshoe theory start to kick in. Because I think I've said this many times before on my streams, but at a certain point, talent freedom and managerial negligence are impossible to tell apart, because the outcomes are the same.
Yeah.
If your talents become the PR spokespersons of your company, and the actual, your company doesn't have a PR corporate spokesperson, and when your talents take things personally, they end up speaking up personally on behalf of the company, especially when, the things that they take personally don't actually matter that much. Like, that's when you end up putting your audience into a position where they have to make that choice, right? They choose between continuing to take what your talent says seriously, or just writing it off as, oh, this is just a thing that happens every now and then. Oh, it's a woman moment. Oh, she's just spurging out. And, like...
They have very similar issues, but Bishoujo is just way better at managing people.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of issues when it comes to like managing them as like public figures.
To be fair, I
Similarly
do
to
think that...
Sanji.
I will say that I think managing them differently makes all the difference. Because every single
does.
talent at Bishoujo
Yeah.
is happy to be at Bishoujo.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I mentioned it to you, but Kuro gets like his mental health paid.
Yeah.
Like never in Niji, I think we would see that. Like they treat their talent well.
Yeah.
That's definitely something everyone should like point out.
Yeah,
Like
and
Bishoujo treats their talent well, from what we know.
And I do want to make this very clear that when I criticize Bishoujo in terms of the way that they do PR, I'm not saying that the company's evil. I'm not saying the company is bad. But what I am saying is the company is complacent in how they handle PR. Because if it weren't for the fact that they tend to default to using their talents as PR spokespersons, I would pretty much have nothing to complain about. But the fact is that there are certain communicative practices that personally I view as being quite universally detrimental to the people that use them. And using your talents to speak on behalf of your company is one of them. That practice doesn't become any less bad just because it's Bishoujo doing it. So
The issue is that they suffer a lot from things that are easily avoidable.
yeah,
It's not
exactly.
that I hate Bishoujo. It's just I am disappointed every time. I'm like, you have so many great talents, yet I feel like you're really like, kicking their legs down by not incompetence per se, but by like lackluster and complacent.
Yeah, it's just like if this many high-power talents are staying with the company, I am more than willing
They're clearly doing something
to
right.
believe that. Yeah, exactly, that they are doing something right. It's just this is such an easy flaw to avoid. Like, it's just so.
It's disappointment, it's frustration, it's not hate or anti.
I think
We wish they could be better.
I think it's the
Simple as that.
problem. The problem that gets me personally is just it's just the fact that it's really, really difficult to be a fan of something when you can't take it seriously. And
Yeah.
Bishoujo has made it very difficult for me to take it seriously.
Yeah. I mean, what's their image?
Exactly. Like,
They don't even advertise themselves as a company. They advertise themselves as like a merch brand. You're not being serious right now. You're a management company. That's what you do. I mean, you pay for the mental health of your employees. You give them manager. You give them contacts. You give them merch. You're a management company. No, it's you're a talent management company. But they keep selling themselves as like, oh no, we're just this group of friends, and you're not being serious right now. Why should I buy into the Vshoujo hype if you're not taking yourself seriously?
Yeah, it's just like, surely at a certain point, right? I guess what makes
You
this...
can't be an anti-corpo with how much they pay and how much they do. The real
Yeah.
anti-corpo would be something like Videre, which is, as a matter of fact, a group of VTuber who have banded together because they were disappointed with their previous corpo. That's the anti-corpo, Videre, but Vshoujo is not an anti-corpo. Vshoujo is a corpo.
Yeah, yeah. I suppose it ties
what's
into the point
frustrating.
that you made before about, you know, being misleading with your marketing.
Yeah. I mean, talent freedom, yet the delete case on tweet that I felt was amazing. That's not really talent freedom right now, is it?
I mentioned this before when I was dissecting the way that they promoted Nova online, but that trailer, like, aesthetically, animation-wise, there wasn't really anything wrong with it. It's just that when you looked at it through the lens of it being a Vshoujo wave, the first ever wave for Vshoujo, like, there was nothing Vshoujo about that video aside from the title card and the ending card.
And the logo.
Yeah, where it outright had to exposit the fact that this was Vshoujo we were looking at. And the thing I find frustrating
for
is...
all their flaws,
Yeah.
when there's a Hololive or a Niji wave, you know it's them. Like, they have their art style, they have their identity, they have their colors, they have their way of doing things. You know, maybe it's also due to the fact that Vshoujo hires like diverse people. So, you know, of course, like the art style and the type of animation is not like consistent, but at least they should have like a artistic direction.
Yeah.
They have like a, oh, I don't know the name for it in English, actually, I'll look it up, but like hang on. Keep talking, I'll find the word I'm looking for.
No problem. But yeah, no, it's not the fact that they have different art styles or different aesthetics between videos that bothers me. It's the fact that they had pre-established branding symbology that they could have used in the Nova trailers. They had things like the arrow, you know, the pink arrows that would fly across the screen. They had things like the envelopes. They had things like, you know, the fact that they could have made it very clear that this was, you know, they could have tied it in terms of continuity to some of their older trailers by making the buildings look similar in terms of their structure. But they did none of that. And the closest thing to being some sort of continuity between the rest of the branding and Nova was just the fact that it seemed to be taking place in Shibuya. And Shibuya is not a Vshoujo thing. Shibuya is Shibuya. Like, it was just such a... It's such a
Look at
missed
Hololive doing
opportunity.
their own meta universe. That way they're going to be able to reuse that for like their announcement and everything.
Yeah.
And you know that's Hololive stuff because that's Hololive City, quote unquote.
Yeah. And it's like...
And you know, I found the word I needed. They need specification requirements when it comes to like the artistic side way of things, like certain colors, certain logotypes. You know, it's creating a brand. You know, that's also part of what I do because you know, creating a brand. It's not just about the fancy name. It's also, you know, a police typo. It's colors. It's symbolism. It's element, object. Can be so many things. So there's so many ways Vshoujo could live yet that. Like, what not use like the letter as a Vshoujo thing as part of their branding more?
They were.
Like, that would tie in everything together so good.
The
They're
thing that
trying, but
really
it's not there
kills
yet.
me. Yeah, no, the thing that really kills me is that they could have. The thing is, like I pointed out in the last stream that I did, where I was talking about Vshoujo's lack of branding. Like, the letters are established as a recurring symbol that someone is being invited into the company. The only difference is that apparently when you are auditioning and you get invited after, as a result of that, your envelope is pink. Whereas if you are simply invited right off the bat, then your envelope is white. The problem is the only time they've ever used a pink envelope is with Haruka, and one is not enough to set a pattern. And they had the opportunity to do that with Nova, and then they didn't. That was what killed me when I looked through all of the marketing from before, and I started actively trying to look for patterns in their branding that they might have been able to build up. Because they could have had it so that, in the trailers, if the talent is chasing after the letter, then it's an audition, whereas if the letter goes to the talent, then it's an invitation. But then they didn't, that pattern broke when Michi released her trailer, and the storyline was that she stole her envelope from VShoujo HQ. So, only thing that was left is the color of the envelope. And they didn't have any envelopes in fucking Nova. And I sound like a madman ranting about envelopes in VTuber trailers, but it's...
I know it may make us look silly, but trust me, when you study a little bit of media, you realize how important symbols are. They have real tangible effect on our real world. There is no randomness or just throw this out there because I feel like it. There's intent behind it. You're trying to convey a message with every single frame.
Exactly. And it's just... When I looked at the actual branding that came from the company, not from the talent, there was no branding. There was no coherence in terms of that. It's great for seeing the personality of the talents that they were introducing, but there is nothing unifying between them. It's just...
Use a very funny, specific term. I feel like the shoujo marketing is the kitchen sink branding of the kitchen sink fleet, VTuber branding.
I guess. Yeah, no, I can see that.
Just pull a bunch of scrap together and throw them together, and let's see how it works out. Just throw it out there. Who cares?
It's just...
Which is sad because they've got so much potential and great talent, and they could be doing so much more.
It's not even that. It's just...
It's what it is for me. It's what frustrates me. Could be doing more.
Personally, I'd much rather the talents do less when it comes to speaking on behalf of the company.
I agree. Do less. You know what I mean when I say more.
No. Yeah, I know. But yeah, it's just the thing that makes it so. The reason why I keep harping on about VShoujo in particular is because with every other one of these companies, right? They have no excuse. The moment one of the other companies tries to do this, everyone understands, that's a bad thing. But when it comes to VShoujo, for some reason, it's
they're
just
exempt from that.
For some reason they're exempt from this being an inherently bad practice, even though it has the exact same effects as every other time that communicative strategy has been used. Where again, like I said,
it has always ended the same way.
Yeah, it just results in this thing where people who hate you won't listen to you anyways, and people who do care about you will either stop listening because they care about you, and they want to maintain the best image of you possible in their head, or they'll stop listening just because they don't give a shit anymore. It's such a...
Remember, people, apathy is death.
Sure.
That's the one thing you don't want.
I suppose. I guess this is like when your body has an allergic reaction to something and starts freaking out, right?
Yeah.
I guess this is me trying to hang on to not being apathetic.
There's a difference between I'm upset because I care and I'm upset because I hate them. And I think people should make more effort to understand that distinction.
I've already given up on people thinking that I care. it's
you know me, I like screaming into the void. I care about VTuber stuff.
Fair enough.
Someone has to.
Sure. Well, it is what it is, I suppose. But yeah, I think this one is a pretty it's pretty self-evident as to why it's this high up. But
Yeah.
the other two things, and this is, less obviously it's going to be less observable from the outside looking in, because this is very much the most public-facing fuck-up that a company can make. However, when it comes to the last two, the most severe two, in your opinion, the first one that you told me was hiring significant others to fill administrative roles. Now,
Yeah.
the thing about this is that, again, from the outside looking in, it's basically impossible to tell when this is happening without some sort of insider knowledge about the way that the company works. However, in your experience, right, what makes this, I suppose, well, I guess starting off with, what are some instances where you've actually seen a company make this mistake?
I want to make the difference pretty clear that we're strictly speaking corporate here.
Yes.
Yes, a lot of independent VTuber have manager who also are their significant other. And guess what? It's not a problem because it's just the two of them. And, there's not that, like, you are only responsible for yourself, in that sense. Because in a corporation, you aren't just responsible for you two, you're also responsible for all the people under you, your employee. I mean, if you want an example of a good power couple in VTubing, just look at like Zolon and Vexoria. They're an amazing duo, they're an amazing tag team. And it works perfectly fine for them because they're independent VTuber and they're a family. So, it's a perfect fit for them and there's no problem with that. The issue arose more when you're part of a company and you are supposed to be managing other people under you. Because the issue that arises is that when your relationship suffers, the company also suffers. So if, for example, you're like going through a conflict, which, always happen in every healthy couple, like that's not inherently a sign that things are going bad. But when you're like having a strong disagreement that transforms into an argument, it can create some pretty extreme emotional response because, it's the love of your life, the person you care the most about, and all of that. And the issue is that such high emotional response will affect all of the people that you are managing because people are human and most people have empathy and they can feel that things are not going like very well. And the issue is that since you're the two at the top, then it trickles down onto everyone and then everyone feels like shit. And the fact that you're in conflict and disagreement can also then make people more irritable and create even more conflicts between people. It's basically that it starts from you two disagreeing and it can roll down like a snowball into a giant mess that you then have to solve when you're getting better. And there's also the fact that it really breaks down the chain of command because like you're the CEO, she's like your top manager or vice versa. But like, it gives like more power to one person in the relationship and, your partner should be your partner, not your boss. That's why it works with indie VTuber because, it's a partnership deal. He's the manager who helps her succeed and she's the one putting on the show. Whereas in a company, you have people, you manage people. There's that extra layer, which makes it doubly more dangerous.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to have some sort of hierarchy-esque dynamic when you're part of an actual corpo structure, which, like you pointed out, is very easy to have a more symbiotic, equal relationship when you are just, off doing your own thing. What do you think drives... Sorry. Yeah?
The thing is, imagine if like the relationship goes very badly and then there's a split. Well, who's gonna fill that very important administrative role then?
Yeah, I mean...
And especially if the relationship splits badly, then it can get very ugly.
Last thing you want is a resentful ex being in charge of very sensitive information in your company.
Oh yeah.
To to be fair, although this is hard to observe from the outside looking in, when it is observable, I think it's quite obvious to why this is like, the penultimate thing that, like,
yeah.
the thing that will kill most companies. When this is, what a lot of people are instantly able to see this and recognize why this may spell doom for a company and its brand, a company or its brand, I should say. But when it comes to the thing that you ranked as being the most, containing the most potential for destroying a company's image, this was something that, granted, it took me by surprise a little bit as well. But the thing that you named as being the biggest source of, a latent PR time bomb, I suppose, is splitting the ownership of a company 50-50 between two associates. And I'm curious as to why, from your perspective, this is hands down the most potentially devastating thing that a company can do.
Similar to the couple things, whereas the moment there is one disagreement, nothing in the company will work anymore. Because you also have to understand how companies work a little bit, as in like jurisdiction, right? So you have basically the main associates, and they will have meetings to decide what things to do, what direction to take the company at, managing the money, all of the important decisions that we don't necessarily think about. And the issue is that the moment where one disagrees, it locks out the other of any potential recourse when it comes to legislature, because he's the other part of the company, and being the other, he has the right to do anything he wants, because he's like the part owner. So if, for example, like one of the two decide, okay, we're splitting up the company, so I am I am selling to myself the company assets, while the other may interject, as in, what are you doing? No, that's my stuff, and like I object. But guess what? He's the owner, half of the owner, so he has every right jurisdically to sell himself out of the company assets, and the other can do nothing about it. And it's absolutely lawful and legal and normal even. And the thing is that it will create a bunch of dramas and issues, and whenever there's a single disagreement, it locks out the other of any option possible. Basically, it makes the company like stop to a halt.
So every single conflict becomes gridlock for the company.
Yeah, basically. Because there's no higher authority or third party to split it up, in a sense. No, normally in that case, it would be something like the bank doing this, but guess what? Banks, they care as long as you're useful to them. But the moment you start taking out your drama on each other or in public, they're gonna drop you. And what happens then? Well, they're gonna give all of the money to one of the two main associates and say, okay, you take your money, find another bank, we don't want to deal with this anymore. But guess what? The other may perceive that the other is stealing money from him, when in fact is absolutely legal, because the bank has closed the contract. You need to put it in a new bank, and it's totally legal to give it to one of the main associates, because he's one of the main associates. It's his responsibility to take care of the company money. The other may interject, but guess what? He can't do nothing about it.
Huh. So this really is quite similar to... So when we discussed this offline, I brought up the comparison that this is, this is textbook bad divorce, right? Where everything that happens is legal in the eyes of the law, but everyone comes off feeling a whole lot worse about what's going on. And all of the kids feel shit about the situation. Oh, Lum Lum, welcome to the stream. I'm awake. I shall make it Amja's problem. Doing very well with me. Doing very well. Yeah. We have Zan here, giving a bit of a much needed professional perspective on some of the worst practices that a business can adopt in its everyday operation. And yeah,
And the
generally
issue is
speaking,
that
sorry,
then it becomes a moral fight. And
people feel
guess what? The law
motivated to
doesn't.
take sides. Yeah.
Yeah, but guess what? The law doesn't care what's moral. It cares what's in the law, and what's in the law means that the two have every single right to do what they're doing right now because they're majority owner, stake owner of the company. It's their job. And if they
Yeah.
disagree, well, guess what? They either they find an agreement or they're screwed. And when you're starting to feud with the other part of your company, which is the half owner, well, it becomes ugly.
Yeah. And I suppose this is why having unequal percentages of ownership over a company makes the most sense, because then you have a clear figurehead, right? The person who owns the majority, or sorry, the largest share in the company, or who has the largest stake in the company, they take point when it comes to making decisions on behalf of the entirety of the company.
You can keep it 50-50, but then you need to write specifically in the paperwork of your company, you need to designate a third party that both of the associates will agree to mediate in case of any issues. But guess what? Most people don't do that because they are unaware that this is a potential issue.
Yeah, I do feel like people who adopt this way of managing a company or splitting up the ownership of a company, they do tend to be very commonly quite idealistic in the way that they approach it.
Yeah.
Where,
I mean, it's often also naivety, whereas most people will naturally think, oh, yeah, split 50-50, that's the logical, most neutral and good thing to do. That's the sensible thing to do. But it's business. It's not about sensible decisions. It's about what's important.
or at least it's about business requires you to be a good deal more cynical than
Yeah,
a
exactly.
trusting friendship or interpersonal relationship might imply that you should be, right? Like,
Again, iron grip canary. Sometimes you have to be firm.
yeah, exactly. An example that you brought up, actually, that I don't have a lot of familiarity with, is
Yeah.
a French YouTube channel that ended up splitting up, and where both of the creators that ran it had a 50-50 ownership of it. So could you walk me through that?
Well, there's a lot of background to that story. I'll try to condense it.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, you have two people, Pierre and Sylvain. Pierre on the left, Sylvain on the right. And they're basically old Villebrequin, which is, I think, crankshaft in English. It's a car, basically, related YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
It had like millions of views, millions of subscribers, very culturally relevant channel in France. Beloved, dare I say. And the issue is that they decided they weren't working out anymore as a duo, and they wanted to split and close the company. The issue arose when Pierre, before the time it ended, decided to cheat on his wife and get a new girlfriend. And he brought the new girlfriend to the company and asked Sylvain to hire her. And he was like, okay, sure, but she's gonna have to work. And while Sylvain found that she wasn't pulling in her weight and basically sitting around doing nothing, and so conflict started to arose from it, especially after they disagreed over a TV deal to be a part of the French version of Top Gear, where Pierre wanted to keep doing it, but Sylvain had no interest in that, feeling it was like disingenuous to their audience and insulting their legacy. He wasn't very a fan of how the show was tailored to people. And so following that, they decided, okay, like, it's over, we need to stop working together. And so Sylvain decided to sell to himself the crowdfunded project of the channel, which is prototype car.
Yeah.
So, not worth much, but he paid a lot of money for it because he felt like this was the perceived value of it. It was 80K, something like that.
Oh.
And therefore, that money got onto the account of the company, right? So he goes away with the car. So, but Pierre wasn't happy because he wanted to use the car to display in his next project after the channel, which is like a automobile themed bar.
Oh.
And he wanted to display it because like it's a good selling point. It's like, hey, remember I was part of this big successful channel and now I have this to show for it. It's marketing. It's good marketing. And so he, like a kid, he wanted to keep it for the weekend, but Sylvain wasn't happy with that because he felt it was like cheapening
Their
their
accomplishments.
their legacy, yeah,
Yeah.
their accomplishment. And when they originally made like the crowdfunding, it was to drive the car, not let it sit around in a bar. That's his argument.
Mm.
And then the bank, seeing how they were feuding over each other publicly, decided, okay, I'm out. They gave all the money to Pierre, and so now they're both arguing against each other publicly. That Sylvain is arguing that Pierre is an unsavory individual who, with the help of the bank, stole the money, which is 180k, I believe, with
Oh.
80k of those being the car he sold to himself. And with Pierre arguing that Sylvain basically unilaterally decided to close the company and stole the car. But the thing is, they're both wrong because both of what the other did is lawful. In the public eye, of course, Sylvain won because Pierre, he cheated on his wife and everything. So it's hard to win
Damn.
over the public when you've been a
True.
bad baby boy. But
Yeah.
when you look at it from a juristical standpoint, both of what they did is perfectly legal and valid. Because the contract with the bank ended, Pierre received the money, which is the lawful normal thing to do. They gave the money back to one of the owner. And because he's an owner of the company, Sylvain has every right to sell himself the prototype car because it's a company asset.
Damn, this really is, in
And
every sense of
yeah,
the word, just like a awful divorce.
yeah, and they've been going at it for like 8 months now, where they're clashing
Holy
each other, making
shit.
expose video, and they're still disagreeing. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lawsuit on the way pretty soon.
Damn.
That's how ugly it can get past, and that's like and that's like a small, not a small channel per se, but it's a small example when compared to some bigger companies and the amount of money that can fluctuate in those.
Holy. This is actual tea. Like, this is
Yeah,
this is
this
an
is crazy.
actual drama.
It's been all over French Twitter for 8 months, man.
Yeah. Yeah, sweet case. This is basically a cocktail of all 10 different bad practices.
Yep, because they're also the representative for the company.
That's insane. Oh my. No wonder you gave me this example. Okay. Now I can see
Yeah, it's just the
why this.
perfect example.
Okay. I see. Damn,
That's
holy
also one of the
shit.
things that motivated me to suggest you this topic, because I was like, this is like, of course, we both agree that it was needed to have a talk about like bad company practices in like a up and coming industry like VTubing, and
Yeah.
what to avoid, because many of those mistakes will be born out of inexperience, naivety, which is some of the unprofessionalism, which is some of the defining trait of VTubing. And
Damn.
this is just the perfect example that is currently doing the rounds in French Twitter.
This is insane. I mean, the amount of
That's the perfect case study.
yeah, no, the amount of case studies that I would have missed because I'm not paying attention to, like, news in or content creation spheres in other languages. I'm glad that you brought this over to the stream and explained it to all of us, because
I mean, even things with like the clothing brand earlier, there's a
yeah,
lot of examples that can be taken and that can be used for VTubing from like
other
non-VTubing
industries,
sources.
yeah.
Because at the end of the day, those are companies, those are industries. Of course it's different because of the public and the content that is being made, but it's not different in the sense of how it should operate.
Yeah.
So that's why it's also valuable to have PR spokesperson who have actual experience, because they understand how a company should work. But the difference is with PR is that you are talking to the public, the audience or your audience. So you need to also be passionate and understand the market you're evolving in. You need the two sides of it.
Man. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how egregious of an example of all of the
Yeah.
practices you've talked
I
about.
think
This is
their company Villebrequin was valued at 1 or 2 million in total,
holy
something like that.
shit.
So yeah, it's a pretty big split
I'm just trying to
because of all
imagine.
the revenue from all the videos, because
Yeah,
they've had partnership, because they've had business deals, because they've had that project of the prototype car. It's not
damn,
a small channel.
that's a lot to lose over
It is a messy
this.
divorce, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think
Well,
that this
they were gonna
channel?
split anyway, so it's just that it's getting messier than it should be.
Yeah. Do you think this channel's going to be able to survive this controversy? Because I
It's
imagine
already
that.
dead, dude.
Oh,
It's
okay, I see.
it's they both agreed to that it's over,
I mean,
Now it's the fallout.
do you think that? Okay, let me rephrase that. Do you think that? Do you think that either of them is going to be able to get back to content creation unscathed after this is all over?
They are both still making content, doing live stream, making videos, but Pierre's public reputation took a big hit from
The
Sylvain's
cheating
caving
thing.
video,
Oh, I
and
see.
even if some of the accusation he levied against Pierre as unfair and purely moral based and not based on any kind of lawful things, again, he had every right to get those 180k as one of the major stakes owner.
Mm-hmm.
It's his job to keep that money safe, head of the company. Bank doesn't want to do deal, well, get the new bank, here's the money. It's perfectly legal and normal,
Mm-hmm.
but people have more compassion for Sylvain because he was also the most liked of the two, let's say, definitely.
Fair enough.
And there's a difference between the guy that, of course, Sylvain was very good with this because he sold the car to himself,
Yeah.
and Pierre just took the money.
Yeah.
Morally speaking, in the eyes of the audience and compassion, you have the one guy that is quote unquote trying to save his legacy,
Yeah.
but selling to himself the car, and the other who just got the money because the bank doesn't want to play ball anymore.
Yeah. I imagine that the cheating thing also didn't help improve Pierre's standing in the public
No.
eye either.
And I heard she was, if I remember, she was a bit younger than him. So how it is sometimes with the
Okay.
internet when people have too
Yeah.
much of an age gap, they don't like that.
Yeah.
So that's yeah.
I would also assume that trying to get her hired, despite the fact that Sylvan claimed that she was unqualified.
No, she got hired. That's the thing.
Yeah,
She,
yeah.
she got hired and she stayed a while, and then he was like, yeah, she's not big valuable. Like I don't want her here anymore.
Yeah, I would assume that also doesn't really that doesn't exactly ingratiate Pierre to the audience.
No. But again, both are within legal boundaries, but it's ugly.
Yeah, it's just a mess of framing and getting people to choose sides.
Yep. I think it's an important thing to denote as well with VTubing. There's a difference between what is legally right and what is morally right, and very often we tend to mix the two.
Absolutely. I mean, we have a
company
pretty
doing
recent example
something.
of that. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry?
Yeah, there's a difference between like a company doing something because it is morally wrong or doing something because it is legally wrong, and that's not the same thing.
Yeah, I was going to say we have a very recent example of this with Nexus Studios, where they tried to rebrand, and then now Harry is necroing all of the branding
Necroing.
of the of the ex talents, and just parading them around on the new homepage of Nexus Studios, and all
He's
of
a
the,
necromancer.
yeah. He certainly isn't making anything living, so I don't know.
No, you're right, because legally, yes, he still owns those, and they were part of the previous company. So legally, he has the right to display them like that. But morally, people may not like it.
Yeah, no, morally, it's just gross, because you've had multiple talents now have to go to Twitter to say, oh yeah, no, I'm not actually affiliated with this absolute sham of a company anymore, because my affiliation ended when the company died. So it's just so much of an added headache that you need to give to your ex
They still have a stake in the IP, so they can use it.
Yeah, it's like, and the worst part is they can't even move on from it completely, because as long as your studios thing actually still exists, right? If somebody comes across that and they go, oh, This is my streamer. What are they doing on this? What are they doing on this like this company's homepage? Like,
Yeah.
now that's a question that they have to answer. Like,
I think they get
why?
a bit of the. If I really want to throw a real bone, since it's a studio now, I'm like, okay, sure, yes, those are the people you created, quote unquote. So studios normally display what they create. But considering it wasn't a studio before and it was a management company, that really throws a wrench into that thinking.
Yeah. Man. I think there are a lot of examples of that happening in this industry in particular. I think to be fair,
people necroing model, yeah.
Well, yeah, that too, but also the fact that
you'd be surprised at there is a real thing for a black market for used vtuber models.
Oh, what
for shitty video game ads.
Oh, fucking course. What kind of video game ads are we talking here? Like
the dating sim, those type of stuff, like shitty Clash of Clans wannabe.
Oh shit.
Anything really. Dating in AI one seems to be popular for rebuying like VTuber models because of course, but anything anime related really gets the treatment.
Lumi, this might be your wheelhouse. Have you seen, like, over the course of researching Love and Deep Space, have you come across any, like, cheap slop clones that have that may have recycled a few VTuber models or anything?
Of course you're gonna ask Lumi.
I have to.
Come on, Lumi.
She's the expert in this.
Oh yeah, she's the expert in shitty taste in anime boyfriend. And Goonie. I saw the VOD of her stream about like that Pokemon thing. Smash or Pass. Yeah, I saw that one. I was like, what the hell are you showing me?
Everything is fair game on the internet.
Yeah, true. If we're talking about Deep Space, it really, it was quite a revealing moment, I think, for a lot of people. Yes, men and women love Gooning. What a surprise.
Lamau, no, I haven't seen, no, I haven't, but I have seen shitty game ads that are trying to use existing models like Iron Mouse and stuff. Oh, man, it has to be rough having an IP that is as famous as Iron Mouse's. Because now, like, now you have all of these people trying to rip it off copycat style. Like, just trying to brush shoulders with infringing on copyright law. Exactly. Exactly.
Or using one of her older model.
Yeah, like, man, that's just...
Also, I just want to say, because Illumi is saying that was an accident, I didn't even talk about this, but she actually showed a suggestive image on stream.
Oh, I see.
She did a very famous VTuber mistake.
I see. I mean...
I'm calling you out, Louis. You're not getting away from this. This is your legacy now. For the coming month.
I will disable ad blocks so I can see them again and take screenshots.
Thank you.
Thank you for your sacrifice. We really would love to. Yeah. Oh man. That's a stream idea in and of itself, right? Just fucking reviewing shitty ass VTuber IP ripoffs being used in these like these slop ads. But yeah.
I say that a lot of those like buying assets are actually more on the Japanese ad side. On Western, we're still stuck on like copying and emulating existing famous VTuber.
True.
The Japanese are already on the next level because they're earlier in the VTubing timeline.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, it will become an increasingly prevalent thing.
To necro old IPs.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. No, I can 100% believe that. I mean, people are already trying to...
People selling old model and stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah. People are already trying to find ways of doing that. Yeah? Sorry?
I recently... Baby Thief, she's selling her model. I'm like, what?
Who, sorry?
What? Baby Thief, I don't know if you've heard of her.
Lily T?
No, baby teeth.
Oh, baby teeth. Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, she's selling her model all of a sudden, and it's not the first time I see this. And I'm like, oh, a
What
bunch
would
of people saying their
people
model all of a sudden.
would the people buying that be using them for things like ads and animations and stuff like that?
If a
Because like
company buys it, then yeah, they probably would.
I can't imagine. I don't know though, because
Only very cynical companies, of course, but you know, they're out there.
oh yeah, no, absolutely. I'm just trying to envision how an individual buyer would use that. Because the thing is with VTubing IPs, when you buy someone else's IP, at least in the way that the industry exists currently, it always feels a little hollow when people try to bring back an IP that's already been worn by somebody else.
Yeah. I mean, we have perfect example of this with, I think it was Akio Air,
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Akio
who
Air
yeah,
tried
killed
to.
someone and then tried to recast him.
I mean, Akio Air did that. Walkthrough did that. I believe that, according to a video that Nasagi released, I think as recently as yesterday, Brave Group did that in the past with one of the VTuber companies that it owned before. Really early on. This was in 2017. So, yeah, no, this is something that's been there for a while. Oh, wait, hold on. Lumi just DM'd me an example of an
Rejoice,
Iron
people!
Master
This is
recall.
the yap part of the stream.
Oh, yes, we've now got into the tangenting section. Okay, let me download this. Let me download this and share it on stream. Because this is bold. This is blatant.
Hey,
Holy.
make a new slide while you're at it. Let's add to it.
All right, hold on. Let me do that real quick. Okay. Damn, what the hell?
Content. I love that.
These people really are shameless. Like this is pretty much like.
Oh yeah, those are fairly common. Yeah.
There is no way you look at this and you don't see what this was taken from. Like, it's not even subtle. Like, not even remotely. Oh. To be fair,
You know, I've seen other
yeah?
egregious stuff. They're out there.
Oh yeah, no, I have no doubt. But like, man, you work so hard to build up an IP to be like, you know, international level of famous, right?
Yeah.
And then this is this is the outcome. Like, man.
Someone necroing you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I mean, now that we're in the, you know, the freestyle portion of the stream, if any of you have any questions for Zan, by the way, I'm more than happy to just relay them over. Yeah?
I did saw a question earlier that we didn't answer because we quickly moved on to the next topic.
Yep.
But I think it was someone who asked, if he's still in the chat, if he can ask again, something related to like the dark side of PR where you like buy goodwill or something of the sort.
Oh. Oh, how did I miss that? Okay.
But,
Sorry?
You know, I think it was Sweet Case, if you're still around. Or
Oh
it
yeah,
was
no,
something
Sweet
else, I
Case
don't
is still
remember.
here.
Okay.
Let me check. Let me see. How long ago was this?
Oh, it was between part 8 and 9, I think, so it was a bit...
Oh, that must have been a while. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Dark side of PR. I'm going to scroll back, so I'm entrusting you to keep an eye on what people are typing right now.
You know, Lume is doing her stuff. Legally Distinct Mouse from Charlie Spur. Thank you for the $2 to Armchair.
Thank you, Charlie. I'm trying to find it. Dark side of PR. See, the thing is, though, would you agree with that way of characterizing the practice, though? Like buying and selling goodwill? Because that is one of the... Yeah.
It depends on how the questions is framed. There's definitely something to be said about a very specific term that I like to employ very often, which is called astroturfing. I don't know if you're aware of the word. Which is, in that case, I would say it's a type of dark PR because it is deceptive in nature, because you're buying fake agreements basically. It's like buying fake reviews, you know.
Yeah,
you're buying a fake.
You're
positive
buying
image.
consensus. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the thing is,
and it's actually surprisingly easy to do astroturfing. You'd be shocked with like, you just call an Indian or Russian kid and you give him $20 and you get a bunch of pot and you're set. It's that easy, and it's pretty crazy to me that it's still the case despite how many social media have tried to like break down on bots and fake reviews and things like that. Like it's still happening.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean,
And for just a couple of dollars, you can buy that. I mean, people still view bot on Twitch. I mean, just starting from that.
I will say that. Actually, this might be controversial, but what is an example of an e-celeb that you think is astroturfed?
Any industry plants in music, people like Ice Spice or people like
Marshmello?
Drake is successful, right? But
Yeah.
Drake got astroturf in the sense that he got pushed on the front of everything.
True.
I'm not saying Drake isn't a popular and liked artist by many people. He is, but is he the number one worthy of being in front of every Spotify playlist? No, that's astroturfing. That's creating a fake sense of he's the most dominant artist out there, which is clearly not, as we've seen recently.
True. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna take a bit of a moment to read out.
Yeah, that's another good example.
Sorry? Oh yeah, Hawk 2. Hawk 2 fell off though after doing the rug pull.
Yeah.
Like, she blew up her own. Yeah.
She's back, dude. I don't know if you saw. Like, she actually talked about CoffeeZilla on a podcast, and
she was shit scared of coffee.
Yeah.
Like.
Shout out CoffeeZilla. Go check him. Very good content.
Amen. Like. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If you see CoffeeZilla and you're shaking your boots, like, I think that's a skill issue. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm pretty sure. You've got some skeletons in that closet, man.
Yeah, that's a you problem.
Yeah.
Charlie, thank you for the 5. Armchair got caught cheating on Rima in 4K. I sent her something I thought I was sending to Lydia because I was watching both of them at the same time. I'm sorry, Charlie. You're a whore now.
That's like calling your new girlfriend your ex.
Yeah, that's the VTuber equivalent of when you chat in the wrong person's stream. Yeah.
You super chat Lydia. Rima, I love your content.
Charlie, please tell me that's not what you did. Surely it wasn't that obvious. Please tell us that's not how it happened. Like, the most I will accept is you making a horse-related pun in Lydia's chat, or a cat-related pun in Rima's chat. Anything more obvious than that, though, and that's too much.
I will shame myself. I have done it once in a relationship.
Oh, what? Really?
Yeah. Once, and I regretted it forever. I still hate it to this day when I think about it.
Oh
god.
That's the kind of thing that like haunts you at night.
Yeah. It didn't end well.
Okay, well, yeah, fair enough, I guess.
Yeah.
I called Rima Oh.
See, I knew it.
I'm sorry, Charlie. It's terminal. Oh, there is no saving you.
Hey, at least we're two having done something like that, I suppose. You have my compassion, man.
Damn. What's the VTuber equivalent of that, though? Is it like referring to somebody by their PL name by accident, like their corpo PL name?
No, I don't think. No, I think it would be like mixing up your two favorite GFE VTuber. Like,
okay. I swear with the way that most GFE VTubers operate, like, that would actually get you banned in like both of their chats.
Oh, I have seen it happen.
Oh wait, yeah, no. Didn't something like that happen recently with one of the butter cookies? Who was talking in Sheeta's chat?
I don't know.
Oh no, it wasn't a butter cookie.
No.
It was one of Shondo's husbands that tried to tag Sheena in a Twitter post asking if she was free on Valentine's Day.
And it was like, you don't even have my Yoshi trademark.
Yeah, exactly. Like, man,
dude,
that's rough.
This is horrible.
Oh,
You know what's even more funny is that actually because that happened, people started scrolling through his tweets,
Yeah.
and let's just say that there were some allegation about him liking young people a bit too much. So it
Yeah.
even got ugly, even got called out.
Yeah,
All of
it's,
that from a GFE tweet.
to be
Cheating on your
honest,
GFE tweet.
deserved for cheating on your
Yeah,
GFE streamer. Like, damn.
yeah, and he got blocked by Shondo and Shina, I think.
I think that was I think that was the least of his problems. Like a week after he did that.
Yeah, probably.
Oh man.
That's why I don't have a favorite GFE streamer. I don't have that problem.
Sure. I mean, holy.
My love life in real life is fucked up enough to care about anime women that much.
I mean, aren't we all the same? All of us here who are talking about VTubers.
I don't know if I taught you, but I made like a care package for if you want to be a VTuber. You need a certain amount of pre-requirement. I actually hinted that at you in the pre-debut show. Like you need to suck at cooking, mentally ill, socially inept, neat.
Yes.
What else?
Bonus points if your body is malfunctioning.
Oh yeah, bonus point if your body malfunction.
Oh. Yeah, no, that's absolutely, like, I'm convinced at this point that, like, there has to be some sort of, like,
no.
Yeah. You can't be VTubing if you are, like, an actual functional, healthy person. Like, that, I just haven't seen that. Like,
it's actually pretty easy to explain. Do you want to know why?
Yeah?
It's because you are projecting yourself and creating an alternative character.
Yeah.
You're creating another you.
You're escaping.
This is typical of like people. Yeah, this is escapism. This is typical of people who have issues.
Yeah. I mean, even some of the people that, like, on paper would have, would have more advantages if they didn't use VTubing. Like, for example, I know for a fact that Yuzu has talked about how one of the reasons behind her using a VTuber model was apparently something to do with the fact that if she, every time she showed her face online, it became too distracting so that people wouldn't, like, listen to what she was saying. I mean, even something like that, like, I suppose that is some kind of, like, there has to be some form of dysmorphia, right? Like, not dysmorphia in our conventional understanding of it, but some sort of, I suppose.
Not every people, but there's definitely some people that do suffer from it. I have seen it.
Yeah. I mean, I can cook, but I have clinical depression and forget to eat. Ooh. Oh, many such cases. Cooking
Hey, Lumi, you should come to my place. I cook you some crepe and we'll have a good time.
Crepe? You are so French.
Yeah, I make some killer crepe, man. Not joking.
Fair enough.
A killer recipe.
You should post some pictures of the food that you make.
I'm a simple man.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't cook the food of your nation, then, like, what are you doing?
Yeah, to be honest. I do make some good burgers too, I guess.
Crepe and burgers, that's all you really need to live, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Sweets and meat. Yeah, there we go. The two food type.
Amen. Oh. Like, cooking is one of those things where it's just like, it's so, like, banal and easy when you break it down into, like, a process. But when you're struggling, like, mentally, or just where you are in life at that current moment, it just seems like the most impossible task ever.
I struggle with cleaning the dishes, so yeah, I can affirm to that.
Jane, why do you always collab with the French armchair? To be fair, Rima is only half French because she's Canadian.
She's French Canadian. This is not the same. French Canadian are the weird cousin we don't talk about.
That's like
they
me.
Speak weirdo French.
That's like me saying that, like, that's like me complaining about mainland Chinese people. Which, to be fair, plenty of us do. Plenty of us do
Filipino
that.
of you.
Yes. Does Armchair
You know,
know how to
I
throw shrimp on the Barbie?
I mean,
I'm
dude,
not great at
you don't
operating an
realize
actual
it. Like,
barbecue. Yeah?
you don't realize it. Like, French Canadian called car thanks. What is wrong with them?
Sorry?
A French Canadian called cars thanks. What is wrong with them?
What? They do?
They do.
Man.
And they call you know, in France we have a specific name for toothpaste, but they just call it toothpaste. But like translation 101, it looks so funny. Like it's something you would put on a bread.
Oh, okay. I need to ask Raven to confirm that people actually
she
do
will
call
confirm it to you.
that people actually do call
yes. French Canadian call
cars
car
tanks.
tanks. Yes, they do.
What? That's so weird. Hold on, give me a second. Let me type this out.
Oh, she's on right now.
Random question: do French Canadians call cars tanks?
I should get a hold of Rima actually.
Or is this just misinformation from the actual French?
Oh, you know what's even funny, I'm sure?
Yeah?
Rima follows me actually follows me on another platform, but I'm not even sure if she's aware about it.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Which other platform is this?
Because it's LinkedIn. It's a professional platform.
Oh, damn. Okay. I see.
I don't know if she's connected the dots.
I see. That's. Oh, I for the sake of like researching some of the companies that I was talking about and their CEOs, right? I made a LinkedIn account that was like, I don't know, because I don't know when LinkedIn like pings people to tell them that people have been looking at your profile, right? So it's entirely possible that over the course of the last few weeks, when I've been doing deep dives into these corpos and their CEOs, that all of these people have just been getting like these like regular, semi-regular pings when I go and look up their profiles.
Worry, generally it happens once every month, I think.
Oh yeah, no.
If you don't check him like at different months, it won't appear. But you can tell when people check your profile. Actually, I didn't even know you made a LinkedIn profile. Hang on, I'm gonna look that up.
It's just called Armchair Expert. It's literally just everything that I have like on my YouTube channel. I only made it so I could look at people's posts. Like, otherwise LinkedIn does that stupid ass thing where it like blocks you from being able to see things.
I mean, I remember. Is it because I suggested you a bunch of LinkedIn things that you made that account?
Oh no, I made it before then because I wanted to look up things like. I think this was specifically because I wanted to dig into Harry's past and his like his claimed experience.
That's funny.
Yeah. I've gotten so many like, because I don't actually use the website. I've gotten so many random pings in my email inbox just saying like, oh, here's this other like random content creator. I'm just looking at this going like, I've never heard of this person in my life. Like, what the fuck? Why are you suggesting me this? Oh yeah, have you seen the Twitter post of like someone drawing like average top student 2022 2025 and like under 2022 is like a college graduate holding a certificate.
Yeah, I did.
2025 is like somebody
Proctor's
dressed as a
image.
dog. Yeah.
I reposted Proctor's image. I don't know if you saw that, but that was.
Oh yeah, no, I saw the train thing, like the value of labor
theory of value.
Yeah, labor theory of value, and then OnlyFans just like running through it.
That's very funny.
Yeah, no, Lumi, you're right in that college is scam. It's just
no, dude, I'm thinking about something. Is this because of this that Ari went like, oh, they're stalking me on his report?
See, okay.
Oh, dude.
I want to believe that it's because I went to his LinkedIn later on and I started combing through the Japanese articles about Nexus where I found out that he told them that that Captain was an angel investor. Like, I want to believe that he was talking about me when he talked about, you know, exposing this information about the company, whatever. But I don't think so, because he talked about this as he phrased it as if this was people having these discussions prior to the first wave of Nexus debuts. So I don't think it's actually talking about me. Because I know for a
so
fact
it's more
that
like
other...
Rima, for example.
Yeah. I know for a fact that there were other people digging into his LinkedIn before I did. So, like, what I did was by no means, like, unique and by no means anywhere near the first. So, but yeah, I do like to think that, at least to some degree, it got under his skin that all of the information he put out publicly, but he thought people on the EN side wouldn't look at because it was all in Japanese, got like dragged out into the light. So I like to think that's what happened. But like,
I don't understand how you can post something public and be like, "Oh, nobody's gonna look at it." It's fine.
no, that was so stupid. Like, he actually just banked on people on the EN side just not looking at what he was saying in on his social media, in news articles, like on the JP side. Like, how brain dead do you have to assume that the audience is in order to say all of this stuff publicly? Like, he actually took everyone here for fools. Like, damn.
No, it did. I agree. See, again, like I talked earlier about Monroe's journalism theory, don't assume people are stupid.
Yeah, exactly. Like, bro, I don't understand. Like, what was the thought process behind that? Like, it literally just takes you pressing right click on a page and then pressing Google Translate, and you instantly see everything he's been saying. Like, what?
It felt like it was good positivity to the Japanese audience.
Yeah, that's true, but like, this is an EN company. The thing I just can't get over was this was supposed to be an EN company for an EN audience with EN talents.
Japanese.
Yeah, and like, what is he doing? Like, what? Nexus was
What's
just one
the
of those.
plan? What's the strategy?
Yeah, it's just one of those examples of a new company that crops up, and you have absolutely no clue how the person running it ever managed to like escape the womb. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so.
You know, it's especially a shame because Captain, the angel investor, actually got a pretty decent track record.
I don't know about that because his track record is one VTubing company. And
yeah,
that was one that he sold.
It was a Prism, but every Prism talent seemed to have go out of that company with only good things to say about Prism and Captain. So,
see, the thing is,
I feel like it was pretty good. You know?
I'm a lot more cynical when I look at that because yes, he was a good leader, but if he was a good leader, then why did he sell it off to somebody else to lead?
Yeah, that's a good question as well.
So, either he is actually a competent person to head a company, but he just didn't give enough of a shit and he just wanted to sell it off, or he just never cared, or at least he just, I don't know, it's like, it's
weird. I agree.
Yeah, and also the way he started Annie Live, like that was just completely cynical. Like, there is no way in hell that he made Annie Live, made Nexus tie themselves to Annie Live, and actually cared about any of the talents that were chained to his absolute sham of a platform. Like, that was, there's like no way.
I'm pretty sure he tried to undercut Irium and debut his platform before them, because it was pretty obvious that they were going to come to the Western audience pretty soon when Irium started. So maybe he tried to cut underneath their foot, and it didn't work.
The problem is, if you push out a shit product but ahead of time, it's not going to do anything. Like,
you're thinking rationally, I'm sure.
Annie Live was just such a shit platform when it first released. I mean, arguably still is.
Fake it till you make it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Good ones. Okay.
Annie Live was the first time I saw a fucking streaming platform go on hiatus. Like, what?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Also, even now that Irium is like a part of the EN streaming sphere, like, I don't think it's made much of a cultural impact at all.
Yeah, funny jokes for the audience, but every time I say that's crazy, I immediately think of Hassan and Mongol saying the exact same thing. And I'm like, God, I'm so cringe.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh, stop it! Shut up.
With me, I always think about like Vedal.
Oh, Vedal.
Different sources of brain rot, I assume.
Yeah, different sources of brain rot. You know, watches a video for 2 minutes. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Drives me up the wall, man.
Get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head.
It's so true. So true. So real.
Yeah, Robin, you don't have the startup CEO mindset, chairman. You see, you say that as a joke, but like unironically, the startup CEO mindset is a plague on literally every industry it touches. Like, I don't know how to explain it besides just...
It's not accurate to the reality of the marketplace you evolve in.
Yeah, exactly. And also on top of that, the problem with making startups your main business model is that your main form of profit and monetization is not an actual functional business. It's an idea of one. And when you pay people for ideas, not outcomes, you get some of the stupidest ideas you have ever seen in any industry. Nexus?
If you look at any list of failed startups, there's some that have products that I'm like, why was that even
Yeah.
imagine?
Yeah.
Just people reinventing the butter knife. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. It's just so stupid. Like, Nexus really was truly the unfinished Kickstarter game of VTuber business models. What was even the idea behind My Hero Academia, but as a way of managing talents? Like, hello?
Yeah, I still hate it every time I think about it.
Yeah.
Like, why My Hero Academia?
What was
Like,
he...
come on.
Like, what was he
What
thinking?
was the game plan here?
Yeah. Like, it seems like the guy just watched 2 or 3 shonen animes and from that instantly decided, yes, I want to try this myself. Yeah,
Yeah.
What?
Anime.
Oh, like that's the kind of weeb that needs to be bullied, like way into adulthood.
Wow. Come on, he's living his open dreams, man.
Fuck his dreams, bro. Like,
He's
oh,
Oh no, but you know, you know what's even funnier is that my president Macron actually said France should be the startup nation. I'm letting you know how that ended.
ew.
It ended rather poorly.
Every time a country's leadership says that, they always end up meaning that they don't want a country, they just want an economic zone. And that's just like, why? Why would you...
Workers' rights got fairly slashed during his presidency.
Why would you want that? Like, from when we last looked at Harry's escapades, apparently Malaysia is currently in the process of trying to do that with their country. They are trying to turn their country into the startup capital by creating these government grant programs where they try to encourage metaverse development or something like that. And it's just all this corpo tech bro slop that... I mean, I've gone through some of the companies that have gotten grants to this, and one of them was the new one that Harry's trying to set up shop with, which was the Roblox advertising company, the Roblox IP company, where
Dude, when
they
I
would
saw
just...
that on stream, I fucking die. That's too funny.
Yeah. What was he
We're
thinking?
making business in Roblox. We're making big moves here, people. Big moves. Big business moves.
Like, what is the plan? Even if it does...
It's not like Facebook tried rebranding himself as Meta and has tried creating a metaverse for like 6 years now, and it's still not out yet. And what was offered was garbage and 10 times worse than VR chat. And VR chat is still doing just fine right now. Well, just fine. They have some issues with people liking kids and stealing artworks, but that's another topic.
Yeah, I mean, what
They're
platform
as
doesn't,
fine as
right?
can be.
Yeah, yeah. It's just so... Like, the thing is with projects like that, like the IP Roblox thing where you create entire Roblox worlds dedicated to advertising and nothing else. It's one of those things where the startup is either awful and will be a complete waste of money, or the startup will work and it will be the most predatory shit you have ever seen. Because, let's not kid ourselves here, if you create a world in Roblox aimed at selling people things, the people who you are going to be selling to are going to be kids. Like it's not even a question. The only
Roblox
reason
is very populated by kids. Yeah.
Yeah, the only reason you would use Roblox is because you have kids on the menu. Like, come on.
Have to grab them early.
It's
Capitalism.
so like gross. Like, why?
It is gross. But you know what's worse is like I understand the ID division. I see it, but it's garbage.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I
Like,
understand the vision. Okay, I get what you're trying to do. It's
You
just what you're trying to do is
all of
garbage.
these
I don't think
all of these people just they either don't have a vision, as was the case with Nexus, or they have a garbage vision, as is the case with Roblox. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I'm thinking of starting a sauna business for a VTuber agency workers.
Peter, you should invite me. I've never tried that.
Oh. I still can't get over how when he was writing out that entire rant, his feelings were so hurt that he not only went to sulk in a sauna, but he cancelled all of the meetings he had scheduled for that day as well. And this was the day before the Nexus debuts. So I would assume that those meetings were actually kind of important. Like, what?
I, I understand needing like a break and a breather to refocus and recenter on yourself. But what matters is why are you taking that break? There's a difference between something really bad happened and I'm taking a break and people are being mean to me, I'm taking a break.
Exactly. It's like, I understand if you need to, you know, just dissociate for a little bit if your pet just died, but this is just people pointing out that you are trying something stupid on Twitter. Like, those two things are complete opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to reasons to
you're
check
just a
out.
Manti. You don't understand the vision.
Yeah, good luck with my business, right? Like, oh, fuck's sake.
You know, he should have done the meeting while in the sauna.
Yeah, just bring his laptop in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? Because this was in Japan, there's a possibility that maybe the sauna was actually like, who knows? Maybe the sauna was like a hot spring or something. Maybe he went there and encountered a macaque that he consulted for business advice.
I should try that.
Consulting macaques for business and literal monkeys.
In the sauna.
Yeah.
Having a chill talk with the bros in the sauna.
Yeah. Oh, man.
You see, the thing is, you can't do that way.
You know, the thing I still can't get over is he wrote an English translation of the original statement, and he still thought that sucking off Niji and their business model was a good idea.
Yeah.
Like, tell me you did zero marketing research before trying to blunder into a space without telling me you did zero marketing research before you blundered into a space. Like, out of all of the different companies that you could have praised as being an inspiration to how you chose to run your business, why the fuck would you choose Niji Sanjay after 2024? Hello?
I think 2 years ago it would have worked, but I think
absolutely.
Bo is 2 years late.
Yeah. I mean, everything to do with Nexus was 2 years late. I think, grim, in a kind of grim way, if Nexus had cropped up in like 2020 or 2021, it probably would have been able to get away with shitting out 27 talents at a time.
Just like Face Connect getting away with having issues with management at the start.
Yeah, exactly. Because at that point, well, you know, VTubing was so new in the EN sphere that people probably would have accepted it.
Or were a bit more complacent and forgiving.
Yeah, exactly. But now everyone actually has standards, so it's a lot more difficult to pull something like that off.
We're finally starting to create them. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
which,
dude, the way he talks about Riku, I'm like, do you see them in the weekends? Like, you take him on dinner and then go to his place? Like, whoa, that's a lot of glazing right there.
If you go through his like old tweets, you will see that he does a shit ton of glazing there too, for both Niji, Sanji, and Riku as well. It's insane. To be fair,
don't want to get too graphic, but I hope he likes to take a tip.
I wonder if it's salty or if it's more meaty in taste. Yeah, no, it's
Uh,
to be fair, if you are purely approaching this from the perspective of somebody in the Japanese corporate sphere, I can understand why Any Color and Riku might look like success stories, because Any Color,
yeah,
like Nichi
but
Sanji JP, is absolutely like, heavy hitter when it
I
comes
agree.
to JP
But here's the
VTubing.
thing: it, understand your audience. It should have been for a business magazine, not for Twitter.
Yeah, like
I think if he had done that in like a very specialized business magazine aimed for like people in business in Japan, it would have been perfectly fine. The issue is that he did it on Twitter.
yeah,
Not the same space,
yeah, no,
not the same.
absolutely,
You don't have the same expectation.
yeah. I
Like,
mean,
of course, a business piece is gonna praise even if there's bad management or bad practices, because there's focus on the business and the money making itself. There's
yeah,
different expectations. Comes back to the GG and Vishojo, Giga and Vishojo stuff.
yeah, exactly. Like,
Expectations.
oh, if you don't manage your expectations effectively, you're gonna end up fucking yourself in the ass. So, yeah, Peter, I shouldn't say too many things. The only thing he shouldn't have done was make that blog post. Yeah, exactly.
I
Like,
think you don't need to be a rocket scientist to agree with that.
yeah, it's. I just can't understand how he went through the entire process. I'm convinced at this point that he was entirely a puppet CEO. There is no way that the guy is capable of running a business independently of some sort of hand up his ass to tell him how to do things. Because yes, he may be passionate, sure, but he has an absolutely atrocious lack of any sort of communicative foresight, any sort of business sense, any sort of ability to even properly research a market before trying to enter it. I genuinely don't understand why so many different investors thought he was worth putting money into.
Sometimes being incompetent does get you far if you're charismatic enough to carry it.
I suppose, yeah. Man, charisma really is just a drug.
I mean, look at the first Ponzi scheme. All charisma.
True. Man. All of these confidence people getting into VTubing.
Actually, I should look that up. I think I'll send it to you after stream if I find it.
Yep.
But there was an infamous French cosmopolitan guys who managed to get into politics because he was such a good sweet talker. He would like woo people's wife and get them to convince their husband to give them their money and stuff. And he made plenty of money laundering scheme with banks and stuff. Like, it created a giant like economic struggle. I think it was like 1930s, that era. And he actually got assassinated execution style, and no one has spoken on like who's responsible. Like the police said he's suicide. Excuse me. He self-deleted. But the thing is, it's weird, and everyone is pretty much convinced that he didn't self-delete it, and there was someone out there who.
He just pissed off the wrong person, eventually.
He pissed off too many people in
fair
politics
enough.
by getting too nitty close with them. He's got a pretty insane life.
That's insane.
I think someone made actually a video about it. I need to find it again.
No, this isn't Rasputin, no.
Yeah, it's basically French version of Rasputin. Except he wasn't a med guy, he was more like a business guy.
Fair. Man, bro, charisma the wrong person's wife. That's a quick way to get yourself killed, right? If you piss off too many politicians by trying to flirt with their wives, that's probably...
Yeah, dude was a pretty big womanizer.
Yeah, it's not exactly a recipe for success.
Dude was the real life Don Quixote. We didn't understand his vision. You know, I
Oh.
love to use it because this is such a perfect answer to every type of criticism toward anything. Like, you just didn't understand the vision, man. You just don't get it. You're
It's
ignorant.
it's such an overused and tired phrase, though. It's so
Oh, it is. No, it is.
it's such a lazy catch-all.
It, yeah, it's because there's enough truth to it that people will be tempted to accept it. But we all know that when you look deeper, it's basically a
Yeah,
lie. And,
yeah,
there's enough proof and weight behind it to make it agreeable. Let's say it's agreeable enough, but when you look into it, like it's not it. Oh, I
yes.
found it. It's his name is Stavisky. That's his name.
Stavisky. Okay, interesting. I'll
Hang on,
Google
I'll
him
share
after
his
stream.
wiki page.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'll give
I
you his wiki
appreciate it.
page.
Oh,
He's a very interesting character. If you want to look at like the power of charisma, there's plenty of characters like that you can look at. Dare I say, as cringe as it sounds, look at the Wolf of Wall Street. There's also some truth to that movie.
sure.
No, there's nothing more like charisma-based unearned success than Wall
Sure.
Street and all of those goons making money out of other people. I don't know if you saw that, but the guy who plays Iron Man when he was younger, he actually went to Wall Street, and when he came out of the building, he was like, "If there's hell on earth, this is the place."
Yeah,
Like,
no, I
the
saw.
face he had, like he had no light in his eyes. Robert Dominic Jr. I don't remember.
There are some truly demonic things that
Yeah.
are done to people in that place, so I have no doubt that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he lost the spark in his eyes for a second. He looked like he was dead inside.
Oh, man. Charlie, thank you for the 2. Oh crap, is this my fate? See, as long as you don't end up doing that with the wives of politicians, you should be okay. Don't go near politicians, Charlie. That might be a dangerous recipe.
Robert Downey Jr. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, Robert Downey Jr. Man. Although to be fair,
is
if you're going
Wikipedia.
to if you're going to refer to if you're talking to 2 women at the same time and you end up swapping their names by accident, I don't think you have to worry about your charisma taking you to places you shouldn't be. I think you'll be fine, Charlie. I think you'll be fine. Charisma, you mean charisma? Yes.
Yes, he was very good at that.
Women can also be the problem, not just the husbands. That's true. That's true.
I mean, I'd rather accuse the person who's doing the swooning. But
True. True.
no, why are you going after another man's wife? What's wrong?
Oh.
Hello,
That's-
Kanye.
Yeah. Man. Charisma. Yes. Don't womanize the horse VTuber that is running for office. True. I mean, which one, right? Rima is a dictator, exactly. She's technically not running for anything. She's already ran. I'm screwed.
Yeah, I'm gonna say we historically in France we have a solution to deal with despot and tyrants.
Oh, what do you do? What do you do with them?
Oh, there's this field called the guillotine, and it's pretty nice. It's very effective.
I see.
I'm gonna topple
I
the
see.
tyrant Shrima. Take over your channel.
Yes.
My platform now.
Oh, man. Rima is running away from Vosh. That is
That is
whole-
absolutely genius.
the whole
What you-
Vosh horse thing is. It's one of the most cursed memes to have emerged out of the
Do
last
you even
5
know how
years.
deep it goes? Puns aside.
There's an actual rabbit hole behind it.
Oh yeah, dude. I swear on his Discord, there's many people who made video about this. Like every week, he will mention horse appendages on his Discord every week.
Oh my!
And then he had that infamous yab on stream where next to his tax folder was a bunch of pictures of anime character and horses. They're getting it on. Let's say next to his tax folder.
Like
You
what I
can't
don't
write that down.
understand. why would you have it out in the open next to your tax folder? Like, is it like a thing where you just get too depressed going through your tax returns, and so you need to take like you have like an emergency. You need like an emergency break where you go and jack off real quick before you go back to doing your taxes. Like, why are they that close to one another? Like, why?
It's like a drug addict. It's his emergency stash.
He needs to take a quick hit of horse porn before he goes back to like filling out his tax files.
Quick whiff. Ah.
The worst part is I can actually envision that being the case. Like some terminal gooner bread tuber just not being able to finish one tax return without
every cliche, every stereotype, every joke has just a hint, a modicum of truth to it. That's what makes it funny.
Sure. Oh. Man. Charlie, do you
think that would happen one day?
Sorry, yeah?
Like, imagine that, like, someone, like, stealing someone else, like, platform and IP. Like, imagine tomorrow there's a random girl, and I don't know, she makes Rima, like, disappear Russian style, and then she takes it over. I would think it happen one day.
That would require some serious mimicry in order to be able to pull that one off, though.
I've heard of Interpol criminals like applying to VTubing agencies, so I don't think we're that far.
Okay, I think there's quite a big leap between applying for a corpo that has its auditions open to everyone, and actually trying to literally skinwalk a VTuber. Like that's quite something else, I would say.
I mean, the Daily Wire is currently trying to do that.
Oh yeah, sure.
I don't know if you saw that.
No, I did.
I'm keeping up tabs on it because it's a crazy story.
That is
definitely worth
that is grim. Like that is just corporatized, soulless.
Imagine being betrayed by your best friend, and then they made her take courses so she speaks like you, and she
yeah, that's just so gross.
I'm a bit more corpo, so I'm a bit more, I guess, tolerant of certain behaviors, but even I find this repulsive.
Yeah.
That just says a lot, that me, the guy who's corpo, I find this repulsive.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Charlie, what was it? Armchair? Yeah, no, I was gonna ask, do you have an emergency folder? Like, is that something that you have, Charlie?
No, we should ask Lumi. Do you have an emergency Pokemon folder?
Feel free to plead the fifth.
There's no getting out of this with me. I'll take a plane, I fly to you, and I'll look it up.
Emergency horse folder.
The people demands answer.
Yes, amen. Charlie may or may not have an emergency Scarlet folder. Honestly,
hell yeah,
based.
I love Scarlet.
Absolutely, it's filled with my VTuber wives. Excellent, understandable. Hold on, wives plural? This guy's a whore.
He's a horsey whore. Boo.
Don't ask about our folder labeled feet. Oh.
No, it's just prototype for VTuber merch. You don't get it. It's for the feet pad. Wait, is there feet pads actually? I don't remember. Is that?
I think there is. There has to be.
I
there is no way that the industry has existed for as long as it has without somebody releasing a feet pad.
Well, there hasn't been enough yet. Here's
Be careful what you wish for.
Invest in the feet bros. If there's VTuber watching this.
Future. Feet futures.
Money. Hey, there isn't marketing in my name for no reason.
Sure. Oh man. To this day, I still am not completely sure whether the feet thing is a genuine market demand or whether the industry as a whole just kind of gaslit itself into it becoming a thing.
It's, I can tell you that there's been feet obsession for more than 5,000 years, but it's not new.
Yeah, no,
We
I
have
know,
actually
I know.
documentation that proves that people have always been into feet. Like it's a real thing, and it comes from like mammals and animals and all of our
Oh
like
yeah, no,
ancestry.
I'm
So
absolutely certain that it's real. What I'm
and
more interested in is how prevalent is it actually, like in
and
this phase.
funny anecdote, in fact, when the bubonic plague was as an all-time high in Middle Ages, well, people didn't want to do physical contact with hands and stuff. So to get it on, they would use their
Oh,
feet.
oh no! Isn't that
It's real. There's
worse?
documentation. You can look it up.
Weren't people's feet disgusting back then?
Don't ask me. I don't know, man.
Oh, fair
I'm not an
enough.
expert. I'm only here
Understandable.
to relay interesting factoids.
Fair enough. Oh,
But
that is
I
so
think
cursed.
I think there's truly a demand, but a lot of that demand is in mixture of people who are really into it and people who buy it for the memes. There's a mixture of
Yeah,
the two.
yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. I suppose it's like a self-perpetuating cycle, right? Because when it
Yeah.
becomes popular, people start memeing it, and the more people meme it, the more it becomes like popular, I suppose.
We literally have a guy on Twitter that is fairly popular called VTuber Feed Bros. So VTuber Feed Connoisseur, that's his name.
Yeah, no, I've seen him pop up here and there. Uh, K-Real, thank you for being a member for 5 months. If feet is male, if feet is male equals joke, feet is female equals serious. You know what? That actually does hold up quite a bit. Yeah, fair enough. We are still disgusting now. True, but they were more so back then, I'm willing to believe.
People were more clean than people assume back then. It's a bit of a misconception, actually.
Fair
Like people
enough.
think of the Middle Ages as this time of dirty, but
Not as much.
sure there was less sanitization, and there was more health issues, but it's not as horrible as people make it out to be often. Like the people weren't rotting in place, like come on.
Fair enough. Armpits are next, but still not taking off. See, the thing is, right?
Armpits,
I don't know. It's the thing where
armpit mouse pad.
I don't know how that would even work, because with every
I don't know,
other
dude.
like thing, at least it's like it's concave, not convex, so it makes sense for it to be a mouse pad. But like an armpit is not like that. But
Armpit chair rest extension. There we go. I'm genius.
no, the thing is, I don't know, because with armpits, isn't it like a thing where generally when you fetishize a body part, it's because you want to fuck it, right? But how do you fuck an armpit? Like, how does that?
Do you need me to explain that?
Like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Rhetorical question. Like, I just it just seems like such an awkward potential motion to be making, though.
That's describe most
Like,
sexual activities, actually.
I mean, it's
Where
one
there's a
thing.
will, there's a way, sir.
I suppose. I don't know. It's like this is maybe a conversation that we would be better saved for some sort of like tag tier list stream that I end up doing
Probably.
at some point in the
Oh,
future.
I'd love to do that.
I'm sure you would. Yeah, but no. I think it would be fun. It's something that I might put on the back burner. But yeah, no. I think fetishes where you don't actually like body part fetishes where you don't actually want to fuck the body part are underrated. There's like an aesthetic. There's an aesthetic quality to it that I think is
Some
missing
people
from
like
mainstream
prominent
discussions.
collarbones.
Oh yeah, no,
For example.
absolutely.
I know
like,
that's a thing.
like, how do you fuck that? Like, actually.
Shoulders.
To be fair, I suppose the thing is that I swear it's a thing where women fetishize hands and collarbones way more than men.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
To be fair though, I think a hand fetish is just like normal, to be honest.
I mean, I've been told I've got good nails, so now that you say that, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that reminds me. I've told this story on stream before, but one of the most bizarre compliments I've ever received from a woman is when when this girl I was seeing a few years back met up with me, looked down at my hands and said, "You have." Looked down at my hands, told me that my nails were like well kept and stuff. And when I said, "Oh yeah, no, I like to keep them short," she told me that I sound like a lesbian, and that she meant that as like like a compliment. And it took me it took me a while to realize what she meant by that.
You got
But only
stunlocked?
yeah, no, absolutely. Well, absolutely. Like, what do you even say in response to that? No, I only after I asked like my gay friends, like, what does that mean? Did I understand what she was saying when she said that I sound like a lesbian by saying that I like to keep my nails short. But yeah,
I'm sure it got put in the Smash Steve.
it's definitely one of the
Unbreakable stunlock.
it's definitely one of the more interesting compliments I've ever received. Was her name Peggy? No, it was not. It was not.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I see what you did there.
This reminds me of False going over Michi's tag tier list, having a very strong reaction to hidden sex being low scored. What is hidden sex? Like sex where you have to hide what's going on? Is that
Yeah,
it?
basically, yeah.
Huh.
Under the skirt, stuff like that.
Fair enough, I suppose. I guess. I mean, interesting that False would take issue with it being put low. I think that's quite an interesting little tidbit of False lore that
You
I
have his taste.
I wasn't I didn't know this before, but now I have this knowledge. Actually, yeah, Gabriel, that's a good point. Actually, yeah, hips. Women with birthing hips are hot, but I don't want to fuck the hips. Yeah, fair enough. I suppose that makes sense. You do the deed in public, but covertly. I see.
You should grow your nails a little. You'd be surprised at how far it will get me. I mean, I've let quite a few of my past female coworkers like try their things on my nail, and I've gotten plenty of McDonald's out of it.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that.
I'll be your body test model for your things, whatever. Just buy me food.
See, the thing is, I've just always had the well, I mean, I'm Chinese, so there's like a 50-50 like any Chinese child especially in a non-Chinese country has a 50-50 chance of at some point in their childhood having learned piano. So as a result of me having...
Oh, the meme is real?
Yeah, no. It is. It's piano or violin or flute. It has to be like at least one of those three.
Like every famous half Chinese streamer like plays an instrument for some reason.
Yeah, no, it's because our parents forced us to learn it to build character when we were younger. So yeah, because I got used to playing piano from a young age, I always kept my nails trimmed. Yeah, kind of. And then when I got older, I realized I just don't like having to clean my nails that often, so keeping them short just solves the problem easier.
Oh yeah, actually, maybe AD is right. I think it's doing it while someone is answering a phone call. Yeah, I think that's this one.
Which one?
The hidden sex thing. It's actually answering the phone.
Oh, I see. The meme is so real. Violin kid here. Hey, exactly. See? Less gunk under your fingernail. Exactly. Because when you keep fingernails, I don't know. I feel like long fingernails is just too much of a maintenance thing. But that just could be me being lazy. Sorry?
No, but well, every stereotypes come from some modicum of truth. So I guess we have that concern again today.
Yeah.
Every stereotype is true,
exactly.
in a way.
Prejudices are born of data.
Ah, that's a good quote.
I didn't come up with
I
it.
will write that.
This is me misquoting from a line that many other people have said before me, but yeah. Armchair is C19 weebs material. I suppose. Thank you for the 800 yen, Vito. Thank you for confirming the meme being real. Yeah, Lopez, same piano for me. It actually is just a thing that so many first generation So many first-generation migrants can relate to this.
Is this what people call cultural shock? Is this what I'm experiencing right now?
maybe. I don't know, because it's such a meme at this point.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Yeah. Okay, waiting around. One of the good things to come out of the Chinese kid at musical instruments me being real is we can brag about our technique. Yes, I suppose we can. I've been told that...
I wouldn't be good for that. I wouldn't be better.
I don't know, because I've been told that I have, like... I've been told that I have feminine hands. Although I don't know what that means. Like... It's a 50-50 between people telling me that I have long fingers, which is generally something that you would associate with, like... It's generally... When people bring that up, it's usually something that... at least in my experience, it's usually something that's like... something that you would say to men, but then people outright say that people have said in the past that my hands look feminine. Maybe it's because I keep my nails short, who knows. Small hands? No, the opposite. They are... I'd say they're, like, decently big, but for some reason... Maybe it's because of the way that I don't know. Maybe I lack the chunk in my fingers. Maybe that's why. So you're like the MZ boy in your line, April. No, very, very far from that. I was very, very far from reaching that level of proficiency with the instrument. Not even close.
Someone made a very good point, and hoping that I'm hoping that Yoshikage Kira never finds you.
True.
Thank you, Lopus.
Armchair has yaoi hands confirmed. What is the criterion for yaoi hands?
You're asking the wrong person.
Oh, fair enough.
You could ask Lumi.
Sure.
She's the yaoi expert.
I should. There are so many yaoi experts in VTubing, it's insane.
I mean, think about it. Who is yaoi tailored to?
Yeah, fair enough, actually.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't have to think that much. Just who is this made for? Well,
yeah, fair enough.
Most of the time, it will explain.
Fair enough. Long and thin hands. Ah, I see. Maybe in that case. Maybe I do. Hard to tell. I think they have to be huge. Well, let's not get carried away here.
You got soft hand, brother. You got soft hand.
Maybe. I've never worked construct. Well, I did briefly develop calluses from... Oh, what was it? You know that it's been a while since this. I've never worked like a hard labor a day in my life when I remember developing calluses, but I don't remember what I developed it from. I think I developed calluses.
I like
from...
office jobs. Thank you. I've tried that, but not for me.
I think it was when I first tried. Yeah, when I first tried working out using actual dumbbells and like actually tried
weightlifting?
Weightlifting, deadlifting, that kind of stuff. Bench pressing. I think that was what gave me calluses on my hands for the first time ever. And that probably was because I was gripping the bar.
Yeah, I was gonna
wrong.
say you're probably gripping it wrong.
Yeah. No.
For it to happen so fast.
Yeah. From writing, no, not even close. I don't
ask like I didn't see that.
It's been. I swear it's been almost a decade since I actually had to write an extended piece using pen and paper. I've been typing for so long, but yeah, it just feels so inefficient at this point. I've actually lost.
People often tell me I write like a doctor, so I think that explains it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I think that explains everything.
back when I was teaching, as part of my day job, every time I would have to. It was so weird because when you write on a whiteboard, because you're writing much bigger than you do on a page, it makes it somewhat easier to write out legibly. But the problem is when you're writing on a whiteboard using this big fat marker and on a surface that just has none of the same texture or feel as paper, and you're writing horizontally as opposed to vertically, that just cancels out all of the benefits that would be provided by being able to write in larger font. So every single time I would write something, it would be a 50-50 chance between whether I would look over my shoulder and all of the kids in the room would just have like their faces utterly blank because they couldn't read what the fuck I was writing. It was a little irritating like at the beginning, but eventually it was pretty. It wasn't like a problem for long. I managed to get on top of it pretty soon, but it did make for some interesting lessons where there were many times where I had to I wrote like an entire paragraph out on the whiteboard that I had to narrate the whole thing out anyways because it just didn't, like, it wasn't legible enough. But yeah, I seriously wonder where the English people picked up yaoi because it's such a minor word in Japanese.
I think it's a case of just it's simple and memorable, and it uses character together that we don't often see in English.
Yeah,
Like
that's
we don't see
true.
Y often in English, outside of certain words.
Yeah, it could be the novelty
You know.
factor, just in the way that the word is written.
Sometime I actually worked with a researcher in language, very interesting time. And he told me that very often, sometimes language won't make sense, like grammatically or like from its heritage, but very often it will just be used because it's convenient, and everyone understands it. So no, maybe yaoi was just short, convenient, and everyone understood it, so that's what I did. I mean, many people nowadays use BL as well, which is boys love. I believe that's the acronym.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a quality to yaoi and BL as words that make them fun to say, I suppose.
They're short and easily understandable.
Yeah. Also, BL isn't as interesting to pick up as a foreign term. Maybe. It does. I feel like it has been popularized more for cultural reasons, though, because people have started maybe to some extent people have started stigmatizing. Well, actually, I think people have always kind of stigmatized yaoi, right? Like yaoi and yuri have always been the kind of to mainstream audiences, at least, they always get written off as like
mainstream audience, yeah.
Like
to anime fans,
otaku, like that kind of stuff.
To anime fans, I alleviate some.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Anime fans don't
counterpoints, but
yeah.
But to normies, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Ugh, normies.
Damn normies.
Like harem words too? Yeah, kind of. In the old days, they used like boyish girls and twin tropes as a substitute. I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, many anime back in the 90s and the 80s had very effeminate characters that were clearly meant to be a sort of thing for like yaoi representation. I mean, look at one of my favorite shows, actually, Night of the Zodiacs. It's one of old school show I really like. The character of Andromeda is clearly meant to appeal to the boys' love audience. Clearly, no way.
True. Yeah, for anime fans, you can tell who is an actual anime fan and who is a normie based off of whether the reaction to Fujo is worse than the reaction to yaoi or yuri.
I mean, even them knowing the word Fujo is, I think,
yeah, true. Fair enough. I thank yaoi for giving me tomboys. Sure.
Tomboys, very good taste.
Tomboys are truly based. Maybe terminology associated with cringe culture. Yeah, maybe. Fujoshis are crazy. Oh no, absolutely. Fujoshis are truly something else. Truly something else. The
difference between a fan and a parasocial fan, which all of us are, and Fujoshi is the extreme, like it's the next step.
Oh yeah, no,
That's
absolutely.
why I'm very. I guess it's a pet peeve of mine from people who just throw parasocial out there as like, okay, I've explained everything.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Like as like this big bad word when it's an adjective, it's to describe something. It's
I do
like not
mostly.
inherently a bad thing.
I mostly blame Ludwig Agren for that. I think
Oh,
the first video
you
that
do?
went viral where he was talking about parasocial relationships did manage to oversimplify it to just being like, parasocial equals bad.
Yeah, that's fair. Whereas I've watched Lucy Spire's video, which
Oh
is
yeah, no,
pretty good.
Lucy's
honestly.
video is entirely different in terms of actually being able to paint the shades of grey that make up the way that the term actually
Mayoshi.
exists. Yeah, fair enough. Good taste, good taste. Man, Lucy's video content is actual crack for if you enjoy video essays of any sort. Like, damn, it's just the right amount
She doesn't
of.
make them often, but they're very good.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
When you listen to Lucy, it's like you're listening to like a well-educated friend,
Yeah, yeah. She's got the way of presenting it
and
down.
it's just perfect.
Agreed.
And if you like parasocial teehee, you're gonna like Lucy in general.
When I first started watching Lucy's stuff, I wasn't sure if that was a bit or not. I mean, now I know.
It's
But
not.
yeah, I know. Now I know
It's not a bit. She really is parasocial with her audience.
Yeah.
Dude, in her Discord chat, there's like a chat she isn't allowed to go to because that's where their fans talk about other VTubers. Like, that's a real thing.
Understandable, really. Understandable.
She got tired of the cheating joke. Can't blame her.
Charlie, I decided to shoot my shot on Valentine's Day, but she was a Niji sister? Oh, man. I'm sorry for your loss, my guy. Damn. Like an actual full-blown one, or just someone who enjoys Niji content? Because I feel like those two are quite different.
I like some of the Digi stuff. I like Carly, Vulgar, Venta. Yeah, I really like them.
Fair.
I think Rosemi is universally loved.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I think Vantage is like he's somebody who has a good head on his shoulders.
Very underrated.
Yeah, no, yeah. He's one of the few people in that company who I think is actually capable of. He has some sense of how to manage public relations as a talent of the company.
And he addresses some very hard-hitting topic that I think more people should address. He's very outspoken about like mental health and things like that, which is a bit rare because I
mean, it's just not something that's emphasized generally in society at the moment, which is a shame. But oh, Charlie, full blown. I'm sorry for your loss. It's terminal.
It's terminal. Terminal case. Send them in.
Yep. Man, it's... She was going for Wilson and Sunny. Ooh. I mean... Ooh. Was she a Fujo? Was she a Fujo? Scarlet is my Kamiyoshi, absolutely. Fair enough.
Yeah, Scarlet is lovely.
More than fair enough. Yeah, no, anyone can... Yeah. I don't think anyone can stop anyone from liking who they like, but even if they are into Niji Sanji, but there are quite the crazy fans in there. To be fair, I'm not going to say that... See, the thing is, with Niji Sanji, like the NDF specifically, is there is a very big difference between being a fan of the talent and being a fan of the company. The problem is that there are corpo worshippers everywhere. And corpo worshippers are basically... I think you made this comparison first, Zan. I think you were the first person I heard make this comparison. But corpo worshippers in VTubing are the sports fans of the industry.
They're the hooligans of the industry.
Yeah. Because it's like... when you start empathizing with a corporation, when you start making it so that criticizing the corporation is a sin against the talents, like that's when it's a little bit much. It's a little bit much. And unfortunately, that's not a phenomenon unique to Niji Sanji. That happens everywhere. So it's just more noticeable the worse the company is. If the company is good, then the corpo worshipper is practically indistinguishable from your average everyday fan. But if the corpo if a corpo is falling apart, then it becomes really, really obvious when somebody is a fan of the company or a fan of the talents. Because if a corpo is falling to shit, then those two are not compatible with one another. So.
That actually comes to Twisty's defense, because I saw Nicap talking about her. Twisty is actually pretty entertaining, I think. I think the things I like about her is that she really owns up to the joke, Like, there were some people saying stuff about her, being into incest, whatever, and she doubled down on Twitter, and I thought that was very funny.
Oh yeah, no. I think from those clips, I do agree that it was kind of funny. It's just what's ended up happening with her is just unfortunate.
Yeah, we still don't have an answer, and I doubt we'll have an answer for the time being.
Well, I mean, we will have one when her contract runs out on its own, I suppose, but
let's hope.
Sorry?
Let's hope.
Yeah. Do you think Niji is actually going to come out with the actual results of the investigation?
I mean, it would be nice, but I think it's not going to come until March or May if it does come out. So for now, it's wait and see. But
I would think it's pretty much inevitable that she's going to be terminated.
I think there's no good option here, honestly.
Yeah, no, Niji absolutely just...
It's a lose-lose situation, whatever happens.
Yeah. I mean...
They've put themselves there.
Like, I still don't understand why when they were first announcing that an investigation was launching, they decided to say, oh, we are going to be investigating the people who leaked this as well. Like, I understand why you would do that. I don't understand why you would say that, like, publicly.
Yeah. Or, they should have vague worded.
Yeah, probably. Because...
we're investigating and everything related to the situation.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that probably would have been fine, because, it makes it sound like you're being thorough, rather than you are looking to punish the person who exposed your wrongdoing.
Sometimes you have to be a bit fake.
Yeah.
Because, in a sense, considering NDAs, leaking stuff outside of the company like that, sure, they have the right to investigate that. But then if it comes to whistleblowing or something like that, then it gets more complicated.
Yeah. There's absolutely no way that people in general are going to be sympathetic.
This situation is way too complicated and complex to be careless about the wordings of the statement like that.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You're dealing with allegations of sexual harassment. There is no way that you can get away with just, lightly touching on it and expecting people to give you the benefit of the doubt. That doesn't happen here.
Yeah. So
yeah, Charlie. For intimidation against future leaks. That's what I assume it is as well. Yeah. Because the thing is, though, I understand wanting to intimidate against future leaks. What I don't understand is why you would choose to do that after you have been exposed for possible workplace sexual harassment. Like in any other situation, yeah, fair enough. But when your company's negligence has facilitated that kind of thing happening in your work environment, I don't know if intimidation is really going to be much use. Because
I think it should have been done for something minor, like let's say someone leaking a collab early or something.
Yeah, that I understand, right? Like maybe you leak I don't know, company files or some shit by accident, but on stream. Like I understand that being something that you need to warn talents against. But
Just
something
the
like,
worst occasion to do it.
yeah, why would you choose an instance of whistleblowing to start doubling down on keeping your black box sealed? Like, that's
I will save you the trouble of lawyers, potential and alleged whistleblowing.
yeah, alleged whistleblowing, right? Like,
Just saving you from those needy lawyers.
sure. What are you doing? Just I just can't understand it. The mind boggles. If your towns feel like whistleblowing is the only way to deal with something, then that's on you. Yeah, no, absolutely. Because the thing is, realistically, okay, to be fair, this particular story wasn't leaked out with Twisty's consent, which is something that I think it's something worth emphasizing. However, if your talents are put into a position where the environment they're stuck in makes them feel more safe venting to a random supporter.
It was random fan, I think.
Yeah, just random fan from your past life.
Well, technically, it wasn't a random fan. I think it was one of her top supporters back in the day or something like that.
I mean, random whale, right?
Not completely random, but yeah, random whale, yeah.
It's if you signed onto a corpo, you've signed an NDA, and this is what you feel most safe doing. That doesn't really exactly bode well for the corpo.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the stuff that Niji posts to the EN side sounds more like they're making the posts to make it official to the JP fans that don't understand what's going on in the EN sphere. Yeah. It does very much sound like they get the wires crossed between the JP and the EN side when it comes to their statements. Yeah, sorry?
I think it's important also to have someone exterior like me as a consultant, because what you can do is you can also hear like talent grievances, and they're going to be more open to you and be less tight-lipped because of your position, because you're here to help.
Yeah, I mean,
and
that's
you can
part
also
of the...
serve as like that messenger between talent and management.
Yeah, part of good PR is mediation, right? Mediation between different levels of a corpo. So,
and managing people's emotion, that's a big part of it that not many people talk about.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, because it goes into part of the the invisible component of PR, good PR, I should say. But yeah,
especially when you're in something like VTubing where people get so attached to like their personas, that's doubly more important.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Well, factoring in the Menhera as well.
Yeah, I've actually gotten a psychological short training stint, like a 3-week module.
Damn.
And I felt that was very interesting and relevant to like, just managing VTuber in general. Because again, they get very attached, and when there's an attack against like, they take everything personally a lot of the time. And again, young women, vulnerable, not in the habit of navigating internet sometimes.
How do you deal with that?
It's not easy.
Like, how do you convince somebody to... Actually, sorry, let me rephrase the question. How do you comfort somebody who is taking something personally? Because I would assume that just saying, oh, no, they didn't, I would assume saying something along the lines of, they didn't mean it personally, that's not worth taking personally, that probably wouldn't go down very well.
That's a complex topic. Let's just say that one of the key things you need to understand is understand women's psyche, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Understandable.
A lot of the time, it's not that they want to be right, it's that they want to be acknowledged.
Yeah.
The worst thing you can do to a woman in distress is dismiss her emotional response.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I
mean,
that tracks with my own experience as well.
The hard thing that you have to navigate is that you have to validate her concern and acknowledge them as understandable, legitimate, and realistic, yet push them toward the angle where you want to get them, where like it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
It's a long process that can take a long discussion, and you are very much walking on eggshell. And I know that every time I do it, I'm stressed a little bit about it, but it's very important to have that conversation, because the main objective is just reassuring the other person that you understand what they're going through. Yet it's not like the end of the world, and it's a situation we can work with, or rather, I'm going to work on
Yeah,
with them.
that's fair enough. I do wonder, like, what...
It's not easy, though.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
I would imagine it's much like trying to guide a horse to water, right? Where you're essentially you can't make conclusions for the person you you can't make conclusions for the person you're trying to comfort, right? You have to essentially give them all the... You have to try to gently lead them towards making a conclusion themselves that everything's going to be okay.
Sometimes you have to spell it out, and it's better to spell it out. But that's like the later part.
Fair.
The first more important part is hold that reassurance and understanding.
Yeah.
Like if they feel like the important part is having some compassion and empathy, and once you get that relatable moment, then it becomes a more comfortable and calm situation. The most important part is finding a way to stop freaking out the other person, to stop freaking out, because let's be honest, sometimes it can be very emotionally distressing. But you can't tell people to calm down.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. I don't know. I don't think that even works with like men, because like nobody likes being told to calm down without that being justified first, right?
You should say to calm down, but that should come as like the second step.
Yeah, exactly.
You shouldn't just start with calm down.
Yeah,
that's gonna.
that's just shutting down the response. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, it's what we talked earlier with Bishojo. It's about like understanding and acknowledging people's concern.
Yeah. Man.
But no, it's not easy. I wouldn't wish that on most people. Manager do a hell of a job sometimes. There's bad one, but there's very good one.
True. Actually, it is getting a little late where I am, so I might begin wrapping up stream in a moment and going through super chat and stuff like that. And I don't want to make you sit through all of that, but
I can sit through it.
Oh, really? Okay. I'll just I'll start reading through the supers. Let me switch over to the head.
I just want
screen.
to mention Charlie said something very funny right now.
What? Oh.
First, number one way to calm down a woman: calm down. You sound just like my ex.
I don't think you need to worry too much about accidentally seducing too many politicians' wives, Charlie. I think you'll be quite fine. Don't forget Billy's Feet super chat. Of course not. Of course not. Hold on. Let me take a look. Let me look through. Let me pull it up. Stream elements. Okay. Man, I prefer to just like things, ignore all the negative stuffs. Don't we all? Don't we all? The only problem is that sometimes it's a little difficult to do that. Hold on, let me see. Is this today?
We are the 20th of February.
20th. I think... Hold on, let me just check stream elements. The activity feed isn't working. Hold on, let me take a look. Activity feed is only showing stuff from about a month ago, which is really weird. Let me go back to YouTube and see.
Oh no, Southside Slider, you talked about Boeing. It's over, they're coming for you.
At least I didn't talk about OpenAI.
Wanna talk about it?
Man, I still can't believe that people, the authorities, they looked at that and they thought it was a suicide. This guy that had blood smeared all over the bathroom, and they looked at that and they said, yeah, that's definitely suicide.
Yeah, definitely. Nothing wrong to see here.
Oh,
Move
it's
along.
so stupid.
Well, hey, at least that Chinese one wiped out a billion out of the economy, right?
Deserved. Deserved for
Honestly,
hiring an
yeah,
assassin.
deserve for all the shitty tech bros.
Yep. Absolutely. Hold on, let me see if YouTube has any way of... I really wish that they would... Oh, hold on. Let me take a look. Maybe they do have a way of listing down when members were... Oh no, it only lists members that joined, not people who gifted. Fuck. Well, I know Mercurius, you gifted memberships. Thank you for doing that earlier. Did I?
15 in total? She
Yeah,
gifted 10 and 5.
Think so. I'm just trying to... Man, when Stream Elements fucks up, I have no way of seeing that. Hold on, let me take a look. Ah, well. I'll start by going through the super chats, and then hopefully by the time I go back to Stream Elements, it somehow managed to fix itself. Member tips, super chat, gift. Yeah, all of these are... Okay. Ah, well. Anyways. Southside Slider, thank you for the 5. I used to work at an aerospace giant, and whenever there was a leak, they would tell employees. It would be investigated to scare off other whistleblowers.
Going.
Such a fuck. Yeah, maybe. Maybe start sending assassins out after people.
Waiting for the moment when working at Boeing is a bigger cause of death than being friends with the Clinton.
Well, I mean, they're not too far off, right?
Yeah, they're not too far.
They're getting up there with the
it's more
KD
deadly
ratio.
you have more chance to, disappear because of the Clinton than to die in a shark attack.
They should start using that.
Speaking.
They should start using that as a statistic in like in the sea life like books that they start publishing. Like, did you know that you have more chance of being killed because you've brushed shoulders with the Clintons than being actually attacked by a shark? Like, bro. Oh, it's just. Oh.
Okay, that's a good one.
It was such a good nickname.
It's a good one.
Charlie, thinking about the 2. Roblox model will succeed. Let's hope not. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Misinformation from Académie Française. Did I say that right? Oh no, the OBS just disconnected. We really are being targeted by Boeing. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Did I say Académie Française correctly?
Académie Française.
Académie Française. Okay, I see. The Heretic, thank you for the 5. Bro did the VTuber equivalent of taking your ring to go clubbing and was caught doing it. Yeah, pretty much. Charlie, thinking with 2. Too many wives, I can't keep them all straight. Well, I mean, if you have too many wives, and if you keep them all gay, that's a bit
Charlie's
worse.
Charlie's the Oshior again.
Lumi
was right.
Amen. Thank you for the 2. Legally distinct mouse is a pretty good way of describing that mobile ad ripoff. Yeah. Thank you for the 2. More practice. Best practice equals more booba. Always good. Yeah. I'd say that's pretty accurate. Everyone loves booba. Billy, thank you for the 5. Show us your feet. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive in yet another stream, Billy. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. What was the name of the company that Zan recommended? Oh yeah, no, we already answered that. That was Variance Project. Blade, thank you for the 10. I just woke up and we're still dissing Niji. Of course, we are. Well, it's just they make it too easy. That's the problem. They've given us a literal multiple literal textbook examples, because I know at least one college professor has, since managed to write Niji Sanji's 2024 debacle into a syllabus for a marketing or a PR unit in university. So
I can tell you, they give me a lot of good case study.
oh, absolutely. Senor Tortillas, thank you for the 3:20 a.m. Let's go. I'm betting Scuff in. Never mind. Well, you were still right on the bet. And Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Don't you know that the Twitch apocalypse is a myth, Chairman? A pirate told me so. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. And that about sums it up for the supers. Hold on, let me take a look back. I don't know. Let me try logging out and logging back in of my stream elements. Maybe that'll fix it.
It's absolutely a myth. That's why Twitch is desperate to be cutting costs right now.
Yeah, no. The thing is, right? Surely they wouldn't try to cut costs unless they're running out of income, right? And the only reason they'd be running out of income is because of the fact that, well, I would assume that the advertisers, at least some of the advertisers that paused their spending last year, just didn't end up resuming it. So I think this is a pretty clear indication that the revenue is beginning to be tightened a little bit, if not outright drying up. So it's just
fair,
wild.
Twitch has always struggled with money, but how much of that is true? Because that's what we've been told, but is it true?
Yeah, no, it's...
Because, I keep hearing people telling me, yeah, no, they keep saying they're struggling with money. All right, they're saying it, but is it true? That's two different things.
Yeah, exactly. Like, bruh.
Because to me, they don't seem to be struggling with money, with how much they're wasting on stupid program.
Which programs in particular are you referring to?
I took personal beef with like the VTuber content partner thing.
Oh yeah, the partnership, the creator club, is that it?
Yeah, the creator club, because they overhyped it like crazy, and I was like, this is just a stupid Discord server that's not gonna do anything.
Yeah.
It's just a collab Discord server, like we've already been making that before. Just that the difference is that this time there's a Twitch branding on it.
I've yet
Is
to
that gonna
see
actually achieve anything? No.
Yeah, exactly. I've yet to see actual content come out of the Discord server.
Because I have plenty of content creator friends who are in there, and they've all told me the same thing. It's just people talking and some making collabs, but that's about it, really.
Man.
And even there, it's mostly the extrovert, of course.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like it could have been.
It achieves nothing. It just looks good.
It could have been a good thing.
It's a participation trophy.
Yeah, I think it could have been a good thing if they made the criteria for joining a little bit more selective. Because as it is, there's just too many people for there to be anything productive to come out of it.
Yeah. I think, dude, you can literally, with $10 right now, enter the partner club. You just need like 5 CCTV, 5 stream, and I think it was 50 followers. So anyone who's like bothered to buy bots with just barely $10 can probably achieve that. I mean, maybe not even with that. Just do 5 stream and you'll probably get it.
Yeah.
By sheer luck. Like it's supposed to be an achievement, yet there's no achieving here.
Exactly. There's no accomplishment attached to the status.
It's like, oh, welcome to the cool kids club. Great.
What do we do here? Like,
yeah, nobody cares. She just looks good on Twitter.
Oh man.
Or as I like to call it, twatter, thanks to my British folks.
Amen.
Hey, it's a tool, but I use it.
Man, I tried logging out and back in of stream elements. It's still not updating. That's so weird. I'm going to try troubleshooting this off stream. By next stream, this should be working properly. But apologies to those who gifted memberships earlier besides Mercurius, because I missed it. And for those who renewed their memberships for a few months in, I will find you eventually. And I will thank you properly. But for now, unfortunately, there's no way of recording that. So that's something for me to work on in my own time. But thank you again for being so supportive of the content and me. I think that about wraps it up for all the things that well, I think I really needed to say, but I wanted to ask, do you have anything that you want to shout out or shill or build hype for going on at the moment?
Sad anime girls stole all my money with their shitty coffee.
Oh, you heard the man. Best coffee on this side of the industry. So, is there anything
And remember,
else?
I'm European, so there's the bonus shipping on that.
True. If it's worth it for Zan, then surely it'll be worth it for you. Surely. Which coffee? Well, there's only one that comes with sad girls really baked into it.
Yeah. With sad girl tears.
Yes, delicious sad girl tears.
Delightful. Exquisite, dare I say.
You truly are French.
I truly am, yeah. Salt, that's the main thing I sell. You know, that's even funnier because actually I've grown up quite close to a few places where we make most of French salt.
Oh, okay. So it's actually, you've been raised in the right environment for it.
Yeah, I've been raised in the right environment for me to be salt land and salt marshes.
Maybe that's why you're such a competent PR person.
I don't mince my words.
Yes, if you understand where the salt comes from, all the better to prevent it from coming out. How much for a pound of coffee? Zan, would you like to take that question?
Oh, I don't remember, dude. Just go on Face Connect shop and
you'll find it there.
And otherwise, just I don't know. I really love VTubing. Support Hiroshis and be happy.
What a base gentleman. All right. Thank you so much for coming on and lending us your expertise, giving me a much needed perspective from somebody who's, you know, I try my best, but at the same time, there's no substitute for actual professional experience, and I value that you are able to bring that into this stream. So thank you for coming on. Hold on, let me see. Alright. He's dipped. And there he goes. Fun collab. Hey, I'm glad you guys seem to have enjoyed it. I hope you guys found this to be informative. And again, it is very nice to have somebody add an extra, like, you know, perspective from somebody who's actively working in the industry. Theory is nice and all, but practical experience, much needed. Get back here. We are so close to 10k too. True. When we do hit it, I'll do something. I'll do something to celebrate. Although I want you to keep your expectations low. Maybe. I'm still gathering ideas. I won't share them until we're close to the mark. But yeah. Again, if you liked this stream, or if you've just finished watching the VOD and you are not already subscribed, please consider doing that. Also, if you enjoyed the stream, please like the video. That helps a lot. Leave a comment if there's anything in particular that you found to be particularly informative, or if there is a case study for one of these business practices that you would like to recommend I check out, because I'm always on the lookout for more interesting nuggets of knowledge. But yeah. Female face chair. Fetish stream when? I'll add that to the list of possible ideas for 10k. It should be quite funny. Piano chairman stream? I don't even know if that would be possible, Wingding, because it's been a while since I last played piano. I've mostly... The ability to do that has atrophied in my mind. Zan just sent me a good night gif. I hope if you're still watching this, Zan, I hope you have a nice rest of your day. Thank you again for showing up and lending us your expertise and knowledge. So, you can play piano. I could play piano. There was a I used to be able to, not anymore. It's been a while. Honestly, the Cletus McFarlane NASCAR PR win has been quite cool. Huh, interesting. I'll check that one out. Chair tier sounds cool. Amen, amen. Alright, let me see if I can find somebody to raid before we end the stream. Oh, by the way, slides, as always, are going to be going up on Patreon after this stream. In addition to that, though, although there's going to be no stream for this week on Saturday/Friday, depending on what your time zone is, we are going to be going back to regular schedule starting from next Friday, 9 p.m. EST, and we'll be talking about the art of overwriting a yab, featuring Crony Coin and Tenma Connect. And if you don't know what either of those things are, don't worry. We'll be going through it in exhaustive detail next week. So, if you're keen on those topics, I hope you tune in. I hope to see you there soon. I'll be putting up the waiting room and the formal announcement, both on my community tab and on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter, by the way, if you have it, but you aren't already following me. Later on this week, probably on Saturday itself. But yeah. Oh, actually, no, yeah, there was one more thing that I wanted to tell you guys about. Hold on, let me... For some reason, Chrome is frozen again. I'm going to pull up chat on my phone to see what you guys are saying. But... Okay, for some reason, it's not letting me click on... It's not letting me click on that. What's going on? Am I even still live? Oh, no, you're back. Alright. Yeah, no, there's one more thing that I wanted to say, which was that recently a news publication, and news in quotation marks, has released what I can only describe as a puff piece on Hassan Piker. And when I read through that puff piece, I realized something. I realized that over the course of the existence of this channel, I have spent a lot of time dissecting hit pieces. I have spent a lot of time going through what makes a hit piece, how framing works in hit pieces, how they, how journalists essentially use manipulative ways of writing in order to convince you that something is worse than it actually is. However, this entire time, I've been neglecting puff pieces. I've been neglecting looking at examples of quote-unquote journalism that attempt to build up something to be far more grand of a thing than it actually is. And so, we're probably going to remedy that. Because the next time we release for the next topic selection poll, the next stream subject selection poll, I'm going to be adding in an option to dissect the art of dissecting a puff piece to it as well. So yeah, if that interests you, stay tuned. More content to come. Ditch the Chrome chair? Yeah, you know what? I honestly should at this point. Can't wait for your puff pastry. It just keeps freezing. I just can't end stream. Hold on, I'm being kept hostage by my browser. Let me see if I can... Oh, fuck's sake. I despise this so much. Chairman is going to dissect a glaze piece? Oh, absolutely, yes. How could I not? Oh... The amount of glazing that happened in that particular quote-unquote article is absolutely abhorrent. I don't think I've seen somebody try so hard to turn somebody else into a viscous snowman as I saw in that particular video. Alt F4, 12 hours because of Chrome. Might just be. Tokyo Extreme Racer is something he's been getting I think he's been getting a lot of pop. Yeah, no. For some reason, mainstream journalists are obsessed with the idea of turning Hassan Piker into some sort of Joe Rogan-esque figure, which is, I mean, if you're lacking in examples to show how out of touch mainstream media is, I think that's pretty cut and dried, really. But yeah, have you ever considered covering the topic of AI usage and attitude towards AI in the VTubing sphere? I have thought about that in the past, but it is a topic that I'd need to do considerably more looking into before I'm able to actually do an entire stream on it. And I'd also need to make sure that, well, ideally I'd need a case study to center that around, like one particular thing to look at. Why would someone want to be Joe Rogan? I don't know. Joe Rogan is pretty popular, and he does have a very funny, at risk of sounding a little pretentious, he has a very Socratic structure to his podcast that make it very easy to listen to, especially if you're new to the topic that is currently being discussed. Anyways, Sayu is currently... Hold on, let me make sure this is actually live. Yeah. Sayu's currently still going on with her subathon, so I'll send you guys over there. As per usual, behave. Although I'm sure at this point I don't need to tell you guys that. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I hope you found it informative. I'll send you off before Chrome has a chance to freeze on me again and we're all locked in here together. But, in any case... Oh, for fuck's sake, it looks like it just froze up. Thank you for tuning into the stream, and I hope to see you next time. Otsu chair.